Hello everybody. How are you all doing? I hope you're all doing well. My name is Paradise, and welcome to the Paradise League HoN Pro Tournament Season number 5. We're gonna start off here today, day number 2, with the loser bracket semifinals with VC Tracks versus Go Bratan, and I'm joined here today by Doze and Fa. Gentlemen, how you doing today?
I'm doing fine. Paradise. Thanks for asking.
I'm great too. Just as usual, ready to cast some good games, hopefully.
Yeah. So we're gonna get straight to the bands. We see that a Bushrack engineer from the Legion side and a Pharaoh band from the Helmer side. Any thoughts about that, Paul?
Nothing particularly unusual. The Bushwhack as well as the Engineer are pretty stable first and second band material. The Pharaoh might stand out a little bit. He was previously like a first band hero, but he was just nerfed recently, so he was just knocked down a little bit. So personally, I'm a bit surprised to see him getting first ban, but I can still kind of understand why they would want to go ahead and ban the Pharaoh, especially since they're going up against Vulka, who's kind of known for his Pharaoh plays. So
Yeah, it looks like they're focusing a bit on the Vulka here, right? Both with the Lolson and the Pharaoh, which is I would say Vulka most like signature heroes, right?
yeah, those two heroes are definitely one of his main heroes. So.
And then Amun-Ra as a last band from the Hellborn and a Soul Reaper for the Legion. I think the Soul Reaper Amun-Ra makes sense on both teams there.
Yeah,
Soul
I would
Reaper
agree.
now being like one of the, I wouldn't say like one of the strongest, but it's definitely up there, right?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that Amun-Ra was banned so quickly, but I still think the hero is really strong after. There's just been a lot of things lately that have been kind of going in his way with the protective talisman get introduced and the Mug getting buffed and Nullfire getting nerfed, and just a lot of things that kind of make this hero have a lot better game in general compared to previously. So I can kind of understand it. We do see that they leave up a lot of strong heroes like Flux, for instance, which has just been first picked by the side of VC Trax. So definitely a scary hero to go up against.
Yeah, Flux is a dangerous hero since the hero is just good at the moment.
Yeah. Although they did the side of Legion did ban Engineer themselves, so they're not going to have the access to the Flux Engineer combo, but I do think Flux is one of those heroes that can still be paired up with other heroes and still find some success if the team knows how to play properly around him. So he's just a strong laner, has good scaling, and just a lot of team fight potential. So we see that the Hellborn team, they responded with a Magnus as well as a Monarch. So Monarch actually managed to go through the picking phase, which is a bit unusual, seeing as we usually see Monarch getting either first or second banned. So they open with a Monarch and a Magnus, and those heroes are also extremely powerful in the current stage, I'd say. So definitely good kind of responses to the Flux pick here.
Moira, what do you think about that? Don't you think that Monarch is a counter to Moira?
I will say that I think that Moira isn't really picked up that like often currently, and I think it kind of stems from the fact that the hero doesn't really have that much of a defensive side to her. She does have the ultimate, but in my opinion, it's more like a pseudo defensive mechanism. But
oh, the Gladiator on top of that.
I don't know exactly how. So go ahead.
There's some good setups. They have the Moira ulti. They have the Gladiator showdown. They also have the Flux. Like right now, they have the catch they need, in my opinion. Like right now, they have the catch.
But I will say though, with the Moira, you still have to have very good communication when it comes to like Flux and Gladiator, because you can kind of quickly mess up if you Moira ultimate while the Gladiator is about to ultimate or something. You can kind of end up wasting the cult arms, and you can also have the issue where you like pull everyone in, and then with the discharge, and then like the Arcane Vortex kind of comes out at a bad timing. So I will say though that they do need to like kind of prioritize good communication if they are going to run a Moira with the combo team, because as much as it's like a good setup, it can also kind of mess up your team fight synergies and combinations. So that's just something to consider. So we have a Kinesis and Oogie ban here. The Kinesis ban is probably to prevent them from picking up Kinesis to respond to the Magnus. The Oogie ban probably is like a response to the fact that South Forest is getting banned from the side of Legion. And we have an Armadan and Madman ban as the last 2 bans here. Armadan, I'm a bit surprised by that. I don't know if there's anyone on the side of Hellborn that actually play Armadan. Not really that I'm aware of, but
yeah, I do agree with you. I don't see the Armadan ban really being like focused on. I don't see Armadan gonna fit really either. Like how?
Yeah,
like, I would never want to play Flux here. I mean, sorry, the Armadan, especially
exactly.
against like a Moira, Flux or anything like that.
I definitely agree with you. I just don't see how Armadan kind of addresses anything that they're doing on the side of Legion. But I still think Armadan can have value in a lot of games, even after the nerf. I still think he might be a little bit actually too underutilized these days after he was nerfed. Because I still think that he occasionally can have a very good game. There was also a Madman ban and an Icor ban. Madman is just generally a really strong hero. I think they could potentially pick up Madman on the side of Legion, so I guess it does make sense that they want to go ahead and ban that, but a bit surprising actually, because they do have a lot of right clickers already.
Yeah, they do.
In the Icor ban.
But the Morax pickup, that's a really good pick, I would say.
Yeah, Moraxis is
Moira. Like if they put the lane against the Moira, I think that lane's gonna be dangerous for the Legion side.
And I also like that they're drafting something that, since that they are a rather new team, I kind of like that they're drafting maybe simpler drafts where they have a lot of stuns. Because just generally, if your team with has no stunts at all and you start falling behind, it's just really hard to claw your way back into the game. So I definitely like that they're opting to pick some more stuns and disables in their lineup. So.
Yeah. So we see that they're gonna pick up Drunken Master as well. I also think that's a really good pickup here. Like Drunken is so fast, even though after the nerf, I think Drunken is still viable. It's not as a bad hero as people think. I don't think. Oh. Yeah,
I'm looking at the draft here, and I'm just also a bit kind of curious as to how they're going to lane this now. Because if they pick up a Drunken, that means that it's probably going to be a long lane Moraxis and a Monarch support, and then a Magnus. Where is he going to be exactly on this map?
I would say roaming.
So they're roaming Magnus, long lane Moraxis. Okay, so they're waiting for the carry now. So I guess the Magnus roaming does kind of make some sort of sense. So I suppose it's not like completely.
It makes sense. It's hard to pull off with the Magnus roaming. I think sometimes the Magnus doesn't really fit. You don't get the ganks in. You just run around and doing nothing.
Yeah. I will say though, they do have some heroes that Magnus will be able to gank for. So I think with Moraxis, I mean, obviously it's generally really hard to gank a long lane without having to go too deep into that line of thought. We're looking at the Legion side. They picked up a Corrupted Disciple as well as a Behemoth. So they actually decided, to go kind of push this combo with the Behemoth Flux, which is really strong, and then Corrupted Disciple just to have like their main right-click hero. And I think that pick kind of makes sense. He's a very good kind of early to mid game. I mean, he's just generally pretty strong at all stages of the game. He's not necessarily hardest carry, but he's just really, really strong early on and in the middle game. So if he has a good game, so I think it kind of makes sense with their current draft to pick up a Corrupt Disciple here. So
we see that Silhouette is gonna get picked up there. What do you think of that? A Silhouette. That's not a lot of time we see it.
Yeah, I would say though that I am a bit surprised that they actually decided to pick a Silhouette here, because they did struggle yesterday with kind of getting past the laning stage, and Silhouette is one of those heroes that is just notoriously weak early on. So I would have liked to see them pick up a carry that maybe was a bit stronger early on, because I can just imagine that the side of VC, they're just gonna kind of ramp up the aggression after they see that they have a very weak carry early on. So, and especially like if you look at the heroes on the side of Legion, they actually do have some pretty aggressive heroes. It seems like they're actually going to choose to go for an aggressive Chilin here with the Corrupt Disciple, Behemoth, and Mora, which I think is a very potent lane to play into. And I can't imagine that this Chilin from the side of, although the Monarch and Magnus are really good Chilin heroes in general, in my opinion, I just feel like the Silhouette might fall a little bit short in this Chilin, but I'm still kind of curious to see how it actually plays out at the end of the day. I would personally probably give the edge to the side of Legion, since I think they have probably players that have a bit more experience when it comes to trialing and are also, in my opinion, slightly more mechanically skilled. And I think the heroes are just slightly stronger in the trialing. But and if you look at the other lane, so go ahead.
Yeah, let's look at the other lanes. We see that Flux and Gladiator, Flux mid and Gladiator short, and Drunken Master mid and Miraculous long lane for the Hellborn. So let's start with mid. Which one would you favor here, Drunken or the Flux?
I think that I probably favor the Flux. I don't think that Drunken actually applies that much pressure early on before it gets level 6, and I think Flux is really strong in the early levels, so I would probably give the edge to Flux. I don't think it's necessarily like a home run where he's just gonna box him out of the lane, but I still think I personally give the edge to Flux here.
And then bottom lane with the Gladiator Miraculous.
That's actually a very interesting lane. I think since the Gladiator no longer pushes out the lane with its flagellation, he could actually just be able to harass the Miraculous without actually ending up pushing his lane. So I think if he manages to push the lane too far up, Miraculous might be able to hunt him down, because Gladiator doesn't really have any ways to get away from the axis. But I think it might be like a lane that kind of requires...
Top lane here. The Monarch is gonna get blocked by the... Oh, he's gonna get stunned by the Moira, and Mag is gonna go in and stun for the return, and it's gonna be fine. I don't know if you noticed it far, but the Hellborn actually countered the Legion ward on the top of the cliff there, above the rune. And also the Legion tried to find the lane ward for the Hellborn, but they couldn't find it. It's
they just barely out of range. That's a very nice position ward. And we actually spoke about that yesterday, I think. I don't know if it was with you or someone else, where we saw that they put the lane ward like a bit further up so it doesn't get caught by the red ward. And we talked about that it's very usual to put the red ward right there to try to catch the ward. So I think it's really kind of a nicely positioned ward by Absentia here to make sure it doesn't get countered while still providing that lane vision that they kind of need in that tri-lane. So yeah, I'd say that's very well done. You can see that the Drunken Master is already, I wouldn't say struggling, but he's already down to about 200 HP against the Flux middle lane. So Flux is definitely applying a lot of pressure here in the lane.
Yeah, and we also see that it's a 10 to 6 and last hits for the Flux and Drunkeners. It's almost a double last hits right now.
Yeah.
So,
looking at bottom lane, the Gladiator is sitting at 13 to 3 last hits, and the Miraculous only has 5 to 1. So the Gladiator seems to be doing slightly better, although the lane is pushing out. So hopefully the Miraculous will be able to pick up a few last hits here. So let's see here, who's going to be able to get these last hits.
Pretty passive game so far. Not much is happening. It's pretty passive mid, bottom, and also top. Some things is happening top, but it's pretty back and forward right now. We see that boots is gonna be picked up by the Silhouette. I think that's good to go. They get those early boots so you can run up and attack and trade to get some stacks with the E before they go.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you need boots against Corrupted Disciple in general, so you don't get hunted by the conduit, and you kind of need to be able to run out of that.
Yeah, so...
Yeah,
bot lane is gonna get Yam. He got stunned by the Gladiator, but nothing's gonna let that happen. But we see what we talked about. The new flagellation from the Gladiator is boxing the Miraculous out without pushing the lane. Yeah, that's just really nice addition to the hero. Like, Gladiator is a really good and strong hero right now.
You can argue that it might just be slightly too strong in the current stage.
Top lane is gonna go in here and beam Corrupted and Moira. Yeah, not gonna get any kill here. See that Monarch is still level 1, I think, second level on him, and they actually might be able to score a kill without dying because of the W on Monarch. Yeah. So right now it's 1k lead for the Legion, and if you look at all the creep kills, it's from the Legion side, they're winning in creep kills on every single lane right now. We see that Hellborn, they're gonna get both runes here. Hopefully get like a haste or something to kill. They get illusion on the Drunken. That's a decent rune for a Drunken. It works with his ultimate, so you can proc it a bit easier. But yeah, until they get level 6, you're not gonna use it, I guess. Meanwhile, at bot lane here, Morax is gonna get gone on by the Gladiator. He's gonna get thrown
Actually
on
in a
some
bit of
axe.
trouble right now. He doesn't have a TP and he's very low man. He does have the Luna tier in the apple, so.
Yeah.
But if the Gladiator is able to, he actually pops the Arcane Shield early, and
Oh,
the Gladiator was slightly too impatient there to wait to get in range for his showdown. The Moraxus did pick up a pair of boots, so he probably would be able to outrun here. But I don't foresee that the Gladiator is going to be able to pick off the Moraxus here now that he was able to dodge the pitfall here, unless that Moraxus messes up in some sort of way.
So we're gonna get a pause out here. I don't know for the reason. I guess that Legion has some technical issues.
Actually, one thing you should notice is that even though there hasn't been a single kill in the first 4 minutes, Legion still managed to get 1,400 gold ahead of the Hellborn side. So they are winning in terms of last hit on all 3 lanes. The Flux is almost up to 400 GPM, meaning that he's had full uncontested free farm here. The Gladiator is at 350 GPM, which is almost near full free farm. And the CD is sitting at 294 as opposed to Silhouette's 198. So he's also getting the better end of the deal here. So I think that the side of Hellborn kind of need to do something, otherwise they're just going to fall behind based on the early farm here.
Yeah,
they actually have an engagement here in the Silhouette. Stun forward on the Magnus.
I think he's gonna run out. It's a very, I think it's a hard. Ooh, that's a really good Q, but I corrupted. He's gonna get a kill here on the. He might get the double. Oh, he's gonna get turned on, and he's gonna get.
Wow, they actually got the first blood on the
They got the first blood on the Monarch, but the Silhouette died though, sadly, by the beam of Q.
Yeah.
Oh, Miraxus killed himself in the jungle, not with the creeps. I think it's reasonable instead of going back to base.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually that I like the Protective Talisman so much in this particular lane against Gladiator, because the Legion doesn't actually proc the Protective Talisman, so I feel like you need like a bottle or you need like an ornament or something, so you have some
mid is gonna dove here, but Silhouette and Drunken is gonna die, and they're gonna both die. Both Drunken and the Silhouette's gonna die to the Flux, and they both gonna die sadly.
Yeah, there's a slight miscalculation. So Flux was just too tanky for them to deal with, and he
too tanky, man.
Yeah, that's even further ahead. That was not
very good.
You definitely don't want to see that if you are a Go Pratan fan, because that's it's gonna make it very difficult for them.
Yeah, that's very rough, man. Now Silhouette is back at 1. He's almost the lowest GPM in the game. As a carry.
Yeah, that's well, I'm not entirely sure actually why he decided to run to the middle lane. I don't know.
Top lane here. Moira is gonna get jumped on, and Monarch, they're stunned by the Magnus. Are they gonna get a kill on Moira here? They are. But they're gonna get on the Monarch. Are they gonna keep chasing him? Magnus got stunned up in 3 seconds here.
Into chasing him, but I don't think it's gonna actually favor them at the end of the day, because the CT is just slightly too tanky with his steam boots on strength. So he actually has more HP than the Magnus has currently. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why the Silhouette opted to run to the middle lane.
Mid there. Drunk is gonna go into the Flux here again. Is he gonna get a kill here? Yes, he is. That's a really good kill.
I did not expect him to be able to get a kill at this point, considering that he was on a mere 200 GPM versus Flux's 500 GPM, but somehow he just managed to turn the tides a little bit.
Don't you think that plated on the Flux here would be more optional, or at least some armor? I feel like the steam boost doesn't really help you that much. You need those armor. I mean, at top lane here, they are gonna run out here, I think. No, they are gonna be fine.
I will say, I think I personally probably still would have done Steam Boots just because he's so far ahead, so even though he has somewhat low armor, I mean, he's still sitting at 5.4 armor, which is not like low armor by any means, but I just didn't expect that he would die with this amount of HP. I think he just maybe overstayed his welcome a little bit, maybe it was just farming with the somewhat low HP instead of just, going for the safe play. The bottom lane is definitely not going in the way of Hellborn. The Gladiator is almost up to 400 GPM, sorry, and the Moraxus is only at 235 GPM. He actually decided to go for the refreshing ornament. So
fair.
they're doing a 4-man TP on the top lane here. They're going to respond to the CD and the Moira overstaying, and the Monarch is going to crystallize themselves, dodging the damage from the electric tide. CD does have a TP, and he's running into the trees. I think he's going to TP out here. They're not going to chase him anymore, realizing that he's probably going to get away with it regardless, and the Drunken is going to run back mid. He actually sold his shield on the Drunken. I suppose he bought something instead of the shield.
He might have sold it for the bottle. I never quite catched it, but I think he sold it early on because he haven't had the shield for a while.
The Flux is going to run mid with a haste here. He has a Behemoth behind him. The Miraculous does catch off the Behemoth in the back. I think Behemoth is going to be in trouble here. The Agnes are going to chase him down. The Drunken is coming as well. And hopefully the Flux can maybe pull him away with his ultimate. He's choosing not to use his ultimate to save the Behemoth here.
Oh no!
I do think though that if he was faster with the discharge, he probably could have saved the Behemoth here.
Oh yeah, he could. But maybe he said, okay, you know, you're not worth my ulti. You're not worth my mana. I don't give a...
Actually, Drunken is overstaying on... He's gonna go for a kill here, I think. I think he might be able to kill the Drunken here if he lands the combo here. He can ulti as well. And he actually ends up killing the Drunken here. Yeah, I do think that Drunken was a bit too aggressive here with the amount of resources that he had at his disposal, so...
meanwhile, at top, they actually get the kill on the Corrupted, but they do fall for the Gladiator instead, so... A 2-for-1, not really worth it, even though they got the Corrupted.
And there's a nice rotation coming out from Gladiator, realizing that it's not necessary to stay in his lane anymore, and he can just play aggressively and go and join his team in. So we actually have an engagement on the Magnus showdown into Pitfall into Sharks of Harkman. Magnus is barely alive. Will the Whip be able to kill him here? No, the Chrysalis heals him. Monarch is actually stepping forward, trying to pressure this Moira. There's more shards coming out. I think they're going to be able to kill the Moira off of this. Drunken comes in, uses his lunge into stagger. Flux comes from the side, picks off the Magnus, and the Drunken goes down as well. That is just brutal for Robotan.
They're losing top tower now as well, and they lost just the mid tower, and they already lost bot tower, so now they're gonna lose all the 3 outer towers, and yeah. It doesn't look very good for the Hellborn side.
At this point, they are almost 9,000. They're over 9,000 gold behind now. Somehow the Silhouette manages to die to the position for Behemoth, which is a bit unusual to me. Currently it seems that the side of Legion have roughly 4 times more gold than the side of Hellborn, so I think it's going to be quite the uphill battle here from now on for the side of Hellborn. The Gladiator is pursuing a chase on the Magnus. Lands a Pitfall on the Meraxes. I think he's gonna go down as well. Showdown. And drop the Disciple. Gets the killing blow. We have a 10.7k gold lead, which by the looks of things is about, I would imagine it's like 4 or 5 times the amount of gold that they have. Drunken actually goes into 3 heroes here. He's getting Showdown. Or no, the Showdown was on the Gladiator instead. But it does fall on the Drunken. We have a Moira ultimate coming out.
He's getting air and ghost on Moira, sadly.
Flux is going in here. I think he's smelling blood in the water. But he gets a 3-man discharge. Did get silenced before the release comes out. They do land. They just all fall down. I do think that this game might very well be over at this point. I don't foresee that the side of Hellborn will be able to troll their way back into this game. They just don't have the resources at this point. So.
Double D's.
Yeah, no, Silhouette died as well. It's a 14k lead into 12 minutes. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a tough one to come back from. We might see a 15-minute vote, but never say never, man. Some people might come back from this, but it's looking grim.
So, if you were Goba Chanan at this stage, what would you do here? Would you like throw in the towel and just say, you know, we go new game, try to reset from this game, or do you think they choose the difficult path and face their difficult opponents in this game and try to win this game?
Yeah. I actually don't think they should play it. Some games, when you play it for too long, they demoralize you, and you might play a bit worse in the next game. Yeah. Sometimes you just accept the defeat, and then they go next game.
I think I'm also kind of that mentality. I think it also comes down to what kind of mindset you have in general as a team. There are some teams that generally don't really get affected that much if they're behind, and they can even if the game is 20,000 behind, they will still do their best. Ooh, actually the Gladiator might fall here to the runner. No, he just barely gets away with a power supply charge. But as I was saying, there are some teams that have a lot of sort of endurance when it comes to fighting from behind. Especially I notice in Dota, in the big tournaments, when there's a lot of things on the line, teams just generally don't give up at all. They will play to the bitter end just because they know that there's maybe a very, very small chance that somehow their opponents, they overstep their welcome and end up perhaps like throwing a little bit, and sometimes a free win can just become a free loss. But based on the games I saw from GoProTan yesterday, they didn't strike me as a team that have the most willpower to play a game from far behind. So I would expect that when the CC vote comes out, they probably will throw in the towel. But,
Let's see that Codex gonna be picked up by the Flux here.
Codex and the Flux, yeah, that's just straight disrespect coming out from Django here. There's
I don't think you should do that, but yeah. So
at this stage, I don't think there's any items they can buy that will prevent them from winning this game. Though, if you look at the gold, I don't think I've seen a gold lead this.
Also playing. Actually, perhaps gonna get a kill there, but well,
that's a big kill and an all chat
and the space bar. The space bar for.
Yeah, that's Well, I mean, I will say though that all chatting when you're this far behind, it does have some sort of ironic.
Yeah, it's a friendly banter, basically. It's some fun.
Yeah, but this gold lead is it's definitely one of the greater gold leads of all time. At a 15-minute mark, okay, they do call GG well played.
And yeah, I guess we're pressing it. Maybe not.
We're gonna look for a game 2 here.
Oh no! It looks like a drunken is AFK and they can't pass, but yeah, there we go. There we go. That's CC vote. Well played from the Legion side, and yeah, I guess they got a little bit outdrafted and also outplayed, so it's hard for them to do anything in this game, I think.
Okay, so Doja, do you think they'll be able to make it past the 20-minute mark in this game? Coming up.
It depends on if Obi-Wan maybe goes AFK for 5 minutes next time. Or not, but yeah. Well, see you guys next game. Hopefully it's gonna be very soon. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are joined by 4. It's VC Trax going up against Gopratan in Game 2 of this Best of 3 series. We have VC Trax on the Hellborn side and Gopratan on the Legion side. I'll be joined by Dosa, who's just currently gone for a few minutes. He'll be right back. Looking at the draft so far, we have the first 2 bands coming out from Legion that are Gladiator plus Flux. So they're directly addressing the picks that were in the previous game. They have a Moira ban as well, so they're just going to go ahead and ban the first 3 heroes that they picked on VC Trax in the previous game. The side of Hellborn, they're going to ban Bushwhack and Soul Reaper, so those bans are maybe a bit more conventional, or are not necessarily in response to any of the heroes that they play on Gopratan. They're just generally really strong heroes. One thing to keep in mind is that they actually swapped their drafter on Gopratan, so it's now Fallen who's drafting. And in the previous game, it was Absentia. In the game before that, it was Obi-Wan. And in their first game, it was Dummy. So they're just testing every single player on the drafting role. So in case that they actually manage to win this particular game, they might get sauced on the drafter's role this time.
All right.
And Dosa is back.
Yeah, I'm here. Did you go through the bands?
I went through the first 4 bands, so if
Yeah.
you can go through the next 3, that would be ideal.
So Moira and Icor. Icor is not a hero we do see banned a lot, I wouldn't say, right? That's a new ban in my eyes, at least.
I do think that Icor is a hero that has been not necessarily underutilized, but maybe underrated a little bit in general. I think that we've kind of seen a bit of a surge in the Icor picking lately, at least in Star League. The hero seems to be a really strong laner in general, and he's really hard to kill. So perhaps they're by recognizing that Sauce. I know he plays a lot of Icor in general, so they probably will pick Icor because they picked that hero yesterday as well. So
yeah, they did. So and we see that Pearl gonna get picked up by the Legion, and then Empath on the Hellborn. I do like both of those supports. I feel like Pearl and Empath is my favorite supports in the game. Like they're just. I love the Pearl. I love the Empath.
Mm-hmm.
And then also a Rally. A Rally is a good. I would assume that's a 4 on the Vulcan. He's not gonna swap. That's his hero. He locked in. If he could ready up, he would do it right now. And yeah, pretty straightforward bands. I mean picks and bands, I would say. I think that really sticks out, like the Gladiator, the Bushwhack, Flux, Soul Reaper band.
Well,
maybe
the
like
Gladiator, Flux, and Moira were all bands or picks that VC Trax picked in the previous game. So
yeah,
I suppose they just looked at the stats from the previous game and decided they don't want to play against those 3 heroes again.
Yep.
So maybe they'll ban the remaining 2 heroes that were CD and Behemoth in the second ban phase. just to have a brand new game.
We see that Blitz gonna get picked up by the Legion, and I would assume that's a 4. And
Yeah,
I would
really.
guess they're gonna pick up. That's a Pebbles, and that's also a mid Pebbles. I guess as well.
Yeah, I think it's I think you're right that it's a Pebbles in the middle lane and a position for Blitz. So we have Magnus Ben coming out. I'm actually a bit surprised. I suppose they consider that they could pick Magnus for position 3. I do think Blitz and Pearl are both locked in the position 4 and 5. So maybe they expect them to pick a long lane Magnus.
Another Armadon ban actually. Do you think they the Legion side, the VC Frax, do you think that Gobachan has some magical Armadon players in their team, or maybe they just don't want to play against it?
Maybe Sigma lost to Armadon recently, and he just doesn't want to play against that hero. That would be my my only guess. I don't really think, or at least I haven't noticed that anyone in Gopratan actually plays a lot of Armadon. So
maybe you're just afraid of it.
Maybe they're thinking it's just the hero that would be able to like kind of steal a game, even if they are playing well. But I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, we see Magnus, Armadon from the Hellborn, and Miraculous Wretched Hag. on the Legion, and then a lower side 4 is as the last ban from the Hellborn side. Which one would you think here is going to be the last ban here for the Legion?
They might ban some kind of carry here. Okay, they actually did ban a Swift Blade, so yeah, they did decide to ban a carry hero. They pick up a Madman instead. I think that's a pretty good hero against some hero like Blitz, where actually no, I take that back, because Blitz can actually can use the pilfering to gain vision on the Madman. So actually, in my opinion, the Blitz is a pretty good counter to Madman. So maybe I'm a bit surprised that they picked the Madman against the Blitz, because even though Madman can run really fast, the Blitz can kind of run away from that as well with the Quicken. So
yep, and it also can save another player from run, like he's using the E on the Quicken on teammate, and we run away. But yeah, we're gonna see a Kraken pick up on the Hellborn. We're gonna see the last 2 picks here on the Legion. I would assume it's gonna be a carry and a free. Yeah, I think they wanna look up something that can beat a Kraken, right? They want something strong against a Kraken. Kraken probably gonna be on the long lane, I would assume, as a solo, and then a Madman short, and the rally is roaming around. And then the last pick on the Hellborn is gonna be a mid.
It could be a middle Kraken as well against the Pebbles, and then they could run like Madman top with the Empath, and then have the rally roaming and the long lane hero. They pick actually a Moon Queen here and a Belphegor. Ooh, that makes the draft really spicy. I'm not entirely sure how they're gonna go ahead and lane this, because I feel like Belphegor needs to have a good lane. I think Pebbles is a hero that needs to have a good early game, and Moon Queen is a hero that needs to have a good early game. So I think those 3 heroes in particular are heroes that are really, really depending on having a very good early game. Like if those 3 heroes fall behind, they don't really offer a whole lot, in my opinion.
So yeah, we're gonna see the Belphegor, Blitz, Pebbles, Pearl, Moon Queen on the Legion, and a Madman Rally, Defiler, Empath, and a Kraken on the Hellborn.
Do you think this could be a tri-lane Madman with the rally and the Empath, and then run Kraken solo top, or do you think they're going to go more like a traditional 2-1-2 with the Defiler in the middle lane?
I think they should man up long, so they don't want to get Moon Queen to have complete free farm, right?
Yeah,
like Moon Queen is a dangerous hero, but yeah, it looks like they are gonna try and long.
I think that's probably the right call to make here. I think it's, how do I say it? It seems very likely that they're going to send the Moon Queen into the safe lane. So I feel like you kind of want to. You can already see that the Empath TP down to ward there. So it does seem like they're planning on pressuring this Moon Queen. I feel like maybe it would be nice to see that the Legion has some kind of foresight and maybe dodges this tri-lane. I know it's really difficult to. That's also why I'm a little bit unsurprised that they actually picked the Moon Queen here, because I feel like they're kind of putting some pressure on themselves by picking a Moon Queen, because Moon Queen used to have a very good early game in order to be useful. But do you think they have any chance of winning this tri-lane with Moon Queen, Blitz, and Pearl? Against Matt? I don't think it's necessarily like the worst tri-lane ever. I do think Moon Queen became significantly weaker after she was nerfed. So I think prior to her nerf, she was actually not the worst tri-lane here. Not the greatest either, but she wasn't the worst. Because I definitely have laned that before, and with like some mixed experience and success. We have the Belphegor going on the long lane, probably up against the Kraken, which I probably would favor the Kraken with the changes to a splash, since it has a lot shorter cooldown at early levels, which is going to be pretty difficult for the Belphegor to go up against. Do you think this matchup is favored for the Kraken or the Belphegor?
I would say Kraken, because like you just keep hitting, you have the sustained damage as a Kraken, and like as a Belphegor, you would never really kill the Kraken, because he would always have the charge up. You need 1+ to kill him, unless you get him to like 500 HP, you ulti, use the combo, and then maybe he dies. But it's gonna be a long shot. I think Kraken is way more favorable.
Do you think he was also favored before he was buffed? Or do you think it has
Nah, I wouldn't say that, because then the E wasn't that low cooldown. Like now the E is so low cooldown, like every third hit is a guarantee E. So it's like just too much. I think the low cooldown on the E just gives you so much sustained damage that makes Balfagor, like as a Balfagor, like you want to poke the players, and if they poke you back, you're gonna have a hard time.
I agree. I think you're right.
But yeah, then we see the Filer Pebbles mid. I would assume that the Filer is gonna have the upper hand because of the low armor on the Pebbles, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I definitely agree that the Filer should have the advantage here. I do think though that the Filer is a hero that tends to push out the lane if she uses her Wave of Death. I know that obviously it's possible just to freeze the lane. And Pebbles is a hero that is really, really good at lasting on the tower. So if the Defiler is like, pushing the lane too much, then Pebbles will be able to get his bottle at a somewhat reasonable time. But Yango is also a really good laner in general. So I think that the Pebbles probably will have some kind of trouble, but it shouldn't be a lane that should necessarily completely spiral out of control. Granted that there are no significant misplays coming out. They're actually going to try to hunt the Pearl here. She's jumping forward. They're actually going to probably get the kill here with the wall into the Pearl. They're actually just going to get first blood immediately because...
Or are they? They're toying with them.
Yeah, the issue is here now that the Pearl has skilled her Soothing Presence, so she's not going to have any fighting power in this lane. In a tri-lane, it's going to take a while to get level 2, so... this is really bad news for the... I would be pretty unhappy with my Pearl dying before the creature spawned.
And also on top of that, you spec E. But I mean, I understand why he does, because he want to survive, but he dies and also specs E, which make it...
I think you almost just need to... well, he did buy a TP on the Pearl. I suppose he bought it before dying, but... he tried to de-ward, but he missed the ward because they actually didn't ward there at all. And I'm a bit concerned about the Legion's tri-lane here now that they don't have any. They do have a heal, so I suppose they can heal the Moon Queen if she does get engaged on. But let's see if they're able to stand the pressure. The wall comes out, and it was a stalk. I don't seem to commit any further than this.
I think they know that they can play a bit aggressive now because of the Pearl E, right?
Yeah.
They know he doesn't have a Q. They know they have more damage. They know they can be a bit more dangerous to them right now.
Yeah.
Don't you think when they trade in short and they could assume they're gonna trade in this? Don't you think that he wanna block the pull camp here?
Yeah, as actually I was about to say, I feel like the ward that the Pearl placed on the ward there, on the trying to de-ward the ward on the high ground probably should have just been placed on the medium camp, because I feel like with 3 range heroes, they probably could have just frozen the lane near the towers if the pull camp was blocked. Obviously, I think the side of Help 1 would be pretty quick to de-ward it, but now they're kind of getting in a situation where they're being forced really far out. They're actually getting engaged by the Madman with the Empath. There's going to be a kill here on the Moon Queen. They're going to start chasing the Pearl as well. I think she's going to get out, but you can see that like they're sort of being forced to go out of their safe area because the pull camp is not currently blocked, and this is obviously something that they probably should have addressed if they want to be able to play a relatively sort of defensive or passive tri-lane here. Because this just screams constant engagement with the pull camp. Looking at the top lane, the Belphegor has 7 last sets, the Kraken is sitting at 11-1, so he's slightly ahead as we expected. I think he's going to go for, probably going to get a bottle here on the Kraken in a moment. He's sitting at 650, okay, he just got his bottle.
Do you think that bottom is the way to go here? As a Kraken?
I think it's sort of okay. It just gives him the extra mana that he can spam his Torn a bit more. Gives him a reason to run to the top rune. I don't hate it. Like, I think it's okay. I think the extra mana is probably pretty nice. The Belphegor actually opted to buy a Ring of the Teacher, which I'm a little bit surprised by.
Look at the concerns here. They're gonna get. Nice.
Yeah, you can see here that he's just going to be able to heal up. Wait, actually, he might go for a kill here. I think he's going to be able to get the kill with the Gust here if he chases. He's going to try to juke him here. He doesn't. Okay, he actually got the kill here with the Gust.
So, you know what? He actually won 2 points in Q on the Kraken. He does not give us.
Yeah. Actually, I don't mind that. I think it's pretty strong in this lane. You don't really want to waste mana on the charge too much, and the harass from the level 2 Torrent with his splash is just going to be unbearable. So they actually decide to TP the Moon Queen on the top lane after she falls second time here. You can see the Moon Queen didn't even skill her stun at all. She opted to go for a multi-strike plus Lunar Globe, which is quite surprising, actually. But I suppose she just...
I do not like that at all, man. You need that stun, man. You're tri-laning, you need that extra damage, you need that stun, man. Like,
yeah, I'm not sure what the thought process was here. So they had a Pearl with a heal and a Moon Queen with a Lunar Glow level 1. So they just had no way to fight off this aggression from the side of Hellborn. They do decide to send her on the top lane. You can see the Battlefield War TP'd bottom, so they're just going to rotate their lanes a little bit. The rally already TP'd to the top, kind of expecting that they're probably going to send more resources up there, and they're probably going to look to try to pressure this Moon Queen out of the lane, which I think is the correct way to do. You just want to make sure that this Moon Queen is just being addressed at all times, like not allowed to hit any creep whatsoever. So I think it was a nice rotation coming up from Vuka here. I think he did TP out. He's actually going to get the Ghost here. There's a haste rune from the Kraken. He's going to chase the Moon Queen here. I think they might be able to get the kill here with that haste rune. And Moon Queen goes down to the Kraken.
yeah, I don't know what the idea here is that Moon Queen is gonna solo top here against the...
They actually have an engagement on the Tyler here in the middle lane. She does get comboed by the Pebbles, and the Blitz is gonna get the last hit here on the Tyler. So,
meanwhile, at bottom lane, the Buffalo is gonna fall though.
Yeah, and the Pearl is also in serious danger now. She doesn't have Soothing Presence jump. Actually, she does have
that wall! That's a huge wall by Mac.
But he's gonna... No, he's fine with the apple. Just saved him.
And once again,
found. This Moon Queen is... we actually have a kill here coming out from the Blitz. On the empath, he's got a 3-0 score at this point. They're going to silence the Madman here into the stun. They're actually going to get the kill here on the Madman.
Nice.
Wow, I did not expect that. I don't think Madman expected that himself. We're actually going to have the kill here on the Kraken from the Pearl.
What is going on?
That's
happening kids everywhere right now. From both sides. So yeah, they're like the Pebbles is 3-0. I mean, sorry, the Blitz is 3-0 right now. And yeah, it's we're back and forward. We're still seeing a 2k, almost 2k, 1.6k lead now for the Hellborn side, which is not like it's not the biggest, but it's sure is like it's a big lead still. I don't know. I think they need to get a rotate. Like they need to keep up the momentum. They need to run around.
It's actually on the middle lane. They might actually be trying to look for another kill here. I don't think they're going to be able to actually get anything out of this engagement here. I think the Filer should be fine. The Pebbles actually hesitated for a little bit. Now it seems that they're actually the ones running away. I think they should be fine here. Granted, Pebbles does overstay. He might actually get out to the Kraken. He's just... yeah, I'm not sure what the thought process was there.
He wanted that creep kill, man. He said, you know, this is mine.
I think his plan was actually to stun the Defiler and throw it into the Blitz under the tower. Which was a bit surprising considering they were both at 20% HP here. The Moon Queen's going to get engaged on with a Whirlpool into Gust, and she's going to go down here. Now, this is her 5th death in 6 minutes, so she's not having a great time here.
You know what? I think soon the Legion side, they're going to have to report this Moon Queen soon for feeding.
Yeah. Do you think this would constitute smart griefing?
It depends on the rating, right? You need to be a bit of a high rating.
If I go into the stats and I check his rating, he is actually at the rank of Diamond 1, so he would be considered a higher.
Yeah. Then we might have a case of smart griefing right here.
Is this smart griefing is this smart feeding or regular feeding?
We have to check up on that after the game, I think.
Alright, we'll have to address that after the game. On a more serious note here, the Belphegor actually gets killed by the Madman. So the Belphegor also seems to be struggling a little bit. He's almost 300 GPM, which is not awful by any means. But that being said, the Madman is at a whopping 500 GPM. So he's having a great start here. Already has a steam boost, his power supply. He's got 900 gold almost saved up. Probably going to work towards a cleaver at this point, I would imagine. Could also be going for something else, but I think Cleaver seems like the most obvious choice here. The Pebbles is once again going to go down on the middle lane to the Defiler, who's also going to bring down the tower. they're gonna land a 3-man gank here on the rally on the top lane by the Moon Queen, the Pearl, and the Blitz, and it's actually gonna be the Moon Queen who gets the last hit here. So she's gonna have her first kill here. It's gonna bump her up to 240 GPM, which is good news for her, but it's still gonna be quite the uphill climb on this stage. So.
Yeah. But yeah, we're seeing a 6k lead in 8 minutes. It's not. I think it's better than last game. I think, but it's yeah.
Yeah, it's better. They're actually gonna try to go for a kill in the pilot. She's just barely. Oh, she actually goes down to the Blitz.
Nice.
On a 4-0 score. So Blitz is doing really well. I do think he might go down here to the Madman, who's chasing with an impact inside of her. Is Blitz able to get his pill? Oh, he actually goes down here to Madman. So that would be his first step. Madman's gonna work towards killing the Belvedere here. I do think he actually can't click. Okay, so he actually kills the Belvedere with the stalk. A lot of kills going on right now.
Yeah, it's not looking very good for the Legion side right now. They're dying here and there on all the cores. Only the one that has positive stats right now is Blitz. Will Blitz be able to carry this? He got the soul trap.
He's smoked up here. He's ready for more action. I think actually he's going to be able to get a kill here on the Kraken. If he doesn't... Oh, will it break the smoke? Will he get him? I think he's... Come on. I think he's going to get the kill here. And that's a stun into a pilfering, hopefully. Into a soul trap.
There we go, man.
That's a kill, Breggy, and he goes down. So
he got
Blitz has the second/third highest GPM in his team now, with a 5-1 score. So although the Blitz is doing very well, it's probably one of those heroes where you would probably prefer if this 5-1 score was on a different hero. But
yeah, maybe if he now was the Moon Queen instead, that would have been great, right?
Yeah, but
mid there. He's gonna ulti the Madman. Oh, and he's gonna get the kill on him.
This Blitz is just doing a lot of work. I would definitely say that. Man. He's currently the MVP of his team. He's the person keeping them in the game with these rotations. And you can see that the Madman, once the pilfering connects to the Madman, he's in a lot of trouble, because then they can just see him when he's in this, and he can't really want to run away. So you have an engagement here with the Firelight with a Moon Queen ultimate. Whirlpool comes out, he lands a double stun with the Compel.
He runs into his death. And Burka's gonna kill him twice. And HoN actually gonna get a kill on the Yanko, and Yanko is gonna buy back there.
I think Yanko actually died to the minions here from the Belvedere. So would you say this is a rage buyback?
I would say a mad cause bad buyback.
But did you know that if you rage buyback twice, it's actually bannable? So if we actually see that the Firelight does another rage buyback here, he will actually be in line of a ban.
It looks like we're gonna have a GM looking into this game after the game. So yeah. We said bottom lane that Hablet's gonna get picked off.
We have a PM pause here coming out on the.
Is it? Maybe it's actually a pause. Who knows?
I think it might be a regular pause. It does seem like this pause came out kind of at the exact same time as they killed Obi-Wan Kenobi. So might be a bit of both. Just good timing. So the Madman bought his sustainer. He's up to 530 GPM. He's probably working towards a cleaver at this point. Moon Queen is not doing nearly as well. She's got her Soul Scream ring. I suppose maybe she's gonna try to get a Mat Fritz here or something, just as like a last attempt to get something going for her. I'm not sure what the plan is here for this Moon Queen. She does not seem to have any footing in this game.
Sometimes you just want to give your support the knuckles, so you get all the chargers, and then he can just get it back. That would be the most ideal here. So he gives the knuckles to the Blitz, he gets all the chargers, and then
Well, to be fair, if you think about it, Blitz is an agility hero, so you might just want to keep the knuckles on the Blitz, who is actually doing all the work.
He would steal it, you mean? Ah, I see.
Yeah, or just actually.
Is he here?
Yeah, engagement. Belvedere goes down to Compel plus Seismic Slam combo. The Kraken is actually on very low HP. It does go down after.
But the Blitz again, man. The Blitz is popping off, man. Look at it.
Blitz is doing a lot of work, but I don't think it's quite enough. Will there be another kill here?
They do Blitz.
As long as their most important hero did die, and he got Oh, he's actually going forward. Will they be able to get a kill here? Ooh, he's out of mana on the map, and he does have a
Blitz.
The heal comes out from the impact, healing the. But there might be a combo here from the Pebbles. He seems to be a little bit confused with Pebbles. He's tossing forward the Balticor, who does land his ultimate.
Oh, did you see that?
Yeah, that was a big ass combo.
Into Balfagor, man.
But here comes, he stunts his way out of it. But
Stunning Aaron Ghost once again.
Pearl goes in, she's gonna get compelled by the Kraken. She gets hit by Whirlpool, tops her bubble. Kraken kills her with the splash. Their Berserker take comes out from the Balticor. She's being currently essence linked by the Empath. And he's gonna go down as well to the Kraken. So,
yeah, we are looking into a pretty one-sided match once again. I don't think it's gonna be a comeback this game either. Unless Blitz can multiply by 5 and become 5 players. Yeah, so... Yeah, it's looking grim. Very grim.
yeah. What would be the last hope here for the Legion side? What could they kind of do here to try to hold on to this game? Is there any way back to this in this game, or is all hope lost?
They should put all the baskets on the Blitz and let him try to carry. He's the only hope, man. 6-1. Meanwhile, the carry is 1-8, huh? Who's the real carry now, huh?
You might as well just put the camera on the Blitz and just follow him and see what he can do here. Let him do his magic.
Do we see Mix here being a bit of trouble? He's gonna run into Balfagor here.
He does block them off with his wall. The Blitz comes in here. Blitz is on the hunt here. The Empath does see the Blitz and she runs away. They're actually gonna get an engagement on the Muku in the back with the Compel. So the Whirlpool comes out up in 3 seconds. Ellie gets away. They actually do kill the Empath here, so that's very nice. Let's see if Kraken's gonna be able to make some magic happen here. They have a ward from Mech, so they're gonna have good vision in it for this fight here. The Fowler goes in with their ultimate. The Balticor returns with his ultimate. It goes down to charge plus splash. The Madman is currently sleeping in the middle of the fight.
Sleeping, man. Maybe he got what is it called? Ennouragement? No, what's it called?
Stun.
Oh.
So the charge just barely didn't connect here.
Nah, but that was very close to Bryce's piston.
Yeah, I actually thought that. Oh, we have an old chat coming out from the Kraken, which is the Pebble, sorry, which is quite impressive considering he's on a whopping 0-4 score. Okay, we do have another 15-minute concede coming out. So that was 4 games for GoProton in 1 hour. So
well, Obi-Wan wasn't AFK, so they actually CC'd on the minute mark this time. On the 15-minute mark, I mean.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's gonna be end of this. The loser bracket semi-final, and we're gonna go to the loser bracket final now, I assume.
Yeah, I think that's the case now. I think you're playing now, if I'm not mistaken.
I think I'm playing, yeah. I think I do.
Will you be stepping up today?
I will be stepping up today.
Alright, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Well, take care, and see you guys next game. Bye-bye.
Paradise League enjoyers, fellow Twitch chat trolls and Twitch chat enjoyers, emoticon spammers. Welcome back to the third game of Post Haste Gaming versus Vinigigabadiba, whatever the hell their team name is. It's stupid. I hate it. And we're going to get a third game here. We just saw a really good performance on Fa from his Tremble. Now that's 4-0 Dutch. That's 100% win rate. I'm just saying, buddy. How do you feel about how'd you feel about last game?
Yeah, I think last game was well played by. I'm just calling it Kevin's team. I have been for a while. I've given up a long time ago. But like, so good performance from Kevin's team here. But I also feel like it was given to them in some degree by the Americans, right?
By the drafting, right?
Plays as well, and itemization.
Uh-oh.
I think there are a lot of, like, a lack of wind whistles, I would say.
Oh no, Dutch. Oh no. Dutch, that's a Devo pick, Dutch. You know what that means, right?
Devo did get nerf dispatch, notably.
No, it doesn't matter, Devo. It doesn't matter.
It does.
No, it doesn't. You don't understand. Peruvians notoriously can't dodge hooks. I told you in the prisoner game. Luis just can't dodge hooks, and they picked Devo, his #1 counter.
That is fair, yeah.
Peruvian's weaknesses are hooking chip. No, Luis, please.
Maybe he has like some kind of hex cost on his like account where like the hook just kind of turns towards him.
No, it just sucks.
Okay, it's just a skill issue. But so Devo's staff is no longer a thing. So you don't get like those hooks from Narnia all the way to basically the other side of the planet. And the early game hooks are notably shorter, so it only starts at 850 range right now instead of 1000. So that is quite significant. So Devo, like, late game is not necessarily that much worse, but his early game and like roaming potential is like nerfed a lot. We do see the Soul Reaper here. I think you've seen, or you said something about Soul Reaper being picked up before, right?
Yes. So the first game that Post Haste Gaming played against, it was an agency, which is Whoop's team and everything. He played Soul Reaper. He played a simple build. He just went Chalice, Ghost Marchers, Gnomes into Dawnbringer, just raw. He had an excellent game, right? He was escalated because he's soloing against Whoop, who's playing Deadwood, and he just was like 700 GPM, just had the easiest game of his life, and he was just running at people, pulling aggro 2-3 people, either surviving forever and killing everything, or taking 1 or 2 with him as 4 people wasted all their spells on him. So he had a really good Soul Reaper performance. It was a comfortable performance. I wasn't necessarily sure about Soul Reaper when I saw it, but the way that he played it and the way that the team played around it was super good. So it makes me comfortable knowing that this pick isn't troll. It's actually an okay pick. And now the question here is, what can they use to supplement it? Because Devourer got through and Scrap got through, right? So now we have a Scrap on field. They have an Accursed and a Soul Reaper, and that's what we see so far. But now the Devo, which is banned every game, and the Scrap, which is banned every single game, it's finally up here.
Yeah,
so we're about to see what happens.
Of course, like a very frustrating hero to play against. So doesn't surprise me that hero is banned like every game. But also, like, I don't know what heroes did they have to support the Soul Reaper, like the last time. Because you need, like, Soul Reaper's not a hero that's like naturally tanky, like something like an Armadon, He does need some kind of like backup or like support to save him or heal him or whatever. And they have the Accursed here, which is just amazing.
Oh, my headset just died for a second there. Sorry.
So do I need to repeat myself? Okay. So I was wondering like what they had last time to basically back up the Soul Reaper with.
Oh, okay. So to back up the Soul Reaper, their drafting was a little bit different. They had a Bushwhack, which was played by Lucius, which was a mid. They switched that around. The mid was followed by Demented Shaman just to give him some heals and give him an Unbreakable. They also had an Accursed, and then I do not remember the 5th hero.
Yeah, but the Curse like is something I think that they notably like pick for the Soul Reaper to just get him out of those like difficult situations, you know?
Yeah.
The stun removal is just so big.
Very true. Just the Fire Shield being able to just purge any form of hard CC is super huge.
Yep.
So we're looking into a situation now where they have a highlight flex pick on Demented. Okay, so we're gonna get the Demented shot and the Accursed again, which is the Tricore, which is Accursed, Soul, and Demented. It translated out, and it ended up being pretty good when they started, running and doing everything that they need to do, and they actually started playing and pulling everything together. So now we're running into a situation where we're going to see exactly what they're going to do. And this is a Predator pickup. And this is scary because Fall's been playing Predator and he has been absolutely playing bananas out of his mind. So now we're
and like also like Calamity and Soul Reaper, they can't do anything against the Predator. Predator leaps at you. Like you don't have an escape or something as like a Calamity or Soul Reaper. You just kind of like food for the Predator.
You fall over and die.
Yep. Fall over and die. That's the only option you have. So Predator, like, it just tears away at them. And Soul Reaper naturally wants to get tanky with items, with like a lot of HP. And like a lot of armor, but he doesn't have it naturally. And Predator just really doesn't care about that, And the Alonia pickup is a bit questionable, I would say. I would say they may need like more AoE lockdown instead of the Alonia.
It was Pharaoh, by the way. That was their offlane. Sorry, I had to think about it.
Okay, yeah. So I'm a little curious, like what I would have picked here instead of the Alonia last. Because I think they needed more teamfight presence. I would have liked that at least. Yeah. But kind of thinking about our lanes as well. It's gonna be.
You prefer? Oops, sorry. Continue.
Yeah, so it's gonna be probably dual lane middle. And it's gonna be like a lane Devour then. So Devour plus Scrap, 4 plus Predator, or the other way around. Alonia middle, probably. Because if you put like a Devour in position 4 situation here, then you're going to have an issue where both Scrap and Evora doesn't really want to take farm. Although you could, in theory, play Scrap as like a farmer, it's not ideal.
Well, remember, Kevin was playing Scrap and he was playing Thunderclaw with Geobane at some point a few months ago. So he was playing a right-click carry, so that's also an option. But at the same time,
like, but so Scrap as like Scrap as a support and Scrap as a carry does exactly the same thing.
Exactly. So
why bother?
Exactly. I think farming Devo probably is what it's going to be, right?
Yeah.
Well, so
I don't like that as much because like staff is no longer a thing, which means that, it's no longer that much of a reason to get a lot of farm on Diva. However, Devo is still a good pick here because, especially against these heroes, so like Demented Shaman and Accursed, like bringing the enemy out of position. So, the Demented Shaman and the Accursed need to run to you and get into a bad position as well themselves to save the target is extremely valuable. Well, if you were to like initiate on them and they can hold their ground and just like pop the shields and the heals, then you are going to be like in a worse spot because the enemy can like react more easily.
Yeah. Basically, what you're running into is displacement, right? The ability to displace the team fights and determine where the team fight is going to happen is what's super, super huge. That's what makes Devo powerful, right? And as I like to call it, the kidnap. So that's kind of like, that's what I like to call the kidnapping because, the Devo hook. That's what's big about Devo, right? Is the ability to just like take somebody and completely pull them out of a team fight, or if, let's say, your teammate gets jumped on by 4 people, right? Let's say your teammate gets absolutely just sprinted at. What do you do? Oh, I'm going to hook my teammate out. So here's something that is kind of questionable for me. They don't have any true stuns on the side of Hellborn, right? So do they stop Devo Eat other than Demented Shaman and Tangle Mini Stun? Or, you know, a Cursed W just purging Eat off?
Yeah, wait, which E are you talking about?
A Cursed Fire Shield for Eat, Devo Eat.
Oh, no.
Then,
it doesn't remove the ultimate from Devour, because it's channeling.
Okay, and then that was my first question. And then Entangle Mini Stun is the only way they really can stop.
But Entangle does have like really low cooldown in later stages.
True.
So it's like it's a mini stun, and then like after 2 seconds, it's an actual stun. So and like with a 9 seconds cooldown, so it's not that difficult. Plus you're going to get tablets anyway. But yeah, there's a lack of lockdown. So if the Legion side gets some items that like allows them to, just get away easily, the Hellborn side definitely is going to has issues like actually catching people. Notably like the Predator, I think it's going to be really hard to properly kill. So they can't just let the Predator farm. They need to properly keep applying pressure to him.
Yeah, and my biggest thing is just looking at the comp-wise, the Predator has free reign, which kind of scares me. But the other thing, too, that I dislike about this, if you want to be 100% honest, is I don't know how I feel about JP, Pollo Boy, Chicken Boy on Hag. He's used to playing, like, Soul Forest and Reaper and stuff and being tanky and just being a menace. Instead, now they have him on Hag, and he's just playing, like, a safety role in the farming lane. I don't really like that. Aurora's not the one who played Soul Reaper that had an amazing game, right? That was JP. So I'm a little not peeved, but a little scared for this game to see how it goes, specifically for that reason.
Yeah.
And also, I just don't have a way to stop Pred. Like Demonic Execution is big, but you know.
Yeah, so they don't have actually any proper tools to stop the Predator. That's true. I think the way that they're going to have to play this game is like a group up and push. And that is a weakness in on itself. I think the fact that you have only one proper game plan going forward, you know.
Oh, Predator's actually going to get a little damage on Aurora, a little bit of harass. Yeah, I agree. I don't feel like they have an answer to this Predator pick. I feel like this Predator pick was good. And I have this odd feeling that he's just going to go the Insantarius build again and just try and get a little bit tanky in the early game and go from there. But they have a lot of magic damage on the side, so it might not, it's a multitude of things it could be. But again, it's kind of nerve-wracking, to be honest, because I just feel like if Fog gets a good start and he can get his, wheels moving, he's probably going to be unstoppable, right? And the other thing, too, about this Devo is I don't think they have the damage to really kill the Devo without taking a ton of time to do so.
Devo's not going to have any armor, and they have to manage Shaman. Okay. So I think Devour is going to be not that difficult to kill, actually. But yeah, if there's let's say in theory, you want to not really fight into the Legions or the Hellborn side here. So I think you can assume that Devo's not going to be with his entire team behind him. And at that point, I think they can easily kill the Devo because Devour just doesn't really get away easily.
Mm-hmm.
But if there's like a team fight going on and they want to kill the Devo, that's going to definitely take some time because Devo is just naturally tanky, right? And there's not really any true super high physical damage heroes on the Hellborn side here. So they're also not really managing to lock down this Alonia that much. Alonia is getting dove here a little bit. But Alonia is managing to pick up some farm. He also triple stacked the hard camp, and I think the small camp before that, and managed to farm both.
He did. He
So-
farmed the small cap. He hasn't touched the hard yet. He's doing that
Yeah.
now. That's the
But yeah.
power of Alonia, I think, is the ability to just clear camps in, not I wouldn't say a healthy or unhealthy manner. She's okay at taking camps. So it's okay for her to leave lane, sack a little bit of experience to get these camps, and she's 6 at 5 minutes in the game. So that's a really good look for him. He's getting good experience, good gold where it is, right? Sitting at 300 GPM. He's doing
Exactly.
pretty good for himself.
So he's doing like better than he should probably be allowed to be. Because like Calamity only being 80 GPM more here than the Alonia is like rough for them. But yeah, I think this is down to the experience of Kevin here playing against a lot of really powerful dual lanes that you just don't want to play against, And how do you manage to deal with that? Well, that's how. Also, Hag only being level 3 is... I think they like took the lane like behind the... Oh, that's a hook.
Oh, good hook by Milano. Sigma getting a nice little hook and a nice little toot scoot magoot on him, and kidnapped from Fog and killed. And yes, he actually,
okay,
they
so
walked by tower.
I do take issue with that. Because kidnap is always the rampage ultimate. That's like a proper kidnap, right?
Listen, son. Chat loves when I say kidnap about Devo. Bring it up with chat, alright? Make a poll.
I don't know. I don't trust Twitch chat's opinion about anything, honestly.
That's actually fair.
Like,
But yes, no. Devo was behind tower zoning Hag off waves, by the way.
yeah.
So that's why she's so low experience in it. And it shows. She's having some issues. And now Alodia just kind of going to the jungle, taking small little camps away from them so they can't really do anything. The problem is Faw's not really getting punished. And they're not really punishing Devo or anything. They're pretty free on the scale of the game right now. Alonia getting good farm, good experience, and being able to play the game pretty well. Devo being 6 on offlane because they zoned out a solo Hag is super big. Yonko being 5 on scrap is pretty big. So the lanes are looking not good right now. The one thing that I think, Pose's gaming had to do in the early game was win the lanes super hard. I don't think they have the options or drafting to do so.
Yeah, but like, okay,
I think
so
that shows.
if we go back to the Curse plus Soul Reaper lane, right? It's a strong lane in theory. For as long as like you could just slowly apply pressure, because you can't really kill the Soul Reaper. You can't really go for him or push him out, but they don't need to. And I think what Menelay here is very good. Menelay got 2 in his Q. So that is a 150 like HP heal every quick look 14 seconds. And that's just the sustain that you need, because like they're just spamming abilities for free basically. But as long as you can just, keep your HP up, you don't really have to care that much about it. Now, sorry, we did get level 6, so it did become a little bit more scary. But still, because I played against the Soul Reaper plus a cursed lane recently. Actually, Alonia smoking ganking here.
Oh, Alonia coming behind. Fall leaping forward through, and Alonia just popping down some nice little freezy fields. Throw him some little circle glacial spikes and a nice frigid field to secure the kill. A nice veiled rot to get a good gank from behind. And he's definitely pushing the experience lead he got. Lucius is only level 7 because he's sharing so much experience with Demented, just trying to get something done here. That, Alonia being able to get the jungle and get those stacks and just play around the map right now is kind of not the best.
Yep. And there's no vision on the rune. On the bottom rune, at least, for the Hellborn side. So I don't know if they could have known that he was... was smoked. But, like, if you just pay attention to the rune, and you see, like, a rune disappear in the early game, like, that's just always going to be, like, an invis... Or, sorry, a failed rot, right? Generally speaking, people want to do something with, like, a failed rot. So you can expect those ganks in those situations. And I feel like the Hellborn side here, like they're always playing the same way. And like they stack those two, the camps, the hard camp and the medium camp, and then they farm it with like their semi-carry hero. And that is not the way they should have played this game here. it's like it's fine, but it's definitely not good because like that's not how you're going to win or like get ahead.
Exactly.
You need to be applying pressure. You need to not care about your stacks and apply pressure. And they by focusing on their own stacks here, as Calamity gets hooked.
Big team fight in the jungle right now. Sorry, I kind of got sidetracked because my dog walked in my room and stole my Hydro Flask. But Milano going in, Puyo Boy. Oh man, a Bat Blast coming down trying to kill Milano. Milano's actually getting away. Sigma's going to live. He has enough magic resistance and armor to get away from that. And unfortunately, going to do the turn kill here on Bubby McBubby. And that Bat Blast really didn't do anything. You know, we're kind of in a situation now where...
No Q on the Hag, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get at. No Q on the Hag, also not getting that dot damage, which is kind of problematic. And I think this game is just kind of, you know, running away right now.
Getting an Invis Rune and porting bottom.
Oh, no. All right, well, we're about to test the theory. Can the Latin dodge a hook? What do you think? Take your bets, chat.
I don't think they're not taking that risk. I think they're getting away from the bottom lane. Because I think they saw the TP and the Invis pick up. Yeah, they had a ward on the top side.
Oh, wait a minute. He doesn't even dodge hook. Oh, he's farting. Oh, no. No, he didn't get the press R. That's okay, Bubby coming in, trying to get a heal bomb, trying to get anything from Melee. All right, nice ult from Wig, just trying to get a little bit of HP. Some hammers going down on top of Fa. Fa trying to swing, get anything off Terror. Milano Sigma trying to bait for a hook. Here it comes. He's going to try and get... But what in the heck was that, Sigma?
I don't think that
Sigma's the scare. Oh, wait, to go top. Aluni getting ran out right now by Hag. Oh, Vault coming down. Okay, big screen coming in from Hag. Hag trying to blink in, get a little bit of yelling, screaming and yelling in her ear, getting the kill. Nice little sonar screen from the damage, and a very good Vault from our Calamity player. But guess what? They translated over. Roro, TP's mid, ends up getting caught up by the Eat. The Eat gets put over, and guess what? Roro says, here's a scythe for you. Cuts the Devo in half, tells him, go on a diet, fatty, and helps him lose some weight. Yonko hiding in the trees, just trying to heal as much as he can, and guess what? He's found. And Bubby just going in and smacking with a heal bomb, getting killed by the rat bomb, dying on the tower. Here comes Fall, here comes Melee. They TP in, but they run away, they see it. Calamity walking through the jungle, Potpourri, Chicken Boy, just killing some creeps.
Yep, that was really well played from Ganko actually. So staying at like medium range, so he didn't get hit by the W's there. And then waiting for the Demonic Shaman to take a tower aggro and get his spells off, meant that they could secure the kill there. And I want to also point out that like this, the Alonia here, who also now picked up a post haste, which is of course an amazing item on Alonia because you can split push so much with her. She was dual laned against. This was a solo lane against a dual lane Alonia. That is currently 420 GPM higher than their bloody carry. So, as the Hellborn team, you should realize at the moment that something that you did definitely did or was not correct.
Yeah, somewhere along the way, you did something and made a decision that was not good. And Yonko here just kind of hanging out because Devo's hunting Puyo Boy. He's from behind. Puyo Boy's actually come up from. He's gonna try to throw a hook. Okay, hits the hook on Puyo Boy. Puyo Boy gets pulled through. He's just trying to eat, you know, trying to get some damage. Fart down. The rat bomb threw down with a little zoomerang, boomerang.
Yeah. But they're still focusing. They're still focusing on their own stacks, which is like, you know, I don't know. Like it's not good. You're not gonna win the game that way. If you continue this, like you're gonna lose it, like really fast and really efficiently.
Actually just grabbed Astro. Oh, holy shit! Not dodging the hook. That's unfortunate. We're actually TPing in, instantly gets a Frigid Field throw down, throwing a nice little ultimatum, and Absolute Zero trying to do anything. Oh, hook coming for Sigma. Okay, Latin number 2 dodges the hook this time. Doesn't get pulled into Narnia.
No. That was not that was missed.
Okay, Sigma missed hook because he's bad.
Exactly. It was a skill issue.
Now we're looking at this Devo, and I feel like...
Oh, wait, look at this, Nymphora porting.
Oh, no, what a setup by this Nymphora. Okay, Alonia's just waiting to see if they can see anything, trying to get a stack. Bubby's actually going to show. Bubby puts out a ward and ends up catching this out. Mentally, it doesn't matter. Scrap's trying to come up. He's going to try and catch out Roro. They're just going to back up. They're not going to give it. Just going to throw down, take some jungle. Mentally is in a bad way right now, but it doesn't necessarily matter. He gets tableted up ground. Sigma hitting a nice hook on Puyo Boy, getting through. JP hooked out, ends up dying, gets eaten with a Frigid Field under his feet, getting hit by a Glacial Spike. Now they're tracing down Mentally. They want to go 1-for-1, try and get a trade. Again, just a support kill, but it's not the end of the world. Sigma who literally is tanky as can be, has Marchers and Shaman's Headdress not share. Saunders going down, volting out, ending up killing the Menelay in the process earlier. They're still trying to chase these kills, trying to get something done. Milano making away. Bouncing Ball of Justice coming down from the Calamity, trying to throw the Firebomb, trying to bounce it back in. She's chasing with Dragons. The Wind Dragons are spinning, also pissing off the Ancients. All right, Yonko's going to throw down a really good wrap bomb. It's going to split over to XD Calamity, and it's going to stop him. Sigma hitting a nice hook from the back angle, but Bubby has heal and Unbreakable, so it doesn't necessarily matter. Wrap bomb does not translate to a kill, but the fight and the chase is pretty good. However, Fa took this opportunity to literally keep pushing the wave in and keep farming onto the tier 2. Scrap is going top. So,
I want to ask you something.
Yes.
If you were in the Legion team right now, would you report a Predator?
I would CC, and if they didn't vote, I would report, yes.
I would report this Predator for refusing to participate here.
No, stop.
I feel like he could have ported there at some point.
I mean, yes, he could have ported there, and it probably would have netted more kills in the team, but he also created pressure on the tier 2, pushing it in half HP. So now what's going to happen is he opens up the map by having the minions that's naturally pushing that deep, as well as mid lane being pushed in with it. So yes, he did port to the fight, and they probably missed a kill or two. However, at the same time, the pressure that he created on the map and opening up for more places to play for Sigma is really good. And Beast needs to be careful. Wig needs to be careful. He just spots out the hook. All right, he go. Oh, boy. Oh, very good juke there by Roro, or Sigma missed, one or the other. But Alonia tried to Astro over the wall, didn't make it with the tablet. Okay, I would report him for that.
This is just like good gameplay from the Legion side here, because instead of playing on their side, they're actively trying to take away resources from the Hellborn side.
Agreed. And here's the thing about Milano right now. Oops, sorry. Yeah, you're good.
This is exactly what they what like the Hellborn side should have been doing. Because they're not trying to take away resources from the Legion side. They're just trying to play for resources on their side, but they're not actually properly able to defend them because of the lack of, like, catch. And this also comes down to, like, the item build of Alonia here. Alonia going for post-haste. Forgot the Wind Whistle, but I'll forgive him for this time. And a tablet means that, like, he just runs away, and there's nothing they can do to catch him.
All right, so we have Fa just getting the bot tower, just doing whatever he wants to do. Doesn't care. Life is good.
Yep. He bought Alcons, so he's just chilling.
Here's the thing about Milano right now, right? He has 5 cadaver stacks. He's a little bit of a big boy, right? He has some armor, has some magic armor, whatnot, some good strength. But he's also had Shaman's Headdress for a while. So he has a lot of magic, resistance in general, magic armor. So, hag damage, some calamity damage, shaman damage, not a big deal. And Yonk actually ends up dying in the mid lane of the process. But we get TP out because Fa doesn't have a basher. But a nice tablet forward by Kevin to stop that with the Alonia coming through. Glitch spike going on by Bubby, but guess what? They're still trying to run away. Fa just still swinging with Stone Skin, no fear. So that TP got canceled by a very good heads-up tablet play there for the stop route. Gets to pick up on Bubby. Gets some pressure on the map. However, we have an M4 report coming through on top of the Soul Reaper, and Devo's actually hunting right now from behind with a Fungus Mungus. And so, oh no, Rora, you're in a bad neighborhood, son. So Rora actually is going to take a death right here, try to hit a Minimeter, try to press Q, try to heal anything can, but the damage is a little bit too much. Sigma is still lurking behind to curse everything, trying to land a hook. He whiffs, it was a blind hook. It's okay, it happens.
With a blind hook, you mean like that he hooked like he's a blind person, right?
Mayhaps.
That figures. No, like Devo is like there's okay, so there's a Dutch saying that goes like the best sailors are standing on the side, which I think is
so they're lazy.
No, they're like standing on the shore, basically. The best sailors are standing on shore.
So they're lazy.
Yes, exactly. No, it's really easy to backseat Devo, but sometimes you just.
Oh, we're running up on Milano right now. Sigma trying to run away, trying to cut into the trees. Alonia tried to push him over the wall, didn't make it.
No. He has
his own tablet. Nope, sorry. He tried to get over the wall, didn't make it. It's okay. One day they will do it. I promise.
True. That wall there, like that little edge. I don't think they realize there's actually a fence there.
Oh, hook coming through. It hits on Wig. Wig instantly pops hard and gets some HP back. But guess what? They didn't see Fall and they didn't see Yonko. Okay, throwing a Zoomerang, Boomerang, trying to throw a wrap bomb, trying to get a stun going down top of Roro. Roro, unfortunately, is going to start taking damage that he can't really handle. Thunderbolt coming down with no firebomb, so it doesn't necessarily matter. Dragon's not bouncing through a wrap bomb, hitting on top of Calamity, trying to hit Fa. Fa bought a Thunderclaw this game to try and spread any sort of damage that he can. And Roro biting back, starting to get smacked out, but he's going to dive into a Venomous Sleep and a nice Frigid Cold coming through and securing the kill with the absolute 0. Now, Lonia wants more. She's going to just take some far bot with her post haste. She's going to play that map. Poyo Boy kind of just AFK in the silence, not really doing anything. He doesn't have gold, he doesn't really have items. I don't know how I feel about this hag pick. This is not doing it for me.
I mean, it's not necessarily the hag pick, more that the plays that they make, honestly. I think hag could have definitely worked. I think hag did manage to somehow get actually boxed out of the lane, which definitely should not happen. But I think that they played this too passive. And I feel like, from what I've seen from these players, like in previous matches and stuff, they have like a very like this way that they like to play. If you know, stack those two camps and just work with it. Oh, actually, Alonia's getting jumps.
Oh. Warrior gonna go through, trying to throw any spells on top. We're trying to get anything but popping heals that go through. Metalays end up dying right now, but trying to slow him down. Boy throwing some sonar screams, trying to do anything. Calamity Dragon's kind of twisting through. Alonia can't get knocked down, but he doesn't have Reaper Sight. So he's end up living through here because he didn't decide to cast it. So our Alonia player actually might just get away. Boy trying to solar screen to get anything happen. Heal's getting popped. He pops in the trees to try and find anything. Doesn't necessarily matter. Thunderbolt goes down to try and tap Alonia. Alonia's might get Reaper Sight. No, he's gonna save it. Milano eats end up coming. Fall coming through with Venomous Sleep, trying to kill everything. Thunderclaw rocking through. Dragon's going. Bubbly starting to get smacked up by Devo. Devo's fucking far now, but nice buyback post haste TP in from our Alonia. Alonia throwing Frigid Ability going down, throwing Glacial Spikes everywhere, trying to do damage. Nice firebomb, violently pulling her back. Roro is still alive, by the way. Demented Shaman, unbreakable, and heals. He's pressing Q, he's healing as much as he can. He does not have R for Scythe, so he necessarily can't kill Fall right now. A zoom boomerang coming through, but guess what? Fall, nice Thunderclaw proc going through, and the Reaper's Call Stone skids it, so it doesn't go through. Oh no, what is that? Close but surely, Yonko coming back with a Zoomerang attack. We're coming forward far and out on our poor Cursed. Cursed ends up dying, and they can't pick up the kill. The fight was extended, but Roro never got the chance to Reaper Sight literally anything. He just held it for so long and ended up not killing anything.
Wait, Reaper Sight?
Demonic Execution, sorry.
It's a cooldown.
It is not on cooldown for me. It says it is available.
Must be a visual bug. I think they used it like at the very start of this team fight.
Oh, it is ready for me. Huh. Well, I guess I was wrong.
Yeah, it's a weird visual bug. I think I'll report this. Don't worry about it. No, but like the Alonia actually bought back and died again in that fight. So, and that's a 600 GPM Alonia. So
Milano getting a nice tablet forward, picking out Poyo Boy with a nice hook, starting to eat him, trying to get anything you want, but guess what? You're a little bit by yourself. But Pose's coming through for Alonia. Alonia trying to throw a nice big absolute zero, some French close over Glacial Spike. Soderval coming down, mentally getting stuck in it, but guess what? Devo, half HP, does not care. Throws a hook, misses Oro in the process, and they're going to try and disengage here. Poyo Boy trying to do anything, and our Soul Reaper is trying to make something happen, but it does, no, it can't. So, a nice little pickup there on the Accursed and the Shaman, which is a good, tablet to go through. PK forward. Oh my god! Sigma, you fucking genius! PK forward throwing a hook. Poyo Boy actually blinks out into the hook. We both know Sigma didn't mean to do that, but we're going to act like he did. We're going to say he's a 200 IQ.
Tactician, yep.
200 IQ accidental hook. We know he didn't mean to do it, but it looks sick, so we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Samal just, Sigma gonna run out of the tower. Again, he's just tanky, doesn't care. Fireball's bouncing off, Dragon spinning, but they don't have the damage to kill this man. This man is humongo bungo. He has way more than enough armor, way more than enough to really deal with anything they throw his way right now. So
yeah, but like, okay, so I think a large part of what this game is at the moment turning into is because of the item choices from the lead side as well. With like Alonia, post haste tablets, devour tablets, like. They ran from like the tier 2 in the bottom lane the lead Hellborn tier 2.
Ooh, PK4 from Milano, but he gets blocked off by creeps. Trying to hook a cook on Bubby. Bubby almost walks into it, by the way.
Yep.
And
played actor.
Smigma
Almost played actor.
Sigma, just farting it up on some creeps, minding his own business.
But they chased the Alonia, and it's Alonia, but that should not be hard to catch.
Oh, he actually gets Alpha, gets a getting hook anyways, devouring. He gets the mini stun to stop it. Like you're talking about earlier, Bubby trying to throw spells, Calamity just trying to see what happens. Poyo aggressively blinking in for not really getting anything. All the while, you have Vorax punching the bot tower, fist fight me, saying me 1v1 tower, while Alonian pushed out the creep with Melee. Melee trying to speed himself up to get out. They're gonna try and chase anything. Nope, Poyo
even Alonia, sorry, Melee has like post haste there. So they don't have any PKs. The only catch that they have is like a hack with a blink, and that's not the kind of catch that you need.
Uh-oh, and a nice hook on Sigma. Schmegma picking up Lucius, killing Lucius in the process. Eating a wrap-up going on top of his Zoomerang. A nice shield coming down to save him with the heal. Okay, Thunderbolt coming through with Bat Blast. Yonko's gonna end up taking the death here, and the Astro's not good enough. I don't think I have anything to stop the TP. Yep, he just tablets out of the wall, TP's away, but they pick up Yonko in the process. So at least they got something for it. But at the same time, we're running into the same situation. You have a literally 2-0-2 situation. You have 2 one side lane, none of the mid, Creasus naturally pushing, and another 2. And Roar taking a lot of damage right now from the absolute 0 in the Frigid Field, and the Glacial Spikes just ripping him through, and they're trying to TP and try and answer, but they don't have answers. You have Vorax pushing out the lanes, you have a 2-0-2 split, they just can't keep up. They're 2 behind, they can't keep up with the post haste, they can't keep up with the tablets. Look at this. Nymphora and Alonia, what do? They have them react to the bottom side of the map, and they TP to the stop lane to start kind of, pushing the creeps and bouncing them off the tower. So now it's going to happen. The whole team's going to rotate, try and make something happen. Sigma's trying to get another Veil Rot hook to create some pressure and see what happens. Metal 8 TP'd on the top of by Poyo. Nice little blade coming through the Sonar screen. He's stuck. A nice PK4 by Smiga, getting on Bubbly, trying to get anything he can, trying to get it, eat some Devour damage, see what he can do. XDDDD, throwing out some Dragons, trying to get some damage. Habit away, trying to get anything. Thun Hoodmock trying to run him down with the curse, but they can't really do anything. No stuns equals no damage. Melee trying to run away from Poyo as he chases him with the blink, but they can't keep hunting for this. Now you need to remember, they're winning these fights without Fa. Fa is just AFK hitting creeps like a freaking nerd, and he's just trying to get 1,000 GPM. He wanted to prove that.
I forgot that Fa was in this game, honestly.
He's trying to prove to that random in chat that you can get 1,000 GPM. He's not doing a very good job, but they just don't need Vaughn. He just doesn't need to be there. Okay, second plate hitting forward, trying to get a hook. Just whiffs on the top of Aurora's head.
Yeah, but like, it doesn't matter if you whiff the hook, because they don't have tools to punish, You can, at this point, you can just like throw hooks, see what you hit, keep fishing.
Fa actually found Roar in the process, was sitting up with the Ancients, but Fa's walking away. Shigma, Pigma, Big Blood, PKing forward, getting a nice hook. Roar slamming a double heal with the Dimension Shot with Unbreakable coming through and Tangle going on the Fa. Fa doesn't care. Boy actually stuck, gets a Venomous Leap, can't leave away. Alonia PKs enough to eat, throws down Absolute Zero to Frigid Cold, throws some Glacial Spikes, gets the damage. Sigma tries to tabble forward to get a hook, but doesn't end up picking up a hook, but the team fight is still there. Boyle fight, he bought back, but I don't really know if they necessarily could do anything with the buyback. It's just to defend.
Quick question. What do you think that Predator bought here? The courier is going to him, so you're gonna have to be fast.
Definitely not BKB.
It's a mock.
Oh man, Sigma is in there like swimwear. He does not care. Milano trying to run away. He's going to go tablet up the hill with the TP. Guess what? Reaper Slice not the TP, but I don't think they have the damage to kill him. I think he literally walks away. I think, Bat Blast coming through, but it doesn't matter. Cursor puts down the shield. He literally starts to get some HP back. He's gonna finally go down. Maybe not tablet. Poyo Boy deciding that he needs to blink in and scream at him right in his ear. Now, Alonia, you're in the wrong place, but you have a PK, you have a tablet. You can just play safe with the Grimoire, just try and get away. Your post haste is almost up. All right, they're not gonna chase her. They're just gonna let her walk away. Milano, yeah, my boy's very tanky. It took a lot just to kill that man. He has a barrier idol now. He is, as the kids say, spooky and scary.
Yep. Wait, kids say that?
I don't know.
Oh, you say it. It's your claim. Back it up with some bloody evidence already.
And you can't prove it or not prove it.
True. Fair. Anyway, I've seen Nymphora and Alonia porting together. And they're going on the hack here. Hack is dead.
Poor guy. He's in the wrong place at the wrong time.
He's dead.
As the kids say, R.I.P. R.I.P. Old lady in a pot.
Yep.
Scrap also getting a post haste. So that's 3 post haste on the team right now. Just trying to play around the map, getting whatever they want. Alonia chase down Dimension, so I'm throwing a Frigid Cold Absolute Zero coming out with a nice little flash freeze to secure the kill. Throws him down, spins on him. Luis just, buddy, your dragons, you gotta trade him better. Well, those are more just like fucking wind cloud farts. So, it is what it is. Little sea snakes. All right, PK uphill by Alonia. Alonia can't get any, flash freezes or any fridge cold, but it doesn't matter. Fall, jumping in the tower, trying to root to get anything done. Roar just trying to pop heals and auto-attacks, do any damage you can, but not really necessarily anything. They fortify so that Vorax can't kill the tower, but they're not killing Vorax. The Thunderbolt coming down, catching 3. Thunderbolt coming through, pushing Yonko back. Dragon's ripping through Yonko, trying to do damage. Volatile pods down. A big heal coming through. Milano PKing 4, trying to get any. He hooks out, catching out Roro, and he can't save Roro. So Roro doesn't have any heals, gets eaten out, and ends up dying. So, again, they don't have enough of the gas tank, they just start dying. Milano just casually going for it, PKing, trying to throw a hook. He's sleeping, he's going. Wait for it, there it is! And Luis just walks into it, Fall leaping forward on top of the volatile point, giving him a kill with a hat trick, chasing him down the base. Alonia just throwing ice from Narnia, getting all the kills in the world they need. That is a 35k advantage on the side of Kevin's team, and Kevin takes it 2-1 over FaZe Boot team, who did buy FaZe Boots.
Yep.
Welcome back, everyone, to Paradise League, where we are here now with your loser bracket finals match. A best of 3 series coming at you between B-Pro and VC Trex, with the winner of this one moving on to the grand finals to be played later today. I will be your main shoutcaster for the series, What You Got, and I will be joined here by Fa, who was casting the last series, as Doze has departed us to play in this series. Welcome back, Fa. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm good as usual. Just looking forward to casting a great series between two very competitive teams. So hopefully they'll put on a good show for us.
So you've been casting a lot of games this weekend. Who is the favorite here to win this series and will be moving on to the finals? Bold predictions.
Oh, that's I'm gonna come with a bold prediction and say that I think the favorite here is probably the Hillborn side. That is BC Trax. Since I think although they did seem to perform worse against Post Haste Gaming than D-Pro did yesterday. I still think that they, generally speaking, should be the superior team. But we have seen D-Pro make upsets previously, and even though they can occasionally be the underdog, they still sometimes can just come out on top in a very strong fashion. So
I'm gonna go with B-Pro 2-1 today. B-Pro is gonna pull this one.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume it's going to be a pretty close series because both of those teams, like at least from what I've seen, I think they should be able to take games off of each other. So hopefully we're going to have a very close series and without any too quick games. Looking at the picks here, we can just start with the bans actually. The Yaihadai from B-Pro, he bans Nufor, Monarch, and Pearl, and Sigma bans Bushwhack, Lux, Engineer. So I'd say that's all pretty standard stuff. B-Pro opting to ban supports, and VC Tracks banning kind of strong heroes in general. So what about the picks? What you got? What do you think about those?
First pick, Madman, coming out from B-Pro. They get a Plague Rider with one more coming up, and then it looks like VC Tracks is the American team today. They got Soul Reaper, Demented Shaman. I mean, that's something Post-Haste Gaming likes to run. It's a little odd seeing it coming out from Sigma's team here, but maybe they have a plan here coming up. Oogie follows up the Plague Rider. That's a B-Pro 0 stun lineup so far, unless you count the little mini stun the Plague Rider ulti does as a stun. Pretty interesting. What do you think about the Oogie pickup?
I'm actually kind of thinking about it because, if you pick Oogie, you have to ban the self-forest, but at the same time, you're going up against a Soldier and a Demented Shaman, which kind of screams low self-forest. But I've seen V-Pro do pretty well with Oogie in the past, so they do show their hand with the Oogie quite early. Usually they wait till the second phase before they pick it up, so the enemy team, they aren't really able to counter pick it, with Self-Force being the main counter pick here. I still think that given their prior history with Oogie, I definitely think that they might be able to make this hero work in this particular game. Oogie should also be a hero that should be pretty decent at dealing with like these kind of heal lineups, because he's mostly a hero that kind of struggles with like insane burst, in my opinion, and they don't really provide that on the side of Hellborn. So they do have really strong lanes, which is one thing that Oogie might struggle with, because I don't think he's necessarily the strongest laner, but if they play their cards right, maybe they'll be able to get through the laning phase in a pretty reasonable manner. What are your thoughts regarding the Oogie?
Kraken.
I think you made good points. The Oogie is good so far, but as of right now, I think he might have trouble sitting on targets if they don't pick some CC. Because typically Oogie lineups struggle when Oogie can just get kited. Because he needs to land his skill shots, and he stacks up lots of mana the more he casts his Starquakes. And once he runs out of mana, and if he can't attack people, he's just kind of running around, not really doing anything. So he needs to be able to sit on his targets, and then he can do lots and lots of damage. And he'll be tanky, but they do have a Soul Reaper, so if they can get him like a little bit low, they might be able to deal with him.
I will say though that nothing on the side of Hellborn really screams kiting though. Like I do feel like at a certain point in the game, if Oogie manages to get his core items, if he like jumps on a target, he probably will be able to sit on said target because Soul Reaper doesn't really have any. He is a hero that builds high mobility, but he doesn't really have like anything in it that gives him mobility. And the same for the other two heroes. Kraken does have a charge, but so I'm not sure like those particular heroes.
Moira be good here or something with the Oogie?
That's a good question.
They're going up now against a Kraken, and I feel like Oogie's gonna get kind of locked in place.
Should have had a Buddha Jester and a Bubbles coming out here, so a very interesting draft here. A lot of cores in this lineup.
It's been a while since we've seen Voodoo Jester. Curse Ground could typically when you play a Voodoo Jester, it's actually like bad to play it into heal lineups because the Curse Ground becomes less effective. So I almost feel like that's a bit of a weak pick for this game. Yeah, like if I was to see a Voodoo Jester picked up, I would typically just draft heals because then the Curse Ground is almost useless.
Yeah. But, no, I definitely agree with you. It's
definitely they pick up a sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say they pick up a bubble, so they'll have some CC control, but it's very heavily countered by Shrunken Heads. This B-Pro lineup.
Yeah, the Legion team, like outside the Oogie, they are like a pretty fragile team in terms of like the health pools, and they have like no healing. So the Hellborn team, they have like pretty beefy strength heroes in conjunction with the like 2 healing intelligence heroes. So it might be a challenge for the Legion side to be able to actually get kills while at the same time they are heroes that are exceptionally fragile. So if they get initiated on, they might be like. Well, where I'm trying to go with this is that I do think that they might be. They might be in a risky situation a lot of times where they can't really afford to make a lot of bad plays here.
So they last picked Draconis for Sigma, or well, he picked it for himself, I should say. But this is something they have ran in the past from time to time, and they're looking to. Well, Mex tipped bottom to Ward, but it looks like he will not be tri-laning down there. So I was going to point out that would be kind of a weird tri-lane, Kraken, Scrap, and Demented Shaman, but he's going to walk all the way back to the top lane to lane with Soul Reaper. So it looks like they're doing a 2-1-2. Kraken dual lane is pretty interesting. Yeah, I don't think it's like necessarily bad, but it's not something we see often. Usually Kraken is ran more in a solo lane. So I guess they're looking to at least try to contest what they believe will be the Oogie lane down here. Do you think that will be like a good mana lane they're trying to do here?
I mean, Scrap is a really strong laner, and I think Kraken actually, after the buff to his splash, he's actually a pretty decent laner as well. I think it actually does, even though I think the Soul Reaver should have the favorable matchup, even one versus one going up against a Madman. I think it makes sense that you would send the Demented Shaman top lane because he also has the purpose of stacking jungle for the Draconis. So I don't think his efforts will be kind of useless on the top lane. He can kind of give the Soul Reaver the edge to the point where the Madman is not going to get anything on the lane, while still kind of skyrocketing the GPM for the Draconis if he plays his cards right. So, I think that's the idea behind the Demented on the top lane. Because there's obviously the Draconis is going to have a rough time going up against both the Bubbles and the Plague Rider denying creeps in the middle lane. So I think the plan is just to rotate the Draconis into the jungle at an early point and then have the Demented maybe take over the middle lane to take whatever is left on the lane.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if the Scrap with laning with the Kraken was... I was thinking more of the Scrap being more of that stacking support for the Draconis, but at the same time, the way they're laning it now, they can at least not let Oogie free farm.
Actually, I'm to some degree I kind of agree with you because I feel like also it's nice to have the additional healing from the Demented on the long lane, but I do think Scrap provides probably more pressure than a Demented Shaman would. The hero just has very strong.
I'm just watching this mid lane because I think Sigma could be very vulnerable to a first blood here, going up against if the Plague Rider catches him with the Restrain plus the Shell Surf, they're gonna maybe... Oh, he gets the Contagion nuke, actually. Do you think that, like, the Earthblade is better or worse than the Contagion we're trying to kill here?
I still think, well, I understand the idea that the Restrain is going to be like pretty troublesome, but the thing is, like, they have very little kill potential with those two heroes. So I feel like even if it lands the Earthbind, I just don't really see how they're going to be able to kill the Draconis. Whereas I feel like the damage from the Contagion might be like superior to the Restrain, so you can actually just poke a little bit at the same time, you know.
He's only on 3 lasted so far. Well, 5 now, maybe about to be 6 as Bubbles goes for the bot rune. Has his bottle already. But Shaman is now in the mid lane. Looks like Mex already did make double stacks for Draconis. Only level 2 though, so he's gonna do this pretty early. In bot lane, the Bloodlust comes in on Voodoo Jester. So the Kraken scrap lane is already doing a good job down here.
Yeah, it seems like this charge from the Kraken was on cooldown, so they probably must have landed some kind of either they just charged forward and like it pressured him, or he must have been like charged into a tree or something. So
okay. He skilled his charge. I saw the last series he was level 5 without charge.
Yeah, this is a different lane, so I think in this particular lane probably you'll value the charge more because you want to dual lane, so you kind of need to, how do I say, use the charge to kind of increase your odds of getting a kill, whereas
Sports in aggressively mid lane. There's no mana on the Draconis. He does have his bottle getting delivered here. Okay, just some pressure. I don't think anyone will die here. The Ritter has an apple still.
Wait a second, there's 3 seconds on the entangle. Nope. He
was actually like fine. Turning around and auto attacking too. I was very nervous. So the Madman is gonna rotate to the top rune. I'm probably gonna grab it. I think Draconis is probably being a bit too greedy. He's probably gonna run for the rune, or no, he's just flying back to the base, realizing the Madman took the rune. So that was a nice. Yep. So Madman is 11 and 2 creep score, 200 GPM. The Slurper, who initially started 2 versus 1, more or less free farming, 30 and 15 creep score. Very
seems like
bot lane.
It's gotta be
charge into tower, and that's gonna be a kill on the Oogie. There's Curse Ground up on the Kraken. Is it enough damage for a kill though? He's in the trees here.
Probably not, but it's
23 life. Well, where does he go now? He's just gonna die at the tower.
Yeah, I was about to say that. At this point, you might as well just die. Otherwise, you're just gonna be stuck down there for a long time. So, the scrap is actually overstaying his welcome here. He actually got caught by a cocktail.
That's a Volca feed coming out.
Yeah, I feel like that death seemed a bit avoidable. I feel like he probably shouldn't have died to the Voodoo Jester by himself. Maybe he wanted to heal up, but
yeah, no, that was an overstep from Volca. VC Trax is leading currently by 900 gold, and I think a big part of that is not only the Soul Reaper, but the Draconis is already starting to take jungle stacks. Not even really laning middle, is both the Draconis and the Diminished Shaman kind of like double jungling and leaving mid open for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're doing whatever they have to do, because I don't think Draconis will get that much out of the middle lane, but the Draconis is actually rotating to the bottom and trying to set up a gank here with the Kraken.
Yep, here comes the volcano. It jumps in onto Oogie. Oogie's gonna get denied actually by Navi. Good deny. Sigma's gonna die in response, so that actually ends up being favoring B-Pro as both the big cores end up falling for both sides. Bubbles here with a DD. Has a bottle sip, but I don't think this is enough mana to go for a chase kill.
That was a very nice rotation coming out from the Bubbles, immediately TPing as soon as the Draconis shows up. I don't know if he actually started TPing beforehand, or if he just TP'd the moment that he saw because he was very quick to respond there. They don't have any wards that like suggest that the Draconis actually like would show up to that lane, so just a very quick reaction from Dozo, or some kind of foresight that there was going to be something going on in the bottom lane. So very well executed there. So the bubble is almost up to 400 GPM at this point. So
top lane, Oogie ported in, Soul Reaper could go down here. Heal comes in from Shaman and the Unbreakable. They look to turn it around. Madman goes down with the demonic execution and final auto attack, taking him out. Clutch timing there from Mex. gets there in the nick of time to save Soul Reaper.
That was so the Soul Reaper we just bought a straight post haste now.
In bot lane we have Bubbles and Kraken both falling. The ultimate's being channeled there by Voodoo, but he was fogged. No ticks coming out onto the scrap. Actually gets the cancel on it, but both walk away from each other. So action happening in both the side lanes. And then Draconis will immediately go back to the jungle to work on more stacks.
Yeah, it seems like, well, Vulka actually goes down to the Madman, so there's some rotations coming out from the Legion side here. It's trying to, they're actually rotating the Uge to the top lane and the Madman staying bottom, so they decided that they don't want to be phasing off the Madman up against the Soul Reaper as well as the Uge against the Kraken, so... But I don't know if the Uge has a better time in the long lane, because as it stands, he has no boots currently, so... he's gonna have a difficult time finding farm in the top lane, I feel.
So, again, Soul Reaper avoided that death. He continues to be the top farmer in the game. He opts to go for the first item post haste. This is not something we typically see like often, but perhaps on the Soul Reaper could make a lot of sense to, be able to increase his own mobility, but also to perhaps join in some ganks on this mid and bot lane, perhaps.
Yeah.
I'm curious as your take on the first item post haste here.
You know what? Actually, I don't dislike it. I've seen people do it before, and I can definitely say that it's difficult to play against someone who has an early post haste.
Bot lane falls, curse ground.
So Reaper's actually chasing the Uge here. He might actually be able to run down the Uge here. He does land in Judgment. Will he be able to
got no
connect
charges
the
on power supply.
The single tree is saving Uge soul-handedly, so...
Oh, and he had demonic execution up actually,
yeah,
so
he
he
did,
just couldn't get the vision to cast it. Middle lane, the tower falls. I gotta say, I am a bit surprised that the Legion's mid tower falls before the Hellborns, due to Draconis being so present in his own jungle. I'm actually very surprised that they were able to take Legion's tower first.
Well, I mean, I fully agree. Although the Plague Guard does kind of lower the creeps in the way when he starts denying his own creeps. So, but I just think that they were probably pushing the tower while Bubbles was trying to set up stuff on the bottom lane.
Smoked up, Voodoo Jester top, Madman stalking in, but they're just gonna barely miss the Soul Reaper as he gets into the tree line. Order Sight comes down. They will see him. They might go for a dive here. Here comes the stun from Voodoo. Here comes the fly from Draconis. This is going to be a dead Soul Reaper though, it's too much damage. Volcano is down. They're going to maybe take out the Voodoo Jester here as the Soul Trap gets applied. That's a legendary streak from Navi going to Volca. So 450 gold to scrap. Madman and the Plague Rider just walk away.
I would have liked to see the Draconis pick up the kill there instead of the scrap, so the Draconis actually decided to go for Steam Boots, which is quite unusual in Draconis. What's your thoughts on that?
It's something that Draconis players used to do years ago. River Kraken got the invis room, but it ended up dying to Kelpfield plus Starquakes.
We have an engagement here on the.
Oh, it's bouncing in the jungle. Takes out the scrap, but not enough damage on the Draconis as they killed off the creeps first. Leggarder dies.
1-for-1 change coming up.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's not something very common nowadays to go Steam Boots Draconis, but it was like playing more of a tanky style Draconis with like Steam Boots and Sanitarius. This was like many years ago, of course, but we don't really see that style anymore. It's mostly like Ghost Marchers and Dreamcatcher and then bigger items like Mach and more carry-ish items nowadays. Yeah. So it's interesting to go the Steam Boots on the Draconis. I think a big part of it is he had a movement speed nerf I actually don't know how long ago it was, but basically he got a bit slower in his like overall move speed. So I don't think the Steam Boots feel all that great on him.
Nope, I agree. I try both quite a bit. I don't hate Steam Boots by any means, but I do feel like Draconis kind of to some extent kind of relies on mobility. And a lot of times, if you have Steam Boots, you just don't have enough mobility. So hopefully, he might go for like an item like an Energize or something to compensate for the lack of mobility that the Steam Boots provide compared to the Ghost Matchers.
Yeah, with the Draconis, you typically want to be more like chasing your opponent than sitting and just right-clicking, which is what the Steam Boots would kind of give him the benefit from. And we actually have action bot lane. The Minute Shaman should fall here. Curse Ground and the Voodoo Jester ultimate was down. Madman has a power supply. He's in the front lines here. Gets hit with the Cataclysm. Draconis doesn't have mana for the breath, but he does have the Soul Trap and the auto attacks. This should be enough to take down Madman. Meanwhile, Kraken and Scrap and Sword Reaper are looking for more, but there is an army of B-Pro heroes here ready to engage. They don't have Kelfield at the moment. Here comes the play. Goods bouncing back and forth, takes out the Scrap. Kraken getting stunned up by the Acid Cocktail. Sword Reaper out of mana, no more heal is going to come in, but they take out the Plague Rider, and Curse Crown is applied on the Kraken. Release the Kraken coming out on the bubbles. He cannot port out of that, even with the take cover, and he falls. The restraint holding him in place as Pizdon picks up the double tap, and Navi will have to walk away from this bottom lane, which will probably mean this tower is going to fall to both the Sword Reaper and the Kraken.
Yeah, that's definitely what you want to see if you're on the side of Hellborn here. That was a really good engagement for them. Pretty important kills they got here on 2 of their cores. Actually, all 3 cores if you consider the map and dying 30 seconds prior to that fight. So, yeah. Seems to be putting the Hellborn team in quite the advantage right now with a 6,000 gold lead and a 2,000 experience lead. So.
And the only victims were the supports, the Scrap and the Diminished Shaman for the Hellborn team were the ones to fall.
Yeah.
So we have the Gnomes pick up on the Sword Reaper, quite standard. Draconis ports into the mid lane, trying to hold his tower, but Madman, he wants this. There's the Glyph coming out. Does have the cannon to try to get this last hit. As there's actually an engagement in the Legion jungle. Voodoo Jester probably going to go down here to the Sword Reaper. Scrap takes him out. Deny comes in mid lane from Draconis, preventing the Madman from last hitting the tower. So, getting a kill in the jungle and getting a deny on their own tower.
So I'm a bit confused.
Good signs.
The Draconis picked up a Major Totem, which just suggests that he's going to go for an Energizer, but he also picked up a Helm of Iron Will.
He flew in with the Volcano. Plague Rider gets a good play goo off. It's bouncing. Sword Reaper and Diminished Shaman getting to about half-life. Kelfield comes in on the Sword Reaper, but it's not going to be enough damage as Diminished Shaman is there with the Unbreakable, and Doze falls on the bubbles. So they lose both the Plague Rider and the bubbles there, not being able to net any kills. And I would say that was a pretty good Plague Carrier bounce to try to get at least 1 kill, but just unsuccessful.
The Oogie might be in trouble in the top lane. It's actually getting chased by the Kraken, getting hit by a charge into a Whirlpool. Demented.
Earthquake's coming out. Kraken trying to dodge these. Oogie
charge again now.
Trying to heal up. It's not enough, even with the Gnomes and the Primal Surge activated, it just couldn't hold this ground.
This lead is becoming very troublesome for the side of Legion. The Kraken's sitting on a whopping 2,900 gold. He's either going to go for it. He might be going for a Muck. I was going to say he's going to go for either Bones or just a straight Portal Key here. Would you like to see the Portal Key, or is just the Bones to try to further his lead a little bit?
I think he's going to go Bones. If he's got 3,000 gold, he
should. About Cleaver?
No, they have a Draconis. I don't think he'll go Cleaver. But I don't like him holding all this gold. I mean, he should probably buy the Bones now so he could start using it, and then he'll have the Portal Key within like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
As he's almost got enough for both. But maybe he is just going Muck or Staff. I don't know.
I hope it's Bones here, but he is saving up quite a bit of gold. He could also just go straight for the Shrunken here and just be like a man mode Kraken. I wouldn't mind that actually.
Rich boy problems. So much gold, don't know what to do with it.
If you go Shrunken here, can they actually kill him on the side of Legion? They're like 100% magic damage. He does walk towards the
3,700 gold. Buys a TP.
Alright, I mean, I'm not sure what he's going to buy here.
Minute Shaman's over here buying Sackstone for 700 gold. Kraken's buying a house.
And the Soul Reaper is sitting on 540 GPM. Currently has a Gnomes, Post Haste, and Light Prems with an additional 2,100 gold. So as I said previously, the Draconis actually, he bought a Helm of the Victim. So he's going to be working towards an Insanitarius to pair with his Energizer that he just bought a couple of minutes ago.
Maybe Sigma's been watching some old school HoN, Steam Boots and Sanitaries. I did mention that, right? That was like an old school Draconis build from back in the days.
He's gonna show up to the fight with the smoke here. And there's actually an engagement on the Soldier group. Who's getting first.
This would be a good kill to get right off the start. The Plague is bouncing. It does take him out.
Tony's doing a lot of work.
Turtle dies in the background. That's a 1-for-1. Navi dies at his own tower. Draconis leading the way here on the Plague Rider. Actually gets pulled back from the Earth's Blight, and I believe that made him miss the Dragon Fire, or Dragon Flame. And Madman is also getting low. Draconis, I don't know if he can turn on his Instant. There it is, he toggles it. Can he juke some more Tarkwags? Oh, he gets the cape from Mex! He's juking. He's got a Rat Bomb in the middle of the lane here. They're trying to get Oogie to step on it. He's doing a good job of avoiding it, actually. Getting kited, though, and this is what I mentioned back at the draft, is that they don't really have a lot of CC. Madman trying to slow them up. Oogie's out of mana now, pops the mana ring, has enough for some Tarkwags, but there's just so much back and forth kiting going on in this game. Draconis going to TP out in the trees. They don't have a stopper for it. He will get out to safety. Shaman also ports out, and the remaining cast here from VC just runs on out of the Legion jungle. How many of these heroes are just like ready to die but just haven't fallen yet? I mean, it's like wild how low all these players are.
Quite the disaster for the side of Legion here that they actually don't manage to kill any heroes in that engagement. Or no, they actually did kill Janko at the start of the fight, but that was still a while back. So
it was looking real good once Sorper died basically to play carrier starting off the fight, but just couldn't sit on any targets to bring more heroes down.
And did Kraken actually got a stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't say I hate it because it's
Draconis is back here in the Legion jungle. Scrap juking the Tarkwags. Volca, dance, baby, dance. He's trying. He does not avoid the barrel roll, but they do take out the Oogie. So 1-for-1 trade favoring DC Tracks, and then Mex gets picked off here by Plague Rider and company.
Although at first glance the stuff might seem good, I still feel like getting an early portal key on the Kraken is just so important to that hero. For instance, in that very engagement there, he probably could have stunned the Madman if he had the portal key ready. And I feel like he would have had portal key plus bones and maybe worked towards his stuff at this point if he went with a different item route. But anyway,
he could have had like another 100 to 150 GPM extra.
Yeah, but I don't hate it though. You still farm really fast with the staff since it lowers your splash cooldown to I think it's 3 seconds. So
3 seconds, I think.
Basically, I think like every other attack is gonna be a splash more or less. So.
Do you think he'll go like DPS Kraken build and just like go Shunken plus like some big right click stuff, and we'll just see some awesome splashes in the.
I do think that Kraken is one of those heroes where the item build is pretty straightforward, where it's usually just portal key shrunken, and then you can kind of you can work towards a staff or a demonic. So I do think he's going to be picking up a shrunken as well as a portal key as his next 2 items, hopefully. Yeah. But,
okay. Anyway,
those heroes are, we have a big.
He charges in, doesn't stun anybody though. Release the Kraken a little bit far forward there. They run in. Post is coming in from the Sorper on the range creep there, but they are gonna turn their attention maybe to the Plague Rider. Unlucky bounces looks like comes out. Scrap breaks the chain. Plague Rider the Draconis almost falling in the background. Gets a health potion. Wants to continue fighting, but he does not have Cataclysm anymore for 80 seconds.
I'm not sure why he dropped the Whirlpool so far away from those 2 heroes. I understand that he maybe expected them to walk backwards, but that was still like really far off their actual like position in front of him. So
it was AoE lag.
It must have been some kind of
yep,
AoE lag, brain lag.
AoE lag.
Oh, okay.
You know, when your game like freezes for like a second, you just like click spell and it throws in the middle of nowhere.
Did he specify that or?
Huh?
Did he specify that or?
No, I'm just assuming that because it was so far away that he got AoE lag.
It could have been a mouse slip as well, you know, where you move your mouse and maybe you have a slightly too high DPI, so you like kind of. It could be a lot of things.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe his cat stepped on his mouse, and his mouse slipped out of his hand.
It's always the
Endless-
cats that get the bad rap, not the dogs, right?
Well,
Good
how
Jester goes
often-
in here with a stun. Get double stun, coming in, bouncing between the Scrap and the Draconis. Draconis gonna go for the TP on out. He is curse grounded though. He makes it to base, but this should be enough damage from the curse ground.
Very
Takes him
important
out.
there.
That was a huge cocktail bounce stun from Navi into double curse. More or less deleting 2 players right off the bat.
To go back to the cat versus dogs discussion. How often do you see dogs on the table though?
The very tall dogs can, you know,
It's true, or small,
punch over the desk and paw the mouse, I guess.
true, or like a small chihuahua could basically, you know, maybe sit. They would be on the table as well. So
Yeah, sitting in your lap.
yeah, exactly. So
Sorper has a Grimoire of Power, by the way, and he's working on a Shrunken. Just
I like it.
farming away. Top farmer in the game, 535 gold per minute. Could have
so
a couple of deaths, but ultimately not too bad. Having a very good game here.
Bonus
I
decided to go for the shamans here. I actually personally would have preferred if he just went straight for Shrunken. I know they were fighting pretty actively. I just feel like shamans, although they are like a full magic damage team, I feel like
Yeah.
you can't really go half measure with the shamans here. You need a Shrunken, so he would have to go Shrunken regardless afterwards because there's just too much magic damage. So even if you have the shaman, you're still gonna die to curse ground. Like as you saw in the previous fight, he couldn't do anything. Like he was just getting completely disabled, and his HP was just going down. So.
I think for Hellborn, it's just a Tricore 3 Shrunken head game. They just all need Shrunkens, and then like they can all break out a Kelp Field and instantly break the Plate Carrier from doing any damage. You know, the list goes on between Oogie and Voodoo Jester, but yeah, I think more or less the barrier would be very useful if, like, per se they want to push high ground, stop the bubbles from counter pushing the creep waves. But they haven't really, or they're not really in that position yet to start doing that. We haven't seen any Congo attempts yet this game or anything.
I do like the barrier, but I still feel like in this particular game they have like no, how do I say, they don't have like a Magnum stun on the side of Legion. They just have a lot of magic damage that just comes, you know. If the bubbles jumps in and you have a Shrunken, you can just walk out. If the Oogie jumps in and you have a Shrunken, you can walk out. If Plague Rider ultis, you have a Shrunken, guess what? You can walk out. So they actually have
the only thing that can catch them is a Voodoo Stun, which we'll see coming. So
yeah. The Plague Rider finishes.
Dragon gonna charge up the Oogie here. Can he hold his ground? Pops the Primal Surge. Plague Rider Carrier bouncing back and forth. Snark does fall. Mex falls as well. Madman falls. As well as Plague Rider. Just AoE bouncing everywhere. Meanwhile, in the background, Bubbles gets taken down by the Draconis. And only the minute Shaman falls, the Hellborn team starting to show off their golden experience lead. And they're just, I think at this point, a little bit too tanky on just the whole team in general.
Did you see the Plague Barrier in that fight?
Sort of. It was bouncing between, I think, 3 heroes.
Yeah, and then the Draconis was just kind of standing on the edge, and it jumped to him out of like 5 heroes, and the 4 other heroes were like standing on top of each other. So it kind of bounced the Draconis, and then it ended there. So it was a bit unfortunate because it would have just continued to like wreak havoc if it had not hit the Draconis there. So.
Rule of thumb: Plague Rider in my team bounces twice. Plague Rider in enemy team bounces 9 times. Can't change my mind. Some would say skill issue. I saw Madman just right click a Nullfire Blade. I don't know if that's gonna be able to really do a whole lot, but
yeah,
circumstances are pretty tough right now.
I tried going with this type of like item route myself previously. I just feel like when you go first as a Nullfire, it just never feels any good. So.
I think Kraken got a Whirlpool here on the Oogie again. This looks almost like an identical fight of last time. 3-man Kelfield in the background, but with Oogie already dead, the damage is lacking, and Madman turning his attention toward the top river to grab the Illusion Rune. Not interested in taking a fight. Draconis, though, he wants to fight. He jumps into the Legion base with the Volcano. Play Carrier, gonna bounce 3 times. Nope, it continues to bounce because Vulcan bounced it back onto the Story River, but it does end up breaking. And even with the dive there in the base, there's not going to be any more kills happening. And Draconis will pop the Haste Rune, bottle up, get the Soul Trap on himself. And he is already full HP once again. Rax number 2 being worked on. I gotta say, I don't feel like B-Pro has too much fighting power left. As this
they're
Rax
definitely
will
on the back foot.
probably fall.
There's an engagement from the Kraken, landing the charge on the Madman. He goes down as well. He buys it back. TP, they're gonna try to go for an aggression here.
Bubble Sports in. Doesn't have Kelfield over 27 seconds. Oogie just falls to the demonic execution. Madman in the background. Zoomerang misses. Vulcan needs aimbot. Somebody download and give it to him.
Something tells me we're gonna see a CZ vote.
That one will be in the books. Game number 1. Going the way of VC Tracks. They will take the series lead. And that'll do it here. Any final thoughts on game number 1, Fa?
I think the game kind of progressed in the way that I kind of expected, where the side of Hellborn just had too much pressure early on with a lot of heals, so it was just really difficult for B-Pro to fight into this constant team fighting with the Soul Reaper and the remaining support heroes. So I think hopefully we'll see Soul Reaper banned in the next series, because and perhaps Kraken as well. But it was a longer game than the previous ones we've been casting, so or today at least. So I'm hoping that we can have another good series.
All right, we'll go on a quick break. Game number 2 shortly upon us. Stay tuned. We will be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 of your loser bracket finals between VC Trax and B Pro. VC Trax currently leading 1-0 here. I am once again what you got, rejoined by Fa. So Fa, what's B Pro got to do here to get game number 2 on their side and force a game number 3?
Well, first of all, they need to address the heal heroes like Soul Reaper and the Minute Shaman. So, and I think yesterday they tried to do that by picking up a first pick Sulfuras. That clearly didn't work. So, I think they need to ban those heroes and maybe accept that the side of VC will pick up maybe some of the defensive supports like Monarch. But it seems like they're just gonna go with their same style of bans as they usually do and ban Monarch and Fora, and I suppose they're going to ban Accursed as well, even though it's a bit odd to me because I know...
I think
okay,
Pearl banned that. Yeah.
Because he usually ban... I've seen him ban Accursed quite a bit, but he also likes to pick Accursed a lot, so... He actually bans Flux here.
Okay.
And I can see the Yanko already right-click into Soul Reaper, so it seems like that first pick Soul Reaper might be something that they're considering.
Okay.
Cool.
They first picked it last game, right? I believe it was.
I think they did. Yeah.
Okay. He wants to pick Moira. Okay. Didn't I say Moira would have been an interesting pick last game? It's not something we see nowadays too often. First pick Moira, but I know Max is a pretty prominent Moira player. I remember him playing a lot of Moira.
Yeah.
But you know what a Moira pick usually responds with or addresses is a Moraxis pick.
Yep. That's that was no hesitation there.
Which was instantly snap picked. And we don't typically see Moraxis first pick, but here I think it's warranted. And I will say, we have seen a lot of very solid Moraxis play over the last week, mostly in Star League, where that hero just has been shining. I almost have yet to see a poor Moraxis performance. And usually it's, I think Yagar Dig plays that. He plays a pretty good Moraxis. Also, Volca, I think, plays a really good Moraxis on the other side. So it's always something that they could probably pick up for themselves as well.
Yeah.
I'm a little curious by the Accursed pick, though, because right now it's just a Moira. And while Accursed is, like, not really a bad pick by all means, usually you want to pair that with something or pick it to fight, like, some lane that you know is going to be looking to play aggro.
I know, but I think that B Pro, they just generally like picking Accursed quite a bit, so we actually have a Behemoth and a Ra just straight out of the gate here. That's a little looks a bit like interesting so far this draft. I don't think that any of the heroes are like bad by any means. It's just this combination of heroes. I suppose it's still pretty decent. I think the Accursed is still okay against the Moira because naturally you can just remove the shards ahead of time, but I mean, I suppose you can remove most stuns, so nothing in particular that but more in particular.
Is it me or does this VC Trax lineup scream tri-lane?
Yeah, probably. But well, the thing is with Amon-Ra is that I think that hero is both good in solo lanes and dual lanes. So, but the other two heroes are heroes that they previously picked for tri-lane. So they might run like a Behemoth Moira combined with like a Corrupted Disciple. They ran that in the previous series when they were going up against when they went up against Gopratan. So maybe we're gonna have a repeat of that tri-lane. I will say though that some hero like Accursed.
CD.
Yeah, but if they decided to go for those three heroes, I do feel like the side of B Pro could consider picking up like a Madman and just running a Madman plus Accursed against that tri-lane, because I feel like they're gonna have very little kill potential with those three heroes against Madman Accursed, because you can always just you can just basically shield the Madman every time he gets gone on. Okay, we actually have a Corrupted Disciple coming out from the Hellborn.
CD themselves. That is not really like B Pro, I would say, to pick up a Corrupted Disciple. Do you think it's more of a like takeaway pick, or do you think they were actually planning to take the CD the whole time?
Something tells me that they probably just realized that they were going to pick that hero, and they decided to pick it themselves. Because I've never seen B-Pro play Corrupt Disciple themselves before, so I don't think it's bad by any means. I think it does do pretty well with the curse, because you can always conduit someone, and if you get stunned, the curse just immediately removes the stun, and then you can like proceed to chase the person that you use conduit on, and it's also like a range core hero, so a cursed will not be like useless in that lane because he has a range hero that he's laning with. So I don't hate the pick by any means. It'd be kind of interesting to see if they're going to be able to kind of convert this CD pick into something useful. But definitely quite unusual for B-Pro to pick up this hero.
Yeah, they're gonna go with an Artesia too.
Oh, we're definitely
that's a hero I haven't seen in competitive in a long time.
Yeah, we're going on a completely different route here, just trying something very different. But
is that an Esthon mid lane Artesia, or is that a Artesia support?
I'm going through the names on the team. I don't see
There's
anyone.
No Esthon. Stop it! Stop it!
So,
no, but he's like the only person I remember seeing play Artesia core. So
I think I've seen him and Sigma played a little bit as well in like a similar style. Something tells me that it's going to be a support Artesia, because I feel like you do need quite a bit of experience to make this hero work as a core hero. One thing that kind of stands out on the Hellborn team is that they only have one disable, and that's the Miraxes. They have no slows or anything on any of the other heroes. I guess you can kind of consider the Arcane Missile as a slow, but in the same way that you can consider the Seer as a slow as well. But in reality, they don't really have any slows on the side of Hellborn or outside of the Quake that's a stun. So
they're repeating last game. No stuns in team. They only had a Voodoo Jester.
And if you look at the side of Legion, they have Moira stun with her Arcane Vortex as some kind of disable as well. The Behemoth, who has 3 stuns, Lonia, who has a endless amount of slows as well as a stun, and they have Amon-Ra, who also has a stun as well as a slow. So
Lonia stuns everybody with a staff.
It's true. But if they start falling behind the Hellborn side, they're gonna have a tough time actually picking up heroes with this draft, I feel. So I hope that they're gonna get past the laning stage here. They do have some pretty strong laners on the side of Legion here. It's kind of unusual though that they decided to go for both Elonia and Defiler, since those heroes. Yeah.
Oh.
Another hero with no stuns.
Is this a Zephyr game? I'm not sure if I'm seeing it.
No, I don't think it is, from what I can tell, because it does pretty poorly against. I don't think Zephyr is that great against some hero like Elonia as well. I guess
I was also thinking the same thing, right? Can't the Elonia just stay very far away and just kite him?
Yeah, it's I guess it's like a mixed bag where later in the game, if the Zephyr manages to find the Elonia and drops a Typhoon on her, she's probably going to go down immediately because she has no mobility. But at the same time, if she stands in the back, Zephyr can never really go in because Elonia is just going to hit her with some frigid fields and stuff, and then he'll just be very slow. So I'm a bit
okay. So hear me out. Jungle Elonia, off lane Behe, mid lane Defiler, carry Ra. Can't change my mind.
I think it's going to be a.
If I make a jungle Elonia guide, will I change your mind?
I
was gonna do it. I was gonna do it in retail, but I decided not to.
I think that was for the better. I gotta tell you.
Jungle Elonia can actually farm very fast. I'm sure you're probably not surprised.
No. I know she can, but she can also
hit level 7 by 5.5 minutes, I think.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's really good actually.
And I suppose most teams, they're not ready for a Elonia jungle, so they're not gonna start warding your jungle because they presume that you're gonna lane with it. So
yeah, exactly.
And by then, but I will say though, if they start rotating into your jungle, the hero could be in some kind of danger. So yeah, it is for a reason that the hero is not too traditional in the jungle role. But there are some people that played with some decent success, so I'm not completely disregarding the idea of running the Elonia in the jungle. Although I will say, I think the chances that Keystone will run Elonia in the jungle in this particular game are very slim.
But if they swap it to Sigma, I think Sigma could jungle Alonia.
But do you think he will though?
No, I don't think he will. I've seen him jungle Soul Stealer. And I would argue that Alonia jungle is much easier.
Yeah.
I'm actually not sure why we remade, but we are
They
getting the
didn't swap in
lobby
time.
back. Okay, so it was swaps. So maybe Sigma is the Alonia. We don't know yet.
Yeah. No, because Houston was very quick to run out to the lane, so I think he was on the correct hero. I think that actually now
He
you
could have just said no swap. I have
no,
purple border
I
Alonia.
think you're right. Actually, I think it's gonna be Houston playing the Ra and Sigma playing the Elonia, and Piango playing the Defiler.
Oh right, they have a Defiler. That's
But usually with
probably
both Defiler and Elonia together in the same team, I feel like they to some degree have kind of the similar role, but
actually, you know, I've seen those players kind of intermix those heroes. It wouldn't surprise me they kind of swap it around, but I don't know. I think Sigma and Alonia feels the most fitting for them. And like you said,
Yeah.
I think Janko on Defiler and Piston on Raw is what I would imagine. What do you think? Is
no,
that
I think you're
their
right. I
is that
think you're
their
right.
trio there, or
Maybe they will reconsider running the Ra.
maybe Janko on
the-
Raw and Piston on Defiler? I've seen that as well.
Yeah, yeah. I think that might also be an option because maybe Houston might be less inclined to pick the play the Ra since the game he had on it yesterday didn't go nearly as well as they would have hoped for. So maybe he's trying to where he wants to switch up a little bit and play a different hero. We'll see.
As long as they don't put Volca on mid, they're good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any core roles preferably should be avoided.
Volca, you better play that behemoth. That's what we're telling you. Good lad. He fixed the behemoth.
Yeah, you can actually see that it's actually Piston again picking the Elonia and Sigma on the Ra. So they actually did,
This is like not the one we were actually thinking. So they actually throw us the curveball. Okay.
it was what they did at first before the remake. It was Piston and Elonia at first. I could see.
Okay. Sigma on Raw. I wasn't expecting that. I mean, he doesn't even have a silver or purple border Raw, so I mean, how confident can we be, you know?
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
Jose is playing the Zephyr. Snark on the Meraxes. I will say the brothers over there, they like to swap like who plays like the off lane and the carry like quite often. Like last game, Big Brother played the carry. Little brother said, "It's my turn. I'm in the driver's seat this time."
It might be like based on the performance from the previous game. Like if one has a good game or a bad like game on a certain role, maybe they switch it up and be like, you no longer go carry. Now it's my turn or something like that.
Arhuki playing the Artesia, so I guess this will be like a secondary support Artesia.
Is this a jungle or carry Elonia?
Short farm Alonia. Raw going long lane with the Moira.
I've never seen Elonia on safe lane.
I mean, the one thing about this is they can stack up the jungle and he could just get like level. I mean, honestly, I think like level 5 is probably the sweet spot for Alonia. If he gets 3 in the Frigid Field and 2 in the Glacial Spike, just goes into the jungle. He can even buy that big rejuvenation potion, take out triple stacks early. It's not even like that bad to invest the gold. And then
they also have the demon set up with the fissure for like a Glacial Spike, Frigid Field, Wrath. So, although I will say though the Cursed is pretty good against Elonia in general. You can kind of remove all the slows coming out from the Elonia, so you don't really have the situation where one hero is gonna get like increasingly more slow to the point where they can't move anymore with the Curse as the backup, and also maybe you're less inclined to commit to a hero when he has the fire shell on them. So actually a very unusual lane. I'm kind of curious to see how this plays out. I haven't seen those heroes go up against each other before.
CD Curse versus Bihi Alonia. That's not your everyday lane matchup. So CD and Alonia duking it out. Backliner, double melee support, just kind of waiting until it's time to throw out spells, and whoever has like the larger patience will probably pay off, because Accursed ideally wants to remove the fissure stun, but also doesn't want to let CD get like crippled.
I think they're
down
expecting. They're actually expecting different lanes. Behemoth didn't buy Samos, and he bought a mana battery, which suggests that he thinks it's a Miraxis, perhaps, or.
Maybe. I'm sure he will probably buy an orb now that he sees it's a 2v2 lane. There it is.
He's gonna cut him off. I think if he
okay, good wall. Good wall.
Yeah, he's actually.
CD's actually stuck here.
Right now.
He can't auto attack though, which is a little unfortunate. And the Alonius. Yep, sorry.
I will say though that the Behemoth actually, I don't know if he was out of range, but at some point the Corrupted Disciple was actually within tower range. So if he had been quick to stun there, the CD would have been stunned and blocked off at the tower, which would have been pretty dangerous, honestly. They're actually
getting still die here. Fire Shield comes in. Something I was thinking of was he didn't have a Blightstone. If he could have eaten one tree, he could have ran into auto attack as well. He had a Lunar Tear and a Mana Battery, but semantics. He gets a Blightstone and a Orb now. The no bloodless kill yet. Defiler gets gusted in middle lane. Body blocks coming in from Doze. Do some good damage with the missiles from Artesia. And this is also not your average mid lane. Artesia Zephyr versus Defiler is relatively normal, I would say.
I honestly think that actually Defiler's gonna have a really hard time laning against those two heroes. The harass from Artesia is kind of unparalleled early on. She has 125 damage on her Arcane Missile with a 4-second cooldown that has a 1200
range. Yeah.
It's really, really hard to avoid, taking very severe harass from that. And you always have to be careful that you don't end up getting like gusted too close. So I could actually see the Defiler going down in the middle lane here at some point. Just at least that person has to be very careful.
So does Moira stay top with the Raw against the solo Miraxis, or would like a Defiler Moira lane be worse for them to have running to mid?
I'm actually not quite sure here. I think that although the Moira can't really trigger the shards on the Miraxis because he can always just respond with his Arcane Shield, I still think that. Well, I guess you can always use the mana stun beforehand if the Amon-Ra is able to land a stun. I just don't know exactly how much the Moira will be able to do middle lane with the Defiler at this stage. Because maybe if he had been there from the get-go, but I think it's fine that he stays top and just kind of secures the farm for the Amon-Ra, and also gets an experience for himself. Because if he starts rotating too much, he might just end up being under-leveled. And you don't want to be under-leveled on Moira because she really needs those levels for her ultimate and Arcane and her Forge. So
I heard you learned yesterday that all the raw spells give regen.
I didn't know that previously. I thought it was
that's good. So how would you like him to skill? Maxing the Q or maxing the Ashes to Ashes? What do you think is his best choice?
I would max Ashes to Ashes still, because I feel like you probably stun in, and then if you have enough points in the Ashes, the Miraxis can never really man up against you because you have so much like burn damage. So and you can't really burst the Miraxis anyway. So I don't know what's the most usual because I'm not really that much of a raw player myself, but it seems like people mostly opt just to max the Ashes to Ashes. So I probably personally would favor that as well. I think you also farm faster with that one, as far as I know. And I think that's kind of
I can feel the blood. Volka wants to go in with a stun. He keeps canceling it though. This guy won't cast his spells. Faking me out. They're both full mana. Here comes a stun on the CD, but the Accursed removes the fissure stun instantly and heals CD back up. So almost like nothing happened, but mana was spent.
So he actually decided to start maxing his Path of Destruction more than his Ashes to Ashes. I'm a bit surprised by that actually, because you can see he's just farming creeps and like he's just basically cutting the wave and farming jungle as well. And I feel like you'll be farming slightly faster with more points in your Ashes to Ashes.
Oh, bot lane! CD is very low. B, he has a fissure in 1 second! He can't get it off though! The Electric Tide came in first. Unlucky timing there from Volka. But CD, capitalizing in his tower, takes out the Behemoth.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that the Behemoth ends up feeding there. What do you think the final words from the Behemoth were right before he fell to first blood?
Something yelled in a French accent that sounded like something I probably shouldn't say on stream. Not that bad, of course, but you know.
No, actually, we have Gage in mid lane.
Double stun comes in from the Moira. Artesia goes down. Zephyr only level 5. Gets mana sundered. Can't do anything, unfortunately, to get a return kill. And there's a regen rune on the Defiler. She has her ultimate. She wants to... She will not use it just yet.
You know what? I'm kind of shocked by how the Defiler has more farm than... The Zephyr is only on a mere 290 GPM right now. And he's trying to work on these stacks now. And I have some kind of idea that they're not actually going to let him do that for a very long time.
Snark is chasing Ra. He has a creep wave in tower. He has to choose whether he wants to go for this kill.
He has no ultimate anymore on the Amon Ra. So if he...
okay.
So he has to get back here. And actually,
he gets a haste rune.
But you see
he runs right into him! Oh no! Oh, he has the mana battery. Okay, he's fine. Snark's hitting the axes though. Sigma is baiting here. Oh, there's the Matrix though. He gets enough mana, takes him out. The Filer gets caught in a Typhoon, which means she's gonna fall. There's just too many B-Pro heroes here. The whole kit and caboodle, all 5. They wanted to defend these stacks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess now that the Zephyr, he did manage to get level 6 right as they came to their jungle, so he managed to connect the Typhoon onto the Defiler, which was enough to bring her down. So that kind of maybe fixes his early game a little bit, but yeah.
B-Pro Strike Core is all above 300 GPM, so they're with those couple of kills, they're in a 1200 gold lead so far. Still very early though, as we hit 7 minutes, but Zephyr's working on some stacks now. And you were talking about how the Defiler was doing very well. I think that was mostly due to Artesia stacking the woods.
I think Ra is in trouble here again, honestly. Well, maybe not. He's missing some axes here. I don't know if I like this. Like, first of all, I think he was maybe playing a bit too aggressively on the Ra there, like kind of needlessly aggressively.
He doesn't have marchers. He could very easily.
Yeah, he went for a straight Beast Heart instead of buying like boost life tube or something, which is a bit unusual for me.
I don't think they have enough damage here to kill the Moraxes. Good pressure though coming in. Snark playing very aggro. He has Matrix and the Artesia behind him, but I don't think he wants to use his Chalice here. He did throw out the Quake already. Meanwhile, bot lane B, one more auto attack, he's going to go down to the CD. That was a Zephyr rotation and didn't even have the Typhoon, but they will deny the tower as well. So again, B-Pro is looking very solid here to start off game 2.
Yeah, but when things are said and done, the balance the gold lead is completely balanced between the two teams right now with an only 500 gold lead.
Yeah, that's due to the tower falling though. Gave a little bit of gold swing back.
That's a good point. Well, if you look at the XP as well, it's also dead even. So I will say though the game is still very, very close right now.
Oh yeah.
But I think the tower in the middle tower is also very low at this stage, so we might see this tower fall pretty soon as well.
3 players up here top for Legion. Moraxis getting chain stun. Mana Sunder doesn't have Matrix for 22 seconds, but he did pop his Arcane Shield. Who gets the blame on that one? It's got to be Mex, right? Only targetable ability there. Proc the shield.
Yeah, well, I do think it's probably pretty difficult as a Moira in general to...
nah, we should blame him. No, yeah, for sure. No. Unfortunately, it's not an ideal matchup for Mex here. Being the Moira against the Moraxis. But yeah, they did unfortunately miss a kill on the Moraxis. He has his ultimate up and he's going bottom, I guess, to collect this wave. As Zephyr is now top and CD feels content, I guess, holding the mid lane for now.
Yeah, it seems like they're starting to gather on the middle lane here.
5 players here for VC Tracks. They want to collect this mid tower. Bihi going very far forward. They saw the Accursed, I believe. They're trying to find him though. Fogglework runs out. They've run into a curse. He should fall here. No deny coming in. Zephyr throws out a Typhoon, though. They're turning their attention towards Alonia. Alonia falls right away. Good trade, though, for B-Pro, but now Zephyr's in some trouble. Heals coming in from Artesia. They're looking to turn it around. Amun-Ra does have Pyroclasmic Rebirth. He will come back, but here comes now Defiler with the Unholy Expulsion. And CD is in a world of trouble. I don't think he has enough team support here to make it out of this one, or does he? The Gust from Doze, kicks Defiler out of range, and Yagar Dig survives, and they all run back to base. So they cut the losses there. 1 player down for each side, and well, maybe a little jungle camps as some casualties.
That was quite the fight, but no real big swings in that fight. Most heroes got out of there with
Zephyr charging forward. Gus back onto the Amun Rabbi. Runs down the cliff. Arcane Vortex from Mex hits 2. They're still holding their tower, by the way, which is why VC Trax was here in the first place. And they're just going to deny it. That'll be that.
Yeah, so as we spoke about the Zephyr with the Alonia matchup, you can kind of see how if the Alonia like manages to stay far back, she's probably able to kite the Zephyr to some degree. But if Zephyr just comes out of nowhere, surprise, and drops a Typhoon on the top of Alonia, they don't really have anything that can save her. Maybe they can land like an Arcane Vortex to save the Alonia for the time being, but otherwise she's complete on her own, and she'll go down very quickly from that Typhoon. So.
Yeah, also choosing to participate in these early engagements without... She didn't have the absolute 0, she just leveled that up now at level 8. And also not having at least a point in the flash freeze. So it kind of hinders her team fight presence a little bit. I would probably prefer if she maybe farms just a little bit more, plays a little bit more for her game.
I think you're probably right. But at the same time, though, if let's say he plays by himself and his team goes to fight, then they're playing 4 vs 5 in general, because I think B-Pro generally will show up with 5 heroes whenever there's a team fight. So it's a bit of a dilemma. Yeah, it's a bit of a dilemma for her, because you want to farm, but you also need to apply pressure. So actually, the Ra, he's sitting with 430 GPM. And he's doing pretty well, all things considered. I suppose he was in a 2 vs 1 lane technically, so he's kind of expected to have some kind of farm at this stage. The
Alonia and Bihi want to take out this Meraxes. Bihi runs at him. Good wall! Blocks off his pathing. Keeps him in place. The slowest from Alonia. Meraxes has 100 movement speed. He is a sitting duck. And he goes down.
There's just nothing you can do once you have enough of the charges on you from Alonia. You're just going to be slow as they get. So.
He could have tried to TP out, but then B would probably just shockwave him. So probably wasn't gonna work.
Yep.
Now he has a point in his flash freeze.
I think it's quite usual to, I've noticed amongst the Alonia players, to skip the flash freeze and just actually skip the ulti.
Oh yeah, I agree. Especially when you're farming, you just want your first 2 abilities leveled out as much as possible.
Yeah.
It also reduces cooldowns, which is a big part of why you want to max them out ASAP.
Oh yeah, you're right. I actually didn't even know that.
So yeah, they started level 5. They started 5-second cooldown at level 1, and then they always go down by 1 second per level. So CD's getting caught here. Great Arcane Vortex from Mex. They're trying to keep him alive with the curse, but it's just not going to be enough. That's a hasted Alonia, and well, 4 players in general is going to be pretty hard to escape if you're a CD. Anyway.
It's also, if you have all 4 spells skilled, it's a lot of mana you have to go through to use all 4 spells. So it's I suppose the individual spells are more powerful if you're just opting not to skill your flash freeze as well as your absolute 0 on your early levels. So
for sure. So I think items for Alonia this game. Probably will maybe need a tablet this game, but he could also opt into like Grimoire and Post Haste, I think. His probably go-to choices.
Yeah, I would like to see a bit of a greedy, maybe like I think maybe like a light brand or some spell charge or something, just to kind of accelerate her farming a little bit, because he is only sitting on 380 GM currently, and I do feel like he needs something just to give him that extra edge when it comes to farming, because they don't really have any like significant right-click carries in their team. So he actually does go for the light brand, which seems pretty reasonable to me. It's a nice source of health as well when you're spamming your abilities, and it's very nice damage for that hero. So
nope,
I don't hate it.
I think light brand's pretty solid here. It's gonna run into a Zephyr, maybe. Okay, no. And by the way, while we were talking, the Bihi and the Artesia both ended up going down for each team.
Yeah. I saw that there was on the bottom room. It's just a small exchange that the Zephyr actually did miss his ultimate that encounter, but
Moraxis is still needing about 1,000 for PK. We haven't seen that like monster Moraxis performance yet, but once he hits the PK timing, we could see the action pick up.
Yeah. The game is still relatively even. I still think the Legion seems to have the slighter edge currently with a 3,000 gold lead, and I'm not entirely sure as to which hero or which team has the superior late game at the end of the day, because yeah, 2,000 gold might be a small lead currently, but I can tell you in about 20 minutes time or so, 2k gold lead doesn't really matter at all. So
no, it'll probably be held in their inventories as well. Amon-Ra has 3,000 gold, so I think he's gonna go into Mach. Doesn't even have a investment so far this game.
Oh,
they're attempting Kongor. There is no vision here in the area unless there's no vision from P-Pro.
You think they're aware of this?
They are kind of maybe moving around like they know something's happening.
They're actually setting up a kill in Meraxis in the bottom lane with 5 heroes.
Another death on the Meraxis, just gonna further that portal key.
That might either it solidifies their Conquer or they it just seems like
there's a Typhoon down in the background. Amon-Ra burns his Pyroclasmic Rebirth, is gonna come back up. Filer is here. Doesn't have Ghost though because she used it earlier, it's expired. She's just gonna be able to throw out waves and silences. The shield is up on the Zephyr. They take out the Ra. He's healing with the Cyclones, but he's gonna get kited by the Alonia Falls. Meanwhile, in the background, the Moira goes down. And the supporting cast, there's the Electric Tide, takes out the Behemoth. Double tap comes out for Corrupted Disciple. And they're gonna find that ward placed by Mex. And they also got their own water sight down in the pit to see the HP of their own Kongor. So I would say that fight was a very good cleanup coming in from B-Pro. They did lose the Zephyr and the Meraxis, but they ended up getting, I believe, 3 kills in total.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mixed bag here because they did lose, I think, 2 cores, the Meraxis and the Zephyr. But they did get 3 heroes that were the Amon-Ra, who's a core, as well as both Behemoth and Moira, which are support heroes. But they also managed to defend off their Kongor, so I guess in some kind of way you could consider that a win for the Hellborn side. And the Meraxis was picked off before the team fight actually started. So all in all, I think it was a pretty good situation for the Hellborn, all things considered. So
Snarks, go to the Heart Camp. He's just trying to find whatever farm he can to get to that 2250 mark. That's his goal that he set for himself. Get to that portal key.
Yep.
And he will try to farm it up in the top lane, but has to be very careful with a hasted Alonia in the area.
He might actually try to run into him. I don't think he's aware that he has a haste on him. Maybe he realizes that Alonia has a haste thing.
I think he probably spotted it with this ward from Karhuki in the jungle here. That's actually a Hellborn ward.
You're right, actually.
And Doze just finished his Staff of the Master on the Zephyr.
It's going to be very big for them.
That's gonna try to teamfight control the Legion side with that bigger Typhoon radius.
I like the staff here. I think staff and Zephyr is generally a pretty safe item. It gives you both some tankiness from the strength as well as the max health increase. And it also gives you very good control in the team fights with the increased ultimate range, but it also gives you a lot of extra damage with the additional Cyclones. So it's just...
what's it, 4 more? 5 more? Something like that? I think you go from, is it 9 to 13?
Yeah, I suppose it's 4 more. It used to be from 8 to 12, so now it's 9 to 13. So.
Yeah, that got changed. That's why I was like, is it 9? Is it 8? Now it's 13 Cyclones. They each deal how much damage? I can't read.
8 per second.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Boy, that feels like they do more than that, doesn't it?
Because you have to remember there's
13 of them. it's like around 100 damage or so.
Yeah.
Which is actually a lot of damage. 100.
The charges also, they regenerate themselves faster with the staff effect as well, so you can heal more. You're basically kind of healing once in a while with the staff as well. It's just a very
nice tool. Would he look to upgrade anyone in his team, perhaps later on in the game?
Yeah, I do think that that's the thing when you're playing Zephyr as carry. A lot of times if you go for an early stab, you can kind of be inclined to try to help your team out, but Zephyr is also a hero that needs to frontline, so if you start investing your gold into your teammates too early, it might end up costing your your frontline position. So I would love to
I
see.
don't feel like any of the. Oh, we have a jump here. Meraxis did get his portal key. They take out the behemoth. Boy, Volpa is just not going to be anywhere close to portal key anytime soon. Amun-Ra getting his Pyroclasmic Reaver taken out. Here comes an Alonia Absolute Zero. Good kiting coming in from B-Pro. Ra's now back alive. They're turning their attention on the Zephyr. He goes down. There is a pause vote coming out mid-team fight. Holy moly.
I can't tell who's in the. I think even though the Ra is really low and then Merax is about to land a double stun, I fail to see how they'll be able to capitalize on this. They're probably gonna bring up the Amun-Ra, but with the Defiler ultimate
plus 140. Who is he draining?
well, actually
He's draining.
he has really high damage. I didn't know that, but he does have a Defiler right next to him. I think he drained the Amun-Ra, who died, and then the draining is no longer on him. So
Okay.
that would be my guess. But the Defiler is right next to him with an ultimate. They do have the Essence projection.
City still has, Curse still has shield as well to...
Yeah, actually they have a lot of tools to if they can, and the Alonia has basically used all her abilities, so if
I
they're
actually
able
think
to...
B-Pro is going to clean this up, judging from what's happening. It's very possible, though, that, like, I think, like, if they can turn their attention toward the Meraxis stun a little bit, I think CD running in and maybe focusing the Alonia here could be good, but there's also a Vortex.
Yeah, I was about to say, we're kind of disregarding the fact that they could basically just Arcane Vortex the CD and the Curse and just cut them off, and then the Meraxis is going to be by himself with the Ra. And I think right now, even though the stun hasn't connected, I think Amun-Ra is spamming that mana battery harder than anyone has ever spammed the mana battery before.
Just smacking his keyboard. Click, click,
So,
click.
so I don't think he's going to be able to get it off, because I'm pretty sure this Meraxis stun is going to be instant. But I think Moira is probably, since they have some time set up, I think Moira is going to ult here, and they're going to try to save the Amun-Ra as well as the Alonia. That would be my guess.
Smashing R button. Okay, there he goes. Amun-Ra! He goes down. Meraxis going down to the Ghost. But now they're out of the Arcane Vortex. CD leading the way. Trying to get the heals from the team support. Karhuki doesn't throw out the heals. He was actually throwing out the damage missiles there. Maybe a mistake, but Navi goes down. Meanwhile, CD, does he want to fight into the Ghost of Defiler? Can he man up here? Defiler getting very low, but CD falls back. Decides not to take the risk, as perhaps he could have been healing up to. Always has to keep that into consideration.
So actually, it ended up being a 3-for-3 exchange. So again, it seems like
Lonio. We might not be done though.
Oh.
This was actually spotted by Yagar Dig. He gets the, he sees him. He cancels him with the flash freeze. He's gonna end up maybe falling here. He will. Unfortunate there.
The fight sort of played out as we predicted, with the Moira spamming her Arcane Vortex to cut off the corrupt disciples so they could try to address the Meraxis in the front. But it was a bit unfortunate that there was a pause in the middle of that fight. It kind of made it too sort of fractious.
MVP of the pause goes to Mex.
It was a bit reversed, this fight, in some sort of way.
Who's on the run here? We got Defiler tableting over the cliff, I think. And they cannot reach him. The portal key was down for Meraxis. By the way, did we? I don't think we touched upon this, but if I recall correctly, I could scroll up and check, but I believe the Artesia was picked up before the Defiler, right? Something Defiler is very good at is taking out gadgets.
Oh,
you're
right.
I would definitely like to see Defiler aiming that Essence projection in the team fights, because that almost reduces Artesia's power, like, but well, it reduces her power by a lot when she's not able to throw out double missiles, double heals.
Very significant.
And I think it takes like maybe like half a second once you right click that Essence projection for the Ghost to just tear it down. So
I will say though that I'm a bit. I don't necessarily like that he just went straight for the mug after the helm. I felt like if he had gone for something like Plated Greaves plus Shaman's Headers or something early on, he probably wouldn't have been as. He doesn't have to be quite as careful in the fights as he has to be right now.
Is this a B Pro Raw? He's got red boots?
It might actually be a B Pro Raw.
It's a B Pro Raw. It's almost got the mock finish though.
Because I feel like once you have the shamans and the plated creeps, it's just so difficult to bring down Nora. I know he's gonna have the muck faster, but I just don't think he would have died those 2 times probably if he had shamans plus helm, shamans plus plated creeps as well. So
he's about 200 off the mock, I believe.
and Ra is still a hero that farms pretty well regardless of his items. I feel because he doesn't have any mana pool that he has
We
to.
got 4 players in the area here for VC tracks. V doesn't get in range for a fissure, decides not to go for it. Mex will do some pressure here with his ephemeral forge in the background, just pressuring them off the tower. Forces out the glyph from B-Pro. Here comes the ghost though. This tower, I believe, will not be defended by B-Pro. They are finishing the Shrunken on CD, which is a big part of why they're giving this up. And Moraxis, did he just right-click a Gnomes? No, I think he sold that. It's probably a misclick. I don't think that was actually a Gnomes pickup. But there's a barrier being right-clicked by Zephyr, which he might actually have finished by now, because that was a pretty early staff from Doze. He's almost 500 GPM still.
Do you like the barrier here, or would you prefer to see him go for the Sunken Red?
Hold the thought though, Ra is being initiated on here. He gets over the cliff. Can they catch him though? I don't think they can.
They have very low catch ones.
Moraxis is their only initiation, yeah.
CD is sitting at 400 GPM. He just finished Shrunken. He's got that Steam Boots and Energizer.
I think Mex just got a portal key on Newerth being delivered. 24 minutes here. Pretty solid. He beat the Behemoth by about 1600 gold.
Yeah, the Behemoth is not doing too well, unsurprisingly, but...
he has an Ophelia pact. If he can finish that, that's an insta 700 gold in the bank. Moraxis doesn't get stunned yet. He gets stunned up first. Pops the Matrix. Shockwave comes out. Moraxis blows up. Failed his initiation there, unfortunately. And now they did burn the Raw ultimate. He's back alive. Essence projection is still up. Vortex in the background, holding the Artesia from healing, but they are still very healthy on the side of B-Pro. And the only player to fall here was Snark, mainly because he just got kicked into an aggressive position, blinking forward, eating all of the ultimates from VC Tracks there, but nothing else really came from that.
I kind of feel like it's starting to feel a bit like the side of B-Pro are really starting to get kited in these fights, because once they drop the Zephyr ultimate, they're just backing off. They have the Fissure to cut them off, they have the Arcane Vortex, the Elonia is like a perfect hero at preventing heroes from like overcommitting to you, because she's just gonna continuously slow down your whole team if they overstep, and they're just doing a really good job at kind of fighting them off if they're trying to overcommit with the Typhoon as well as the Moraxis initiation. So kind of concerned for the Hellborn team. If they don't manage to do something quite drastic here, I feel like they're gonna fall in a really bad state.
Elonia has Portal Key Spell Shards 1, following up the Grimoire of Power, which is heavily into that caster build. Does need to be careful here as there are some smokes coming her way. But again, they only really have the Moraxis to catch her. Artesia might throw out a missile here. Oh, I think she's fine. They don't have any tablets or anything to stop the TP.
You can see the Defiler has just finished her Behemoth's heart, so she's going to be very difficult for the Hellborn team to bring down. She's got the tablet as well to make her way out of the Zephyr Typhoon, so...
she's tanky.
Yeah, and I think the kind of the objective for Legion seems just to be to try to avoid the initial initiation from B-Pro, and then the longer the fight goes, the more it kind of benefits them, in my opinion. So.
Ooh, Volker got his PK! 26 minutes. Finished his Ophelia's pact.
That was, considering he was 1600 gold off a few minutes ago, it's pretty surprising he just managed to collect that remaining 1600 gold that quickly. So
they got at least one tower. I think
it
it was just one tower. No, it was last hit by Defiler actually. Yeah, just one tower, and then Ophelia's pack 700. So I guess he farmed a couple camps.
Yeah, they're gonna be working on a Fungor kill here.
I'm not sure if he got a tome as well, but he's level 12, which is very good. He's got at least the level 2 shockwave now.
Got the Amon-Ra picking up a Brutalizer here. It's very unusual with the red boots with the Brutalizer. I don't think I've seen that before.
ePro's not doing their Conqueror just yet. Maybe they haven't read that, but well, they will read it on their screen and hear it announced that Legion has done their Conqueror. And see if they want to try to attempt their own. And by the way, Snark did go for a gnome, so it wasn't a misclick. He actually bought a gnomes on Moraxis.
Very interesting. I've never seen that before. It's gonna smoke up here, actually.
I think it would have made more sense on the Artesia, but maybe he just hasn't been able to farm it. I mean, he has almost enough gold for it now. And looking at his items, I feel like he wanted to buy it. I hope he doesn't buy one by accident now. Because that would be kind of a waste.
It seems a bit unnecessary to buy the gnomes and the Moraxis then if you already almost have it on the Artesia. Especially because it's a more naturally or the billet item. Moraxis.
2 minutes wake stun hits Raw and Alonia, but he's all by himself. There's no team support here.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. I think he thought that maybe they were trying to do the Conqueror or something, but they do have a ward showing the Conqueror pit, so I don't think they'll be able to defend their Conqueror anymore. And this 10,000 gold lead is starting to become very significant.
Did you see Snark's Kraken performance yesterday? This guy was playing out of his mind.
Yeah,
This looks almost like a different Snark today.
Yeah, maybe he slept poorly or something.
It's got to be something, man. I don't know. I was like kind of hyped when I saw that Kraken play yesterday. I was like, he's gonna have a big day today.
That was a.
And now he goes gnomes on Moraxis, and I'm sad. There's a token of life on VC Tracks on Alonia. Not really the Siege hero, but at the same time, does Defiler really need a token? Or Amon-Ra. They are both hard to bring down in their own right. Typhoon is down, catches Behemoth and Ra, but they walk out of it as it was on the edge. Barbed Armor applied by Doze. TP coming in out from CD. He falls. He picked up a Shroud. Got a kill on the Moira, but he ended up paying for it with his life. Behemoth dies. It's a bloodbath coming out for Alonia. Ghosts are still up from Defiler for 10 more seconds, which should mean this Rexus will fall. Alonia is in the base, going down maybe, no, healing up. Does still have the token. Not to forget that. Hatcher coming out, might make it a quad kill. Nope, Ultimate Warrior comes out for the Defiler, and that should do it. Game number 2 and the series will go to VC Tracks, and this one was pretty even for quite a while, I would say, for a little bit closer of a game than game number 1, but VC Tracks did decide to run away with it toward the end there.
It did feel like the team of VC Tracks, they were kind of in the driver's seat the entire game. They were not that far ahead, but they were definitely ones that were kind of making the plays happen, or at least having the more successful fights, generally speaking. So yeah, as I expected, that we had the VC team. My prediction was correct, but it was a very good series overall. So GG.
B-Pro just didn't want me to be right. That's all it was.
I think they were desperately trying to prove you wrong. So
hopefully not. But yeah, that one will conclude this series. So VC Tracks moves on through the loser bracket. They will now be in the grand final to play against Post Haste Gaming, which will be our grand final and last series of the tournament. And we will go on a break until that one is ready to begin. So stay tuned, everybody. Your grand final will be coming up after a break.
Welcome to the Paradise League Heroes of Newerth Pro Tournament number 5 Grand Finals. I'm your host, Gucci Donut, here with Jonas, ready for game 1. Here comes the bands. Jonas, you want to take it away?
Yes, hello guys. Maybe some of you know me, maybe some of you don't. I play a lot of High Team M. And I'm co-hosting with Gucci today, and I'm super glad to be here. And as we get into the bands here, we can see some pretty standard bands. The Bushwhack, the Plague, NG. We see Scrap here, which is a bit unusual. We usually don't see the Scrap band coming out, but we can see the Flux, also very common band here. Ophelia probably getting banned because of what you got. He plays a lot of Ophelia. And let's see what they're up to here. I don't know a lot about the American team, but I know we have our classic European team here with Sigma, Vulka, Piston, Mex, and Janko. Oh, and we see Magnus coming in. They're picking up Magnus on the American team.
Monarch.
I think Magnus is a very safe bet to pick here. They have Kinesis open if they want to take it on the Hellborn side, but overall Magnus is pretty safe. You can play in Rome, you can play on the Suicide and also duel up on long lane. Monarch coming in from the Hellborn side. That's also a very good pick, very safe. One of the best supports in the game right now, in the current support meta. We like a lot of healers. We like supports with stuns, with a lot of saves. Monarch comes in clutch with all of those. As we can see, they're hovering Demented Shaman on the Legion side too, which is also one of the really good healing supports now.
On the Legion side, we have What You Got, who is not only a senior GM, but has been a legendary caster and streamer for a very long time. Rosaru, Matt, Luisia's, who is also another senior GM, and Lora Panda.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about Lucius, but I've never played him in the TMM before. I know Math plays a lot of EU himself. He's up there, one of the really good players. I like him individually as a player, but I've never seen him play in a pro team before, so this is very interesting for me. We can see here quick that they allowed Legion to pick up Soul Reaper. Really, really strong here in the meta right now, maybe a bit overtuned. He farms really well, he's very unkillable, and he works in most of the team, especially now they have double save healing characters, which is probably something that the Legion side is going to have to deal with a character or maybe items such as Spell Sunder.
If I remember correctly, from what I've seen, What You Got and Mex are both excellent players when it comes to Ophelia, so I'm not surprised to see Ophelia banned right off the bat.
Yeah, for sure. Demented and Lord getting picked up. Lord being a very snowbally mid character often. Gonna have to get a lot of stacks in the jungle, so I'm really curious that we're seeing the Shadow pick, Keeper of the Forest here, because if he will go jungle, the Lord will not be able to farm stacks, and he will not be able to snowball as you usually want him to do here. But we'll see what they figure out. Demented currently I think is one of the weakest supports right now in the healing meta.
How about Soul Reaper? Do you think the buffs that he has might be a little strong at the time?
No, I think he's really strong. I think he's very strong in the laning phase right now, and I think with the items you buy, you become very unkillable as a first or second core. But usually, I don't think Soul Reaper is good enough to be as a second a solo carry like a Moon Queen or a hyper carry like that. But he works very well with 2 cores, I think.
And we're seeing 2 healers on the Hellborn side. Do you think that strategy is going to pay off long term?
Yeah, I mean, it's currently it's a tried and true concept. You want to have 2 supports. Usually we can see sometimes even people play Nymphora Pearl, also 2 healing supports. Artesia not so popular right now. You also see Prophet, you can see Prophet Pearl, you can see Prophet Monarch. It works super well. The kit is really good, and it works well into the meta. It seems people are really afraid of having these longer fights where the heals catch up. It's hard to trade with them. They're good in lane. We see something interesting. Mex holding Puppet, and I think Puppet is one of the worst characters in the meta right now. They completely butchered the character at all, which is his ultimate. You can barely one-shot someone with the ult level 1 now. It just doesn't have enough HP for a one shot, and because when the HP of the puppet runs out, you no longer have any bonus damage to the target. So I hope they don't pick puppet there. Glad they're good coming up though. Also really good. They're really going for the teamfight comp here. It's gonna be really hard to kill them. They're gonna be super tanky. That's for sure gonna be a barrier getting picked up on one of them. They're gonna have enormous wisdom on the Soul Reaper most likely, and they might even go for an Astrolabe on the Monarch, which once again is just peeling into the healing meta. And we see Nymphora. I really thought Nymphora was gonna be a good pick here, but he went with a more aggressive support. Blacksmith probably gonna head on the long lane, so we can see Soul Reaper on the short farm Gladiator mid, and then I think it looks like they're gonna man up on long lane on the Hellborn side. And I still am not completely sure about the plan coming in from the Legion side. Give me one moment, guys.
So we can see that Puppet Master was not picked up. Instead, Mex ended up picking up the Blacksmith, adding on to the stun lock here. Every single hero has a stun so far. Soul Reapers may just be his ulti, but still. I am seeing a lot of stun lock on the Hellborn side, which is something I really like to see.
Yeah, I want to pitch in there, Gotcha, as you said, with a lot of stuns. I think that has also been a lot of the meta. We can see a lot from the B-Pro games that I've been playing in recent months that they really like to pick up stuns on 4, even sometimes 5 characters. It's really easy to, you always have some kind of catch. It's hard when you don't have enough catch. I say that often. Sometimes pick, like, for example, now they only really have Magnus on the... They don't have a lot of catch, only Magnus and Riftwalker. In my opinion, I think you need at least 3 catch heroes. But they have a strong frontline here. Magnus Lord, but so does the Hellborn side. I really like the characters that Americans are picking this game, though. It's not a lot of characters we see often. Demented, Tarot, Lord is very competitive in TMM, but not as much in Pro Play.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see the Lord Salforus picked up here in the grand finals, but like you said, I think it's a really good pickup, and I'm happy to see it. He's going to be a good frontline, hopefully, and give space for Taro to come in and knock them out. I think that Taro, especially with a shield breaker, is incredibly strong, and with the Demented Shaman also reducing that armor, that Legion has a very strong combo if Rift can pull them together. You know, they will have to be together in a lot of these fights to make sure that these combos are working. And I think more than just 2. I think Legion's going to need 3 or 4 people hunting at a time in order to be successful. Versus with the stun lock that you're seeing on the Hellborn side, I think they're only going to need 2 to 3 people to gank, which might be a good advantage for Hellborn early. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'm definitely leaning towards the Legion side having a little bit lacking in the damage department here. Really, only Lord and Tarot is going to have a lot of damage. Riftwalker has good damage if she gets her full combo in, but that is if she does that. While on the Legion side or Hellborn side this game, personally I would feel much more comfortable with their picks. They have way more sustained damage. Torture, Soul Reaper, Glad. It's just a lot of damage all the time, and it bursts too if you want them to. And then you have the Blacksmith putting his E on every target all the time. It's going to be very difficult. If they start snowballing, this game is going to get lost really quick by the Legion side, especially since they have Tarot. He's going to have to survive the early game or even win super hard to get punched forward into this game. Mm-hmm. But I think they're going to play around mid here with the Lord Salforus a lot this game. Or maybe they will play passively and just have the Lord farm the woods from the mental stacking. We'll see what happens. Maybe you can take over now for a bit, could you?
Sure, yeah. What I'm looking at right now is I'm seeing what you got on Riftwalker with Math on Magnus going up against Gladiator in one lane. In the middle, we're going to have Lord Salforus being played by Lil Red Panda up against Janko, who's going to be on Soul Reaper. And then on the third lane, we're seeing Taro being played by Lucius with Rosaru on Disham, up against Kaiser Sigma on Torture, with Volca on Blacksmith, and Mex on Monarch. And it looks like they're going for an early pick with looking for one out of position, trying to get a stun on.
We can
Looks
say
like
they
Legion, going ahead and what you got? Going to go ahead and move bot here. Go ahead, Jonas, take it away.
I was gonna say, we can say that they were a bit hesitant in the beginning, but they saw the Gladiator was solo top and did a quick rotation. I think that's a good thing, because Gladiator is definitely gonna survive once it's level 5-6 into that lane. And Tarot definitely needs more killing early than a Gladiator does. Back to you.
I'm looking mid now, and I'm taking a look at Janko kind of dominating the lane with his early heal. Kind of getting the push off and doing a lot of harass on low red panda. He's trying to get him low early and just kind of dominate the creeps and make sure that Lord Sulphorus is not able to get very many last hits. Looks like all lanes are pretty even, and that we're just gonna have to wait for someone to kind of be a little bit out of position and get caught with a stun before we can catch some action. Based off of the early items, do you see anything off, or does everything look pretty normal for now?
I think it's pretty standard items from both teams here. Nothing too crazy. We can see we have double mana battery on the bot lane. That's gonna pay off really good in these fights when they start fighting early on. I can also see... Oh, here we got a stun.
Yep, Rift doing a nice pull there, holding Blacksmith and Torture together. Demented trying to get some auto attacks off. Same with Taro. Blacksmith just one hit. Volca walking away with literally 9 HP. Gonna make it out okay.
Once again, mana battery saving.
Both teams doing a great job with harass here, staying in their lanes, trying to form last hits.
I'm a bit interested in how the top lane lineup is gonna look right now, because Gladiator is gonna harass this Magnus a lot with his E coming up, and he's not gonna be able to lane as good as he's doing right now against the Gladiator because of their whip ability. It's gonna take a lot of damage, bully him out of the lane. I wonder if they're gonna remove the Magnus and have him go mid, or if they're gonna put more people on the top to try to stop the Gladiator from farming potentially an early Mocker.
I mean, both teams incredibly even in gold and XP. Things moving pretty static. Both teams harassing well, getting last hits well, farming creeps well. Oh, yep. No one really able to land a good lockdown. Oh, here comes Monarch on the Taro. Lucia's looking like he's in trouble. Torture locking down with a second stun. Lucia's trying to get away. Blacksmith coming in, trying to chain the third stun. Taro walking away with 43 HP. Monarch in trouble now. Will give the first blood. Riftwalker falling in second there. Oh, Disham actually might have given that first blood there before. So, exchange 2 for 1 there on the Hellborn. Walking away there with the victory. What do you think about that fight, Jordan?
That is not what you want to see on the Legion side. As I said earlier, you want this Taro to win this lane. And having your support style like that is just gonna make this early phasing even harder for the Tarot. And I was curious if they were gonna try to bully the Tarot out of the farm, because there was 2 waves lining up there. But they seemed to back off after Tarot popped a healing potion.
Yeah, so Kaiser Sigma walking away with a double tap there, taking away the Bloodlust as well, giving him a huge advantage.
We see both players on top now hit level 6. I am really curious if Gladiator is gonna stay in lane. No, he's doing the WTP back to get himself replenished into the lane. With this kind of 2 characters, you're gonna see an all-in from one of the sides, which is potentially gonna kill one of them.
Hold that thought. Blacksmith chaining down the stun on Taro, followed up by Monarch and Torture. Mex, Monarch is gonna walk away with the kill on that Taro. Lucia's really in trouble. They're getting locked down. You know, she was able to walk away the first time, but was not able to walk away this time. Her team kind of stood up for her the first time and took both deaths, and this time she was kind of in the front and her team behind and just got locked down.
Yeah, as we talked about in the picking phase, they have not really any on-hit stuns on the Legion side here on the bot lane, so if Tarot gets picked out, it's very difficult.
Now it's Riftwalker, hold that thought. Riftwalker getting locked down by the triple stun. This triple stun combo really doing well. And we're seeing Lord Salfor is having to port bot to help out at this point. Sacrificing the experienced mid, coming in trying to get a kill on Blacksmith, but will get stunned by the Torture. Blacksmith trying to make it out alive, but will the ult kill him? No, he's gonna be... I think he's gonna be okay, maybe? No. Yep,
that
he's
is
gonna be
so
okay. 5
unfortunate.
HP. Walking away with 5 HP on Blacksmith. Excellent play. Nice try by South on the port, but just not there.
Yeah, good catch. And while we had the Lord Salfor TP bottom to try to do some damage control after those devs, we saw Soul Ripper go into the jungle and kill the stacks there. Get ahead of him build.
Still, even with the stacks, both teams still pretty even in gold per minute and experience per minute. Even though the score is 4-1, not too skilled in Hellborn's flavor quite yet. Still anyone's game.
We see Riftwalker walked over a ward, and we had Blacksmith TP up on top here, which they don't have vision on right now, so this could potentially be a kill coming up.
If Legion keeps getting caught out of position and keeps feeding these kills one by one, it's going to be very difficult for them to get any items in skill. However, if they can stay back a little bit and kind of get the items they need, maybe... Oh, here comes some action top. Legion coming in top with a gank on Gladiator, and Gladiator will get picked there by Magnus and Riftwalker. Nice port by Riftwalker to go and help Magnus take out the Gladiator. I don't think Pizdon was expecting that one. The score now 2-4. Still in favor of Hellborn, which is going to be VC game.
I think I heard you say that
Sorry.
he wasn't expecting the gank, but they did in fact have vision when Riftwalker walked on the water here up to the top lane, so he was definitely expecting something. I don't think he was expecting just that kind of damage to one-shot him. And a kill picked up here by both sides here in the jungle. Being very greedy to go into there against a Soul Ripper Gladi.
Looks like both mid players being exchanged there. Riftwalker in a little bit of trouble getting chased down by the Gladiator, and Blacksmith will get ready picked off.
My brilliance is
The score now 4-6 in favor of VC Tracks. Hellborn doing a good job applying the pressure, but Legion showing that they're not scared. Still fighting on the Hellborn side. Saying, hey, if we want to apply some pressure, we're going to try and do the same thing.
Very even in gold after that actually, and XPM. I'm a bit surprised after they had 3 people on bottom, but it's working well overall, but we can see that the Tarot is a bit behind in XP, but that's just gonna come naturally by them having 3 people bot all game.
So here Taro is trying to get some farm alone, but there are 3 Hellborn players waiting to hunt. So Lucius has to be really careful here. She's going to get picked out once again. And
no vision on the teleport coming up.
Lucius doing a great job staying back. Desham porting in to help. Hellborn just, really, really aggressive in the Legion jungle at the moment.
We can see Lord and Riftwalker taking the enemy stacks here, which is really good. Exactly what you want to do on Lord Salfor is get your snowball, get those stacks, get strong into the mid game.
Post-Tames Gaming is saying, hey, if you're going to take our jungle, we're going to take your jungle. They're really playing very adaptive into what Hellborn is doing and moving kind of counter-intuitively to try and say, okay, if that's your strategy, we're going to try and do the same.
Double tip is.
Yeah, we have those 3 Hellborn players. We're really trying to hunt behind the tower, but you can see one more Lord Salfor had to port mid to try and provide some support. All 3 Hellborn players instantly backed up. As soon as Lord Salfor starts going mid, here they go for the hunt again. Taro in trouble. Bottom tower about to fall. We have the Riftwalker porting and trying to help. Is it going to be enough? Desham trying to provide a heal, but now here comes the Soul Reaper. Janko coming in, trying to get the kill on Taro. And while Taro's trying to escape, Disham trying to provide a little bit of tank ability will fall first and try and give Taro a little bit of room. Taro still will not be able to escape. Will get picked off there by Mex. Oh, Janko, sorry. Will get picked off there by Janko. And that will make the score now 8-4 in favor of Hellborn. Hellborn now taking a good lead in experience and gold. Magnus trying to do a counter initiation up top on the Blacksmith, but Monarch with a beautiful save will keep the Blacksmith alive just fine. Lord Forest now in trouble. Will get picked there with a taunt by Piston. Magnus getting locked down by the Monarch is going to try and do a stun. I'm going to unfortunately have to use the stun to lock out to get away.
It is looking very grim.
And Janko coming in. Sorry, Janko on Soul Reaper coming in, trying to do some damage on the Disham. Torture following up, catching the Disham. Blacksmith, another lockdown. This lockdown is insane. 5-man hunting is doing work here on the top lane. The score now 10-4. I love to see a 5-man hunt doing work. This is really good early action that you don't normally see, but at this level, it seems to be working quite well. I love to see it's only 11 minutes in the game, and all 5 players on Hellborn are hunting together and doing a great job doing so. They're moving around the map, while Lord Forest is just kind of fighting S5 as well. So the score now 10-4 in favor of VC Tracks. Jonas, what do you think?
I think that the Legion side had what had to happen that did not, like what couldn't have happened to them. Everything went wrong this game for them. The Tarot, she got shut down so easily, and the Lord Forest is not snowballing the way you want to have Lord right now. And as we can see, quick
Magnus
kill picked up
Rift.
on the Monarch.
Yeah, Monarch was trying to ward there, and then Magnus coming in with a beautiful stun with the Rift combo, able to take out the Monarch. And that is going to be Mex a little bit out of position there.
I want to finish up my thought there with saying that because they have such good catch heroes on the Hellborn side, it's really hard for the Legion to even play any lane right now with Tarot and Magnus. They can really get picked off easily, and I don't know right now how the Legion side is gonna come back from this and recover, because I feel like the Hellborn side is putting exact amount of pressure you want on this team, and they're doing very coordinated plays, which is working out for them.
Yeah, what I'm seeing, like with that early stun capability and that early catch capability, Hellborn's able to kind of call the shots, and you're seeing Magnus kind of getting hunted here, going on a stun on Torture. Torture baiting you, Magnus will follow up with the Gladiator and the Blacksmith, catching the Magnus out of position, and Math will fall there. Good bait by Sigma, and nice follow up there by Piston and Vulcan.
Magnus definitely being a bit greedy, staying on top there without any vision.
So Hellborn with that high catch and high stun capability, they're able to kind of call the shots, right? And like I was saying earlier, Legion is really playing counterintuitively. Whatever Hellborn is doing, they are trying to match it. What I think Legion needed to do to win this game, or to come back from this game, is to start calling the shots and not just playing counterintuitively. They need to start setting the tone and saying, hey, this is how we should play the game. But without that early catch capability, how are they going to do that, right?
Yeah, they need Magnus and Riftwalker to really play with the team and get on.
I agree. Their only shot here is landing some good 5-man combinations, and then having Taro and Lord Forest really follow. So they need to bait it out. They need their Lord Forest here to kind of bait it out. And then Rift and Mag to land a combo. And so far, everybody's just kind of split. So we'll see if the individual farm will pay off in the end, because even though the score is 5-11, it's not terribly off in experience, you know? Even though there is quite a bit of a scale in gold on the Hellborn side, it's not terribly off in experience. So Legion is still kind of hanging on by it.
They're still in the game for now though, but it's not long before it's too late. What I would like to see is actually Gladiator picking up potentially barrier here, and they will go as a team and push all the tier 2 towers, because when they have that barrier, there's nothing stopping them from pushing the
Lord
towers.
Forest is a bit overextended. That's going to be Lola Panda getting caught by the Kaiser Sigma and the Monarch Max, doing a wonderful job chaining the stuns again. The score now 5-12 in favor of BC Trans. Go ahead
Yeah.
and continue.
I would like to see a Berry getting picked up and potentially push up all the tier 2 towers, potentially snowballing that lead from the Legion Hellborn side even further. And have a good catch you got on the Lords of Force on top here. Second time one of the Legion sides got caught on top with minimal vision. I don't know what they're doing so deep on the top side when they still have a tower there. It's very greedy, and I don't like to see those kind of plays, but I understand that the Legion side right now, they see that they have to do the risky plays to get out in the game. But that is not how you do it solo. If so, I think you would bring 4 or 3 people on the top to actually fight with the Lord, not having him play solo against so many stuns. No tablet or anything that can save him.
Both teams have done a fantastic job warding this game, trying to keep vision. Monarch having a slight advantage, as you know, it's one of her skills. But you know, it's taken a lot on the Legion side and more of their players to keep up with it.
Riftwalker getting caught here.
Yes, Riftwalker getting caught by a beautiful stun and ult by Gladiator, chaining the stun by Monarch Max. With the Blacksmith with double damage, doing a lot of work. Lord South Forest and Maximus coming in, doing a combo there. Gonna take out the Blacksmith. Monarch trying to escape here. Glad holding the Magnus. Magnus trying to hold still. Torture coming in to back up and take some huge damage. That's going to be Sigma taken out. Another kill there by on Max with Math.
We missed
now
that.
15-6.
We missed that, but on the while the fight was happening on the Magnus and Riftwalker, Torture was actually solo killing the Tarot on the Congo pit. Completely one-shotted by that Torture combo. Absolutely nuked.
Sigma now level 12, doing a lot of damage while Taro only level 9, right? So it's going to be tough for Taro if in range to even stay alive. So Magnus getting picked out of position. About to be respawned. So now I think Legion is in some huge trouble here. I'm seeing that Magnus has a PK, right? Do you think that that's going to be enough to get a good initiation off here?
I still think PK or without PK, they definitely need to play at 4 and they can do big combo with the Rift Magnus. So if they don't do that very shortly, they're not going to get any value out of that PK.
So Mex was actually warding in the Legion there, side there and was getting ulted by Lord South Forest when Mex hid and teleported out and made it out to safety with the help of a Monarch Chrysalis there. So that was a nice play on the Hellborn side. Mex again doing a great job warding.
Yeah, very good play from Mex there, honestly. Took advantage of the no stun on the enemy team. And realized
Janko in a little bit of trouble here. Magnus going with a stun on the Soul Reaper. Soul Reaper trying to escape, and it's now 3 against Soul Reaper. And Taro, with the help of D-Sham, is going to take him out. Like, that armor is giving Taro a little bit of an advantage here, and those hits are starting to. You can see that there's another fight going on bottom here with Lord South Forest taking on the Torture, and we'll actually get the kill on the Torture, which is huge. Lord South Forest was level 13, now level 14. Torture now only level 13. South Forest actually doing a great job hanging on there when it comes to experience. For someone who's only 1 and 3, being level 14, doing a huge farm from mid. He's actually out-leveling Janko, who was against him in the mid at the moment. And even though the score is 8-16, he somehow is out-leveling everyone. So huge shout-out to Lil Red Panda at the moment. You're kind of the only hope with the help of, you know, Taro and D-Sham combo to keep this game going.
2 very good pick actually. One from the top lane with the Magnus pick here we talked about, getting some value out of that, and we can also say that they finally went 3 people top to catch someone off guard instead of getting catched off guard themselves. We hopefully can say that the Lord of Forest is gonna keep snowballing a bit here, seems like he's gonna pick up. He picked up a Mighty Blade. That could be into 2 things. I think that could be into a potential Dawnbringer, or it could be an early Shrunken, which would surprise me. But not impossible.
Once one team has a pretty good lead, they tend to play a little bit cockier and a little bit messier, and I think that's what's happening a little bit on the Hellborn side, and they're getting caught by the Legion in positions where they shouldn't be. I think they need to go back to hunting ASAP if they want to keep this. Here you can see they're doing it. Riftwalker a bit out of position, getting caught by the stuns by Gladiator and Blacksmith. They will take him out. Sigma trying to chain another stun on the Terra will miss. The Terra is going to be just fine. So, the score now 8-17. Go ahead, Jonas.
This Riftwalker is 6 steps right now, and as a Riftwalker, you never want to be caught. You always want to be behind your team. You want to be able to do the counter stuns because they don't see your combo right. If you are behind your team, it's very easy to turn a fight.
Here comes Magnus trying to land an ult off, but will get stunned by the Gladiator, so the vision is there. They're able to see him, you know, charging up the ulti and keep him locked down before he can get it off. So that's not a great ult there by Matt, but awesome stun there by Piston to stop the ulti. And then Hellborn is applying pressure to this top tower here. What is Legion going to do in response? You can see Lord South is still farming, still farming, still farming. When are they going to fight back? At what point are they going to say, enough is enough, get away from our tower?
That is interesting. We can see, I really thought he was going to go for Frostwolf or Dawnbringer on this Lord South, but it actually is Drunken Head. I don't know how that's going to turn the fight for them. They're still lacking a lot of damage, and we can see the Hellborn side has picked up the Mock a while ago, and also the Grimoire on the Torture, which is going to be also a Grimoire or a potential Dawnbringer on the Soul Reaper 2, being massively ahead in items compared to the Legion side here.
VC Trax is taking post-haste gaining combo on the Legion side. I think that post-haste is aware, but they are just going to keep farming.
Kongor has been slain.
Huge pick on the Kongor for VC Trax. Gold and experience completely landsliding towards the Hellborn side now. Legion really in trouble. Even though all they're doing is farming, it doesn't seem to be working at this time. We'll see if Lord South Forest will be able to use all this farm to pay off. He's still the highest level, technically, along with Glad. So now that they've taken the Legion Kong, it looks like VC Trax is going to take their own Kong and try and get an even larger advantage before they just hopefully push one more time here and try and win a good team fight.
Kongor has been slain.
It's going to be really important for Legion to probably land a good combo here once Hellborn pushes up. Okay. So you can see the Veiled Rots coming out on the Hellborn side. They're going up for a gank on the Legion top side. Top trying to take the tower and get back. Top aware that they are getting hunted, are going to port away. Got 3 porting back, 4 porting back. Veiled Rots, are they going to be able to catch? No catches. That is game sense. Even with the Veiled Rots, the Legion knew that they were about to get hunted. So you can tell that's an awesome play by Post Haste Gaming. Amazing game sense to whoever called it out. Whoever said, "Hey, get out! They're hunting us. They're about to hop on us." Whoever said that, great job on your team. So Legion, just successfully taking top tower, Jonas. Even though Hellborn got both Kongs there.
Yeah, that is still not a good position for them. I think after the Legion side has been hunted as much as they have in this game, they've developed quite a sixth sense for these ganks.
Hold that thought. Taro caught out of position. Will get caught by the Showdown by Gladiator, chained with the stun. Gladiator with the double damage, and the Mock will not even really need much help there from the Blacks to take out the Taro. Lucius really struggling in this game. Hellborn using this advantage to continue taking out the Riftwalker and the Magnus, and the D-Champ is constantly applying pressure in there. With the score now 8-21, I think. Without Lord South Forest, their strongest player, they are not able to hold at all. Right? So, I'm not sure what Lord South Forest is doing. He's still farming groups, not really involved in any of the team fights. Like most of the fights I've seen him in is really just like 1v1s or trying to hunt on his own. Where they have not been successful. The enemy team is walking away with 5 HP, 10 HP, you know. So really should be more in the team fights and not just letting his team fight alone. I think that's a big mistake on the Lord Southwest part. Hellborn now walking away with the Rax mid is going to take the melee Rax, which is going to be a huge advantage. I'm not sure what the Legion strategy is. They seem to be hanging on here in game 1. So there must be something that they're trying to do. You can see Riftwalker coming out with a Revealed Rot here. Maybe they're trying to get a catch back, not give up this game so easily. You can see Gladiator getting caught a little bit out of position against 3 here, maybe against 4 here, maybe. Oh, with the showdown, he's just going to get away this time. So,
Smart W there.
yeah. So no. South with the Veiled Rot, looking for a hunt. Mag gonna catch the Gladiator. South gonna ult him down. Rift coming in with the Qs. Not gonna catch him. There's just not enough damage there. The Gladiator is too strong at this point, level 16. Oh, gonna do a counter catch on the Magnus. Magnus in trouble. Will fall there with a huge whip. Now Taro getting caught as well with the Torture. A nice catch. South, level 16, their biggest level, is also gonna fall as well as the whole team, and that's gonna be the GGs. Congrats to VC Trax on game 1 victory. Jonas, thoughts on that game?
Flawless victory from VC Trax. I liked how they played. I really liked how they had a way stronger bot lane lineup than what the Legion side had, and they really won off that. And then also being able to pick off everyone on the Legion side, going solo top while having 3 cores following the whole game. As we saw there, the Torture becoming one of the more powerful members in the Hellborn side, even though he was playing on the long lane, position 3. I think it was a stomp angle, and there was no way they were going to recover that with Lord and Tarot being that out, and Magnus and Riftwalker not playing with their team, getting those catches and helping them recover.
Yeah, some things I really love to see from VC Trax is that they were moving around the map, roaming, constantly hunting together, chaining stuns together. Sigma, like, with 12 kills, I think is going to be the MVP for me this game. What made that possible, though, is definitely Mex's vision and all of the assists from Volca and Pisden there with the stuns. I think that, on the Legion side, when it comes to Lord South Forest's strategy of farming, I think he did an excellent job farming, but I didn't think he did such a great job when it came to the team fights. And I think that it's very important to be able to take all that farm and use it efficiently. And if you're not going to use it efficiently, then what's the point of all that farming? So huge gameplay there by VC Trax. Awesome hunting. Who would you say is the MVP of that game in your opinion?
Hard to say, because most of the time everyone in the Legion side or Hellborn side was involved in the kills. If I had a favorite player that really stood out, I would say it'd have to be Sigma, getting, I think, 2 or 3 times on hat-trick just from going in with a Grimmer PK and killing the squishy players in the Legion side. He will have to be my MVP if I had to vote.
Awesome play, Sigma. GG's VC Trax. We'll see you guys in the next match. Welcome. Here we are with Game 2 of the Paradise League Heroes of Newerth Pro Tournament number 5. We are here with Post Haste Gaming versus VC Tracks. I'm Gucci Donut, here with Jonas to cast this match.
Hello, guys.
Looking forward to it. Last game was a pretty good stomp on the side of VC Tracks. Hoping to see a little more fight here when it comes to Post Haste Gaming. Coming out, you can see these bans coming out already. Jonas, you want to take us away?
Yeah, I also hope we see some more fights from the NA team here. I really hope they don't pick as greedy of a lineup as they did last game with the Lord Tarot, having them having such a hard lane, especially on the Tarot. And we can see here opening with the bans already, classic standard bans, as that I don't think we're gonna have any thing different in the ban department than what we're seeing here. It's the meta heroes, and then we have the Ophelia for the mech and the What You Got player. Monarch ban coming in here though. They did not like that. Scrap band again.
I think Monarch last name gave them such a huge advantage when it came to the vision. Both players had amazing game sense, but just having that extra advantage in the vision, I also think was a huge advantage for Hellborn.
Yeah, especially since the Legion side had such a burst heavy comp, the Monarch there would be able to save anyone getting stunned from the Mago Rift. We can see again Soul Reaper being picked up by Sigma. He might not be the one that played, but he's definitely a character that is worth having in your team on any position, I think. See what else they are picking up here. I think right now in the current meta we see a lot of the same comps. Is it the same in Midwars for you, Gucci? I know you play a lot of Midwars. Do you see the same comp being picked all the time, or do you have way more of a leeway in what you can pick there?
Well, we did see the same comps all the time, but luckily the developers recently implemented a third ban in the all pick, and that has now provided a lot more new combinations coming out into fruition. But any of the old meta heroes that are still available are still getting picked up instantly. It's just one nerf at a time, one step at a time, and it's coming closer and closer to as balanced as it can get every day. So it's good to see.
I understand tried and true concepts. It's the same in FOC. And here we can see Magnus being picked up again. I like the Magnus pick. I just didn't like how they played Magnus in that game. We can also see Master of Arms. Very interesting. You can see him in a lot of different positions. Rarely on the mid lane, but definitely you can see him on the carry position, on support, and you can also see him on the long lane with his ultimate and W stun being a very good all-arounder for the team. And we also have Nymphora. They're looking to play the same-ish comp here, I can see, with the double here. Nymphora, I think, is potentially sometimes even stronger than the Monarch. She has more burst than Monarch for sure, and a bit more healing, but the save and escape potential is a bit less. But you have that Nymphora teleport, which you can dominate and roam the map from unexpected positions. We see the Blacksmith again, once again leaning into that previous comp that we saw last game. Very strong, big catch heroes. Overall, very happy with the picks from the Legend side.
Yeah, I'm noticing, Ophelia getting banned in the first round again. Again, it's just so interesting to see one of the hardest heroes for like a new player to pick up and learn being instantly picked up in the grand finals if available, right? So yeah, it's like the more you learn, the harder heroes that are available to play, you can do so much more with them, and you can tell at this level of gameplay that they're banning her right off the bat because they know how powerful of a hero she really is, and that's so interesting to see, and I love it.
Yeah, overall in MOBAs, people are really the skill barrier definitely controlling multiple heroes and then multiple creeps, doing the right thing, using the right spells. Here in Heroes of Newerth, you also have that the creeps have different abilities too, so you need to know which one you're getting. If you're split pushing, if you're ganking, you have the skeleton. There's a lot of different combos you can do with Ophelia, with the cat monster being able to dish out really big burst too. You can go around level 1 and kill people with it. You don't see it a lot in TMM, especially because I think it's a hard hero, and if she falls behind, she has nothing. She also falls behind a bit in the late game unless you go staff and split push with her. But they're afraid of the pick here, I can say, because it's been banned 2 times in a row.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm wondering if we're gonna see an Ophelia game, if there's gonna be a third match, but if not, we expected to see Soul Reaper picked up again, but after that we can see the Magnus, the Master of Arms, the Newerth, the Blacksmith. Anything unexpected here?
No, I think I think the Gladiator is good, but I don't think they need to ban him again. We can see the Torture being good too. It seems like they banned people that they just lost against. Maybe they're just afraid of those strong heroes. When they get ahead, they're really powerful. We can see the Hag being banned too. Usually we don't see that.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see a Hag ban. Hag no stuns, just really AoE, and an escape. I'm also surprised to see. I guess Hag could be a really good hunter in the early game, roaming and getting picks, but still, I don't know if it was worth banning this,
Yeah, that's sure a good point. I think with the Lodestone being picked up, I'm a bit confused with the team composition right now. They have Magnus and Load. I think we could potentially say that Load go against the mid laner Soul Reaper here, and have Magnus Master of Arm on the long lane. I don't think they're gonna have the Master of Arm as their position 1, but I'm really curious and it will be really interesting if we saw that. I like Master of Arm a lot, and I don't think we see him enough.
What are the chances of a dual lane mid?
Dual mid with the Lodestone, I don't think so. I think Lodestone really exceeds when he plays solo. He's a strong character. He's very tanky. He has a good escape, and he just needs those levels and the PK to do what he needs to do. I don't think he's required to have 2 people on 1 lane. I don't think you really benefit Lodestone's build path with saving up a lot of gold on him. And it's very hard to play against a Soul Reaper and then potentially in 4 on mid lane being unkillable.
Interesting. So what I'm noticing actually this time from the side of VC Tracks is that they're not going the stun lock combo. So, they do have a few stuns, but with the Jera and the Madman, they're really only have 2 or 3, right? Well, maybe with the Blacksmith's extra lockdown multicast, you might have some more there, but for the most part, it's not as much. It's not going to be as easy for them to hunt as it was last time and just lock someone down by chaining the stuns. And so we're going to see some different type of gameplay here, where they're actually going to have to auto attack quite a bit and use their skills in a timely fashion and not just stun lock someone. So I'm kind of interested to see that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think the Blacksmith stun is true and reliable. It's very good. It's point and click, but then in Fora stun is a bit trickier. You can dodge it if it's close to max range. But they have a bit more greedy lineup with their characters here. They have triple core here, which they want a lot of farm on Madman and Jeremiah. Meanwhile, the enemy team has a bit more of an early comp. So we could potentially see that the Hellborn side is having a lead early game here. I would expect that the game goes like that. But if the Legion side plays equal and plays more into the mid-late game, they are going to dominate for sure with that double healer, Jeremiah ulti and charm, with the frenzy from Blacksmith and Madman being used absolutely super good in this meta. He works on every lane, I think.
I think it's actually triple healer if you include the Soul Reaper. And so
I guess you could say triple healer with the Q. That's for sure. It's strong early.
Yeah, that's very strong early, but as the later the game gets on, I also think the weaker and weaker that becomes.
Yep.
Right. And so it's going to be, I think, up to Hellborn side here, which is going to be kind of tough for them to hold out till late game. But one thing I noticed last game is Lord South Forest, who was played by Little Red Panda, was immensely focused on farming. And a Soul Stealer that farms well is a very dangerous Soul Stealer. And so if he can get a lot of creeps and a lot of items early, he might be able to come in and compete with a Madman. Even if this Madman is getting, magic immunity and triple healed, the auto attacks might be enough. And so I think a lot of this is going to depend on lockdowns, the saves, the vision, and of course, the farm. So I'm not seeing as much hunting and stunning here as I am going to anticipate farming. What do you think?
Well, I think it's a pretty accurate analysis from the fix, especially from the Hellborn side. They do have 4 characters with stuns, and 2 of them have really good initiates. And if that Soul Stealer gets really farmed and goes for a greedy fighting build, we're gonna see the save from Master of Arms ultimate and Rhapsody's ultimate, which could make him stay alive long enough to kill even a farm Madman potentially. But we will see that if the game goes extremely late game, they will have that triple core on the Legion side, which I think even with all those saves and stun will be a difficult time for Legion or Hellborn to deal with.
Mm-hmm. I think that we're going to see a tri-lane strat again coming out here from VC Tracks. You can see Mex on Nymphora, Janko on Soul Reaper, Volk Blacksmith on the top lane, going to compete against Load on the top lane. Well, the top lane as well. And then we have Rosaru probably going to go help out top and just kind of support there, playing on Rhapsody. Math is going to be playing that Lodestone. And then we have Little Red Panda Soul Stealer in the mid lane up against Sigma Madman in the mid lane as well. And then we've got What You Got on Magnus with Lucius on Master of Arms on the bot lane up against Jeraziah, who's going to be played by Piston. So interesting lanes. I actually see Rhapsody roaming, just probably warding top and then roaming back to the bot lane here. So it looks like that both teams are going to be kind of tri-laning right off the bat. So it's interesting. What do you think about that?
Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to say. We saw Rhapsody warding early, and I was a bit afraid early that they were gonna bring Rhapsody Lowstone on the top lane into their 3-man long, which would have been an absolute disaster for Hellborn here. But now they're going for the different setup, thinking that they have a better chance at winning this game if they go 3 against Jeraziah. It was kind of obvious that they were gonna have Jeraziah on the suicide here. Like they had the Gladiator doing the same position for Piston here. But we'll see how the game pans out.
Any unusual items that you see right off the bat, or does everything look pretty standard?
Again, very standard items from both teams. We can see that we picked up the boots on the Magnus, which is using to roam mid right now.
Does look like Magnus is setting up for a roam. I'm not sure if Madman is aware. He is a bit out of position. Oh, now he's aware. He sees the Magnus. Does he really care now? He's kind of getting stunned by the Magnus, out of position. Soul Stealer gonna do damage. He does not care. He's gonna escape just fine. So Blacksmith looking for an opportunity here. I'm not sure what he's doing. Lodestone might get caught out now. Yeah, Blacksmith looking for a stun on the Soul Stealer. Madman doing some work. Soul Stealer gonna make it out just fine with the help of Magnus providing a little bit of space there.
Minions pushing up into Hellborn Tower now, and we can see Lodestone being half HP. We could potentially see a first blood. What Nymphora misses the stun.
Load not able to get many last hits here, kind of getting bullied a little bit by the range on Janko and Mex. Soul Stealer alone mid now. Blacksmith looking for another opportunity. Magnus coming back to help, seeing the Blacksmith coming. This is such good game sense on both teams. Magnus looking at the blacksmith, trying to get a stun off, or at least let him know, hey, I see you. Back up off my soul stealer. Volka and What You Got having a moment in the jungle. And then Soul Stealer in a little bit of trouble here by Madman, baiting out a stun by the Magnus. Madman now in trouble. Madman gonna try and get a kill. Will get the first blood. Will he fall? The tower might take him with him. Yes. Good exchange though for the first blood. 1 against 2. Madman is gonna be Sigma doing an excellent play for that first blood. Awesome job, Sigma. And nice pick up by Lil Red, or by What You Got as well. Lodestone still getting bullied in the lane a bit. Blacksmith looking for a stun opportunity to lock down with the Nymphora. There's the stun. Here's the chain. Soul Reaper trying to get the kill here. Mech's gonna steal it. Nymphora, nice pick.
Rhapsody is looking for Ursa here on the bot lane.
Jaren a little bit of trouble. Gonna use the magic immunity and try and run away. Rhapsody using the heal to hopefully do a little bit of damage. Moa providing the acid with a little bit of stun there. Will, with the assist of the Rhapsody stun, take out the Jerizaya, and that is going to be Pizden falling to the gank. Nice exchange there, 1 for 1. Both tri-lanes doing good there on the ganks.
We can say here on the top lane that Lodestone is gonna have to keep himself healthy at all times. He can not go down on 50% HP or lower, because they are definitely gonna dive the tower if that happens again.
Alright, Kaiser Sigma getting stunned, but will use the barrel roll to try and escape there with the invis. Blacksmith coming in with a little assist. Will use the slow on What You Got Magnus. Not going to do much damage there. Legion in a little bit of trouble because Soul Stealer with the double damage just doing too much work on the auto attacks.
I feel like they are not playing as coordinated as they should on the Hellborn side. Soul Stealer is missing a lot of hands, which it should not be missing.
Soul Stealer with the double damage doing huge work on the auto attacks, but Sigma not really afraid, still farming mid and harassing at the same time. It's pretty good to see, actually. A lot of people would back up at that point and wait out the double damage, but he's not scared at all.
We could see a dive on top coming up here, potentially. 50% HP Lodestone, they know they can kill him.
Nice, Jonas. Good call. You can see Soul Reaper doing a lot of damage on the Lodestone by harassing them, trying to land a stun, but Lodestone will actually stun him back and try and escape. But no, too much damage by the auto attack. Oh, whoa, Lodestone with a huge burst amount of damage with the second skill on the floor, but it's not going to be enough. Soul Reaper going to get them all. Next, stay alive there. They're not only going to get the kill, but push the tower as well. So awesome job there by Janko and Mex to take out the Lodestone and push the tower.
We can see now on the gold here that as we expected, Soul Reaper being incredibly ahead in gold, farming that and farming those kills. But we also see Madman playing solo on the mid lane while having a bit of help by the Blacksmith, still being 444 GPM now, which is not what you want to see when you have 2 people on the mid lane from the Hellborn side.
Yeah, Madman getting a bit overexposed. Will get stunned out by the Magnus, and with Soul Stealer now having a lot of creep farm, will do a lot more damage with the auto attacks. We'll get the last hit, and the score now 3-3. Anyone's game. It's funny because we got to see the top lane, tri-lane really push and take advantage, and not only were both tri-lanes doing well hunting. Oh, well, while I say that, Mech's getting picked by the Magnus stun along with the Soul Stealer with a little bit of haste there. So with that extra bonus speed, they're able to roam a little bit faster and take out the unexpected Nymph, making the score now 4-3 in favor of post-haste.
Yeah, Nymph being a bit greedy on the top side there without vision.
Jerizaya in a little bit of trouble. kind of getting stun locked here and harassed, but it looks like Nymph and Blacksmith are there to help. Jera using the heal,
there's three
trying to
people on the
bait
bottom here.
out. You're seeing Rhapsody get stunned, but aware of the gank, gonna pull back here. Magnus coming in mid on a nice stun on Madman. Soul Stealer, which is doing absolute humongous damage now, will get another pick there. The score now 5-3. The Magnus Soul Stealer dominating the mid lane. Madman not able to hold this lane alone anymore. Is going to either need Blacksmith to hang out with him to protect against the Magnus, or he's going to go have to roam and hunt someone else, because staying mid is just not working.
Yeah, we can see that the gold has recovered on the Hellborn side here, and they still haven't taken the stacks in the jungle, which I think that the Legend side knows about, but they are probably not planning to do anything about it as it looks right now. They don't have vision on it. They don't want to go in there. They know they play top side.
Sorry, hold that thought. Rhapsody in a little bit of trouble, getting stunned here, but with the magic shield on Jera, but will get taken out. Master of Arms trying to help. We'll run to Kongor and try and get denied, but no, will not be enough. The beautiful use of his invisibility will get the last hit there. That's going to be Sigma. The score now 5-6 in favor of Post Haste Gaming still.
Yeah, and we see the Post Haste coming in on the Soul Reaper too. He's going to be very active on the map right now.
Okay, Nymphora with the port. They're porting into the jungle. Maybe looking for a hunt opportunity on the Magnus Soul Stealer combo. But Madman retreating. I'm not seeing... maybe they're just worried. I'm not sure what's going on.
They're being very greedy right now. They could easily be punished.
Oh, they're looking for the Magnus. Blacksmith with the first stun. Nymph with the follow-up stun, but not doing much damage. Magnus just gonna kind of walk away. Yeah, it looks like they were looking for a hunt opportunity, but up against someone who's, you know, 2 levels up, it might not be the best one.
Like last game, we saw Soul Reaper farming the enemy team's jungle here.
Jera getting caught bot by the Moa stun and acid with the help of the Rhapsody stun will get taken out. That's another hunt there by Rosaru and Lucius. Great job. Score now 7-5 in favor of Post Haste. Madman still in trouble, trying to hang out mid, running to his team, trying to say, okay, let's fight us 3 here. Don't leave me alone this time. I don't want to get picked again. So Madman in the enemy jungle, looking for an opportunity. Looks like both teams are just going to farm for now. Jonas, what do you think about these items? Soul Reaper rushing a Post Haste.
I think we saw it last game. I think it's good on being position 3 here. He wants to be in every fight as Soul Reaper. You want to dish out those hits and those damage and get those executes with the aura. I think it's good. I think it's what you want to go when you're ahead. Like
Soul Stealer though, also rushing a Post Haste. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's he can definitely farm the map right now, but he's very squishy as is, and he can definitely get caught off guard. I know we see some players on Soul Stealer like to go a bit tanky on him early.
Hold that thought. Lucius getting caught out by Blacksmith stun, Nymphora with a follow-up stun. Master of Arms able to kind of walk out and stun back. Will actually chain another stun back onto the Blacksmith. Soul Reaper and Jera will also fall. These beautiful ports from Hellborn side. Post Haste Gaming doing a wonderful job fighting as a team, porting where they need to. No, not a single player was farming by themselves this time, unlike last game. Every single player ported to the fight, helped out, and they won that fight.
Yeah, that's
See the
correct.
difference?
The light will wait for you.
Uh-oh, we have a DC. We might need a pause. Yes.
We can talk about that post haste from the Soul Stealer. Perfect example of how you can do very good plays with post haste, be active on the map. Getting those fast teleports is really game changers in some of these fights. But as I said before, some people they do go a barrier or a bit tankier items early on the Soul Stealer to have him be more versatile in this fight and not die as early. Was a good pick from Madman and running back, holding up the team from not pushing tower as quick there.
Soul Stealer a little bit out of position there, trying to farm mid. Madman coming in. Blacksmith with a follow-up stun. Soul Stealer with a double damage. Will it be enough to take out the Madman? Madman having to escape from the tower range. Soul Stealer surviving with a quarter of a health and with a bottle. We'll go and try and probably get this rune. We'll get the Merrick's rune. And this is going to be a little bit of trouble here for Madman, I think. Madman's going to probably have to bottle this haste rune. And I'm not sure.
Jeremiah is being a bit trouble here on bot lane.
Yeah, you can see Jeremiah is getting hunted in the bottom lane. Nice call, Jonas. You can see that Legion is starting to pour in and try and help his team. Janko running in with that post haste super fast, scaring Hellborn back, saying, "Hey, don't hunt my blacksmith." Or sorry, don't hunt my Jera.
We can see on the map that Hellborn side is really paying with those money, getting those visions out on the map. We see a lot of rewards from them trying to control it.
Madman already using the invis and the stun. You can see Lucius was kind of camping in the trees, was able to use the acid along with the stun and lock down Madman there. So a little bit aggressive there by Sigma. Didn't realize that Madman or that Master of Arms was waiting for him. And that was a beautiful hunt there by Lucius. The score now 6-11. Still in favor of post-haste gaming.
I'm curious what we're gonna see as items on Moa. He seems, we see right now that he picked up Alacrity Band. Mid being cut off here. I wonder if that's gonna be Alphonse or if he's gonna push Thunderclaw.
Magnus getting countered here with the help of those post hastes. Not gonna be able to escape. Those post hastes coming in handy on the Soul Reaper. Janko, smart move picking up that post haste early.
Yeah, I think the games become a lot of fun when you have post haste. You can be everywhere all the time.
Score now 7-11.
Madman hunting Moa.
Yes. Madman is hunting the Moa. Lucius stayed a little bit out of position while farming up there and then gave that kill right back, so I'm not sure if that was the best. Nice pick there by Sigma.
Missed the deny there. That's unfortunate. Like I said, that Toaster is building staff, going more of that bursty build, more tanky build.
He wants to get those big ults off.
Yeah, exactly. It's a huge game changer. Allows you to farm quicker too with the Qs.
So there are 3 Hellborn mid, but there are... I don't know if they heard the Madman. They did. Madman in a little bit of trouble, getting chased by 3-4 Hellborn here. Will escape just fine, it looks like. Both teams just farming at the moment. Any unusual items that you notice in here?
Nope. We see the PKs coming in a load. Definitely from SS, very usual. Maybe Madman is still in trouble there, actually.
You're right, Madman does get stunned by what you got. No, will use his invis to escape.
No, very standard items on every hero. I think that Major Totem on the other side is going to turn into Energizer, which you usually see early on the other side, being able to really come in clutch in those fights. Nymphora stacking up gold though. I'm really curious why she's stacking up that gold. 1.5k, there's a lot of items you can start building or buy completed assets, but maybe they are unsure what they need on the Nymphora right now. Could be a PK. Usually don't see a PK on Nymphora. Usually she plays around with her team and TPs. We see the Madman is farming up for the mock. They're going into that late game. We're gonna have him as the the triple core that they like to play.
But, you know, maybe a PK stun at the right moment might be the best move. So who knows? That could be what she's farming. When you see a lodestone go PK, what item do you normally see after that? Like, do you see more of a bulwark or a staff? What do you go first with?
Usually on load, you want to build up maybe a bit tankier, go a barrier for the team, which could be really good this game. You could also see him build other items that are more supportive. You could see a Storm Spirit. You usually see those on Behemoth loads which go in, they get caught, they have the Storm Spirit ready. Tablet not so often. Shipstick, if you have a lot of money, you can definitely go for that. Or you could be greedy and try to go for a Demonic Breastplate. Or if you go even more defensive, you build a Barbed Armor. There's a lot of different items you can go and load. He's versatile in that category, but usually you see him build a bit tankier. What I'm very curious about is the MOA build. Usually we don't see a lot of MOAs, and here we have his Alchemist Bones, which means he's gonna farm a lot this game. He's gonna have a bit of gold. Top lane here being a setup.
Jared, using the match community, is gonna try and pour it out. Will pour it out just fine.
That's some quick hands.
Yeah. Beautiful ports by Jera and by Master of Arms, both getting hunted a little bit out of position and both making it out just fine. Master of Arms coming out, trying to defend the bottom lane, but Soul Reaper with 2 will start to apply pressure. I think Hellborn's going to have to start to rotate bottom, which you're starting to see here. Rhapsody coming in to help. Magnus also coming in to help. You can see Jera now going in for a kill here on the Lodestone. Will get help from Soul Stealer. Oh, but Nymphora with a beautiful PK. I mean, with a beautiful teleport, will be there right in time to stop that Lodestone. And wow, what a catch. Lodestone not going to make it out. Nice try, Soul Stealer, helping your team. Tough luck, Math, and beautiful port there by Max.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing Nymphora coming up in... have enough gold for a PK now if she wants to get it. I'm still not sure what she's saving for. Maybe they're just confident she doesn't need any items this game.
Yeah, VC Tracks really coming back here. They were down by quite a bit, but now it's anyone's game. The score now to 11-9 in favor of Post Haste Gaming.
I think that on Soul Stealer they wanna go a PK Shrunken. Really get that combo, preferably a Shrunken first, and then start fighting, because it's gonna be a while until the enemy teams have a Shrunken to deal with that. And Soul Stealer is coming closer to level 16 too. He's gonna be a huge bomb in these fights. I hope they go for that. I think that could really turn the tide for them a lot this game and get them even further ahead in the goal right now.
Yeah, I mean, Little Red Panda with a huge level lead here, level 14, you know, versus...
Low Ripper getting caught on water.
Just turned level 14. Nice eye on the bottom lane. We are seeing what you got getting picked out of position here. Legion really applying pressure here. And we're going to keep up the momentum on this turn and continue to catch the Lodestone out. Lodestone now falling as well to the stuns.
This is
Legion
not how you...
coming in to take the con.
Yeah, that's gonna be safe for them with all this being dead. I will say this is not how you wanna play on the Hellborn side, because they have the triple cores. The more they get into the late game, the more they're gonna have an advantage here. I do think that the Hellborn side should play more together and goes for those towers. They only have one tower on the map right now, which is not really good when your team is suffering. Most of the gold is sitting on Soul Stealer, but we can see that the Legion side has very evenly split gold between all characters, making them all strong.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Very true. And they do have a slight gold and experience lead. The score is 11-11. It's still anyone's game.
Denied.
This is such a close match compared to the last one. I'm glad to see Post Haste Gaming putting up much more of a fight here and playing much more together as a team. Both teams moving around the map constantly, roaming, hunting, farming, looking for good positions where they're together in 3 versus 1 and trying to catch them out.
Both teams realizing that Kong is coming up here and Hellborn smoking, but there is a super good read from the Legion side. Unfortunately, what happened there is a ward from Vulca on the mid lane that did cut some of the Hellborn teammates smoking, which blew their cover on ganging up on them on the Congo here.
And that's why those wards are so important to have those all around the map. You never know when that's going to happen.
You say Moa, he is currently holding 4k gold right now. He needs to buy an item until the next fight. TP coming up on the top lane.
Soul Stealer in a little bit of trouble trying to PK out. We'll use the dust to see where everyone is. He's going to port. There is no stun before he used it. Madman has no stun. Soul Stealer going to TP just fine.
And we also see now where the gold went on Infora. She is buying a demonic. That is definitely interesting to see, not something you see every day.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see the items being kind of on each hero and the strategies that they're going. It's a little bit different than what I would have expected. Like I didn't expect to see post haste on a Soul Stealer right away, but he's level 15 and it seems to be working. So he's 3-1. We'll see. Nice Kong there by the Legion side. That is going to be VC tracks.
We do see Thundercloud being picked up by the Moa. Maybe they're realizing that they need a second core this game, and he's gonna have to take that flag, farm up a bit more, being able to dish out the damage.
Yeah, he actually went Ghost Marchers on like pretty much everyone else in the game. So, Madman also went Steam Boots, which I like to see. It's good on a carry, I think, to be able to use the Steam Boots in a more versatile manner, but it's interesting to see because Soul Stealer is going more of an ult, you know, PK in and ult and do damage, that he doesn't need that Steam Boots. He could just get the post to kind of roam a little bit more, and it's working. So
it's a greedy build though, because you can see now that the staff build on the Soul Stealer, they haven't gotten bot lane being caught though, Yerosaya. But we have 3 TPs coming.
Legion really pushing in, taking the bottom lane, or Hellborn pushing in, taking the bottom lane. Legion in a bit of trouble. Huge
Soul Stealer.
So the Soul Stealer ult, yeah, gonna really do a lot of damage and take out Madman token. Trying to make it out alive, will not make it out alive. Jacob, a little bit late to the party, is gonna just have to walk away at that point. The score now 15-11. Beautiful play by the Hellborn side, and that is going to be post haste gaming.
Rhapsody, Rhapsody. Yeah, and also Rhapsody, we can't not show the spotlight on her right now. She was in without vision from the Legion side, and she was holding that ultimate, saving that Soul Stealer, waiting until the right moment that he could pop that ult off, stalling for his team to come and help him.
Amazing play by Rosaru, and that's going to be Rhapsody.
That is such a good play for the Hellborn now. I think this is a really interesting game now. I did say that the Soul Stealer build falls off, but as you see only one ultimate being changing in how the game looks right now. And with Moa picking up that Thunder Crown too, they're gonna have huge damage, especially when Madman procs those Thunderbolts from that active on Thunder Crown. But they know that they have to counter that with the Shrunken. So we already see the Shrunken on the Soul Stealer. We have a Shrunken coming in very soon on Madman. And we'll probably not see a Shrunken on Yerosaya because of his W. But it's looking like a really interesting game now. I wonder if the Legion side is gonna keep on farming, or if they are gonna try to fight more mid-here.
I'm hoping to see a little bit less of the farming at this point and a little bit more of the fighting, You know, now that both teams are starting to get the items that they need to make the action happen. But
Yeah.
you know, I think carries are like, hey, you know, as much time as we can get to farm, I'm gonna take it. I need the items that I need. Even though the score is 11-15, you can see Gold and Experience are dead even. It's still
You're looking at
anyone's
that.
game.
Yeah.
VC track still has a really good shot at winning this game, even
You know, I'm not so sure about the demonic pick on Infora anymore. I think maybe a barrier or some other item that could maybe be a potentially hellflower for the enemy team could be better than the demonic. I think they're filling themselves a bit.
yeah, maybe might help against that Soul Stealer. But even with the Soul Stealer ult, you have the Magnus ult, and even with the Magnus ult, you have the Lodestone ult, and the Moa Acid. So yeah, a lot of magic damage coming their way.
Yeah, seems like Lodestone is picking up that Storm Spirit. As I mentioned earlier, it's a really good item overall, aggressively and defensively.
And since there is no barrier, you can see that there's 2 Shrunken Heads being picked up on the Legion side to counter all that magic damage coming their way. And even Soul Stealer has a Shrunken Head saying, hey, you know, if I'm gonna get my ult off, I'm gonna need it. So, smart pickups by both teams.
Yeah, right now it looks like Soul Stealer, because they already have a demonic, that plate mail is not gonna go towards that, it's instead gonna go towards a Frostveil. Really good item, really stuff that attack speed on the Hellborn side in those team fights. It also just works on Soul Stealer. You wanna be alive as long as possible, dish out as many heals as possible. I think it's a really good item. Frostwolf also being picked up on the Yerusaya. Really good spike, really good for hunting. Yerusaya, he scales with the strength now instead of his attack damage, so Frostwolf scales is really what you want to see on that character.
Excellent point.
We can see the Moa picking up in GPM here now that he got that Undercrown. It's way easier for him to farm now. And late game Moa is pretty scary. I think we might see the Soul Stealer pick up a staff of the Master here for the Moa. Maybe he is saving for a buyback too, potentially a fight coming up, but I would like to see a staff, a legacy staff boosting that Moa. Shrunken picked up by the Moa too now. Both teams have 2 Shrunkens now. We can see that I really thought we were gonna see a Storm Spirit on the Lodestone, but he is picking up a Cold Ray instead. Very good item instead of a Storm Spirit, way more aggressive. That's gonna be exactly what they need for those catches.
I think they're lacking that stun lock that we were talking about early game a little bit, and so getting that will help that a little bit. Allow them to lock down a lot easier. Crowd control is so important, and one person on the team needs to be focused on it, so good to see that.
I think in this fight you wanna put the Kuldra on the Yerusaya before he gets the W ult off. I think that is the plan.
Seeing a little bit of action top. Legion just applying some pressure, but Magnus gonna stun out just fine. Nymph porting top, thinking a fight is gonna happen as well. But you know, Mex has been doing a great job with Nymphora, ready to be at all these fights at all times, even if a fight is not gonna happen. So
he's very squishy, even though he has that demonic. It doesn't really give him a lot of HP pool. Just a bit of armor. It still blows up very easy to the Soul Stealer in these fights. And Magnus. They have a lot of AoE on the Hellborn side right now, definitely with the Moa, Thunderclaw coming in too. They know that they can lose a fight really easily if they're not careful.
Legion gonna respond and take Kong as well. Probably gonna farm it this time. Legion did a really good job pushing up, and now that they created some space, it's a good time to take it.
Kongor has been slain.
Both teams still dead even in farm and experience for the most part. I'm wondering what items they're trying to farm before they can get this next fight going. Or maybe they're just trying to push lanes and tickle. Oh, Madman getting in a little bit of a tricky position here. Will escape just fine.
Sorry about that, I am back. Did I miss something? I was away for maybe a minute.
Nope, we're exactly where we were, just both teams farming. 11 to 15, both teams even, and we just missed one. The fight's actually happening now. We're seeing a nice ulti off by Soulstealer. Score now 11 to 16.
We'll see a buyback.
11 to 17.
Not enough.
Rhapsody with the beautiful ulti, but it's not good. And then as well. Soulstealer trying to get away. Will not make it out alive. Nice stun by the Nymphora.
I take that back, it was enough. Once that Soulstealer Shrunken ultimate runs out, you don't have a lot on the side, and when Moa goes down, they don't have any more use to fight. Meanwhile, they have the Soul Ripper, which did buyback in that fight, really helped them finish off those last kills, and Madman is just a demon. Once he gets that level 16 and a Basher, it's just, when he sits on you, you're either dead, or you have to have your team help you out.
Legion was playing very aggressive there in the Hellborn jungle. Even though they're down in kills, they're trying to make action happen, and I like to see that.
I think after this fight, Legion knows that they're really strong. They just have to watch out for those pickups now with the Kuldra and the Soulstealer combo coming in. If they can react fast enough, I think that could potentially be a game-threatening play if they don't mess it up.
Yeah, it's really going to be a play between Sigma versus Panda here. Sigma with 8 kills, 8-5 versus Panda at 7-2. And how their supports and tanks kind of revolve around them at this point. And so last time, you know, Soulstealer kind of PK'd in and initiated, was able to do a lot of burst damage early, which is what he intended on doing. But then Madman building with the Stone Boots, building with the Brutalizer, and with the Shrunken Head, able to do a lot more damage. Well, with the auto attacks, was able to take out the Soulstealer after that.
Yeah.
So if Madman lives with the Shrunken Head, he's most likely going to.
Yep.
He's gonna come back and do a lot more.
Yeah.
And so Magnus getting stunned out of position here, already using his stun, gonna get stunned by the Blacksmith, and Madman gonna follow up with the Brutalizer and just take him out right away.
That is not what we're gonna say with these death timers. 1 minute coming up, there's gonna be a lot of time that they can do whatever they want on the map now.
Yeah, with a 5v4 scenario, it's going to be very tough for Hellborn. Madman building right for the late game here versus Soulstealer building for the early game fights, I think is what, now that it's getting into the late game, I think Madman will really scale here.
Yeah.
So Sigma, already level 21, up 1 level as well. It's going to be tough to take him out, especially with the heals coming his way in the shield. Jera gonna get sheeped. Beautiful PK ult by the Soulstealer. Will get taken out as well. So Magma's going in, not doing that much. Will get, you know, picked off. Now Rhapsody going in, trying to save. Will get picked off as well. So Jera will fall there as well. The score now 17 to 19. Good push by Legion.
I will say on top of the Legion side having Madman Soul Ripper, they have Blacksmith, Costing Frenzy on both of them all the time, making them super hard to catch. Already Soulstealer being a very, very fast character. With this kit, it's hard to catch him without any CC. And there's also a lot of damage coming out from that. It's something you don't really talk about, but it's one of Blacksmith's core strengths when having him in the team.
The only thing that can really stop them, and Magnus getting picked out here again, the only thing that can really stop the Madman at this point is Ebola, right? Because Jera has a magic immunity shield, he has a Shrunken Head.
Yep.
And he's just auto-attacking constantly. So
But
even though, you know, you can pick up a sheep stick, it might not do what you need to do when he's got all the magic. Ola may have been the better move to keep him.
I do like the idea with the Caldera. It's you on load, you want to catch, you want to blow someone up. I think that is what they have to play through their strengths. They want to do that blow up with the Soulstone, especially now that they have the Resto Stone. It's exactly what they want to do, but they just don't have enough lockdown if they don't kill Madman after he popped out Shrunken. So we really have to see a good player.
But even after the Shrunken, he's got the Jera shield.
Yeah, but if he survives the Shrunken, the fight is over anyways.
And building for the late game really paid off here for the Legion side, and you can see, even though that Soul Stealer did an amazing job farming and building good items and initiating with the PK, that he didn't really build for the late game. So it's tough, tough being the carry. It puts a lot of pressure on you, especially in the grand finals. I'm not trying to pick on anyone, but it's just tough when you're in that position. You have to make these kind of choices, like how you want to play the game. And I don't think anyone really built for the late game here versus maybe Madman. Maybe Master of Arms a little bit here, but even Master of Arms does not have the abilities necessary or the levels necessary to be able to compete with the Madman at this point.
Exactly. You have to realize as a MOA you are strong, but you're not strong enough on Madman, and he never got his stuff also. So his E and ultimate never got that really extra spike that he needed. And he came in with his farming items very late too, so he was never really that much of a powerhouse that they needed him to be. But yeah, as I said earlier, with the way that the Legion picked, they picked the triple core. It works if you let them farm. It's gonna be so strong late game. Well, they only really had Soul Stealer going the Soulburst build on the Hellborn side. I would like to see the on-hit build from the Soul Stealer. I do think it would be way stronger and better for them this game. But that's a good game, and I think that the Legion side played to their strengths and it worked out flawlessly.
Yeah, VC tracks, the tri-heal strat worked. I mean, you can see Soul Reaper walking away with 11 kills here. Janko doing an amazing job there. But I would still say the MVP would probably go to Mex here because of those teleports. They were, perfectly positioned every time. And a close second actually would probably be Rhapsody because of those ultimates, like you were talking about, just really well timed. So
absolutely.
GG to both teams. This game was so much more closer than the last one. Both teams played amazingly. There was a lot of game sense here when it came to teams smoking, conging, farming, hunting, and close game. But GG's to VC tracks. Who would your MVP be if you had to choose one?
MVP this game, it's really hard. I think this game it was way more even because the game came later into the stages of the game. More people had like more individual responsibility than last game, where the Torture was so ahead he can do really what he wanted on the map. If I had to give MVP to someone, I would have to say that it goes to Rhapsody. She was always there when I needed. She did a huge play that really almost made them become really ahead in the stage of the game on bot lane, saving that Soul Stealer, allowing him to get off the ultimate, and also stalling for his teammate to come. Yeah.
Huge congratulations to VC Tracks, champions of the Paradise League HoN Pro Tournament number 5. Congratulations. Y'all hang out. We're going to have the players come in for some interviews. Y'all hang out. We'll start soon here. All right. With us, we have some of the players coming in. We have Matij, Sigma, and What You Got. Welcome in, guys. How y'all doing? Great games today, guys. Amazing play. It was awesome to watch you guys play. I want to just start out by asking a few questions here. What were some of your favorite parts, like of the tournament as a whole? Like, which games were your favorite, I guess, and why?
Alonia game for me, because I get to play Alonia carry, I guess.
The Alonia game was was kind of fun. For me, torture, I guess, because 12 kills, so.
Yeah, pretty impressive.
But yeah.
I do have a question, Gucci, if you allow me.
Yeah, go.
What do you guys think about the game before this one, the final game, when you saw the Tarot and Lord pick on the enemy team, very greedy picks all around? What do you guys think about that? You responded very well with 3 man on the long lane, shutting them down incredibly well. Triple stun against only 1 stun, really. That is not always easy to land on the Tarot. What are your thoughts going around that?
Are you talking about the Thailand?
Yeah, the game before this one, where they picked 2
the
greedy
Torch
picks.
game.
Yeah, Torch game, where they picked 2 greedy picks, Lord and Tarot, and you guys shut them both down, knowing that if they don't snowball the way they need to, they will have nothing to play with.
I think our Tryland was much easier to play because their defensive support was demented, but still early levels he's not really a defensive support. Or like he's not like Monarch where you can still do damage with Q and stun. But Cocoon is better than heal early. I don't know, I felt like we had better Tryland that game easily.
Yep. If you want to take over, go again. If you have any further questions.
Yeah, sure. I have a few questions. So, first question is like, I noticed that Ophelia was getting banned right off the bat. Was that like an honor ban, like a ban because you knew the other players on the other team were really good at Ophelia, or what was going on there?
To be honest, I banned Ophelia just because I hate a weak Ophelia. I just don't want to play against Ophelia. It's just hate pick for me.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
I respect weak Ophelia, so I just ban it.
Okay. So, what were some of the biggest mistakes you felt you guys made during the tournament?
Is that for me or
anyone? It could even be a winning game, right? And you could have still made mistakes. Like throughout the tournament, did you guys notice that your teams were doing a repetitive pattern of mistakes, or do you think that what were some of the things that you also thought your team did really well throughout the tournament? Maybe I should put it that way. What were some of the good and bad things that you noticed your team doing throughout the tournament?
Well, yesterday we only dropped 1 game, and overall I think we played much better yesterday. But the game we lost was, I feel we had a very good draft. My team liked it as well, but we trolled in top lane for some reason, and we lost 1v2 to a Kraken who murdered us. So that game was kind of weird. But as far as today goes, well, we tried playing Tarot for the first time. It was, like you said, it was a greedy pick. I don't agree about the Lord being a greedy pick. It was mostly just a Tarot pick this game. And then, as the other team said, their tri lane was stronger, so we just should not have fought that tri lane in hindsight. And tried to maybe slow down the game if possible, but bad lane choice and a very greedy pick in the first game. Second game, we also tried something a little different. We hadn't run Soul Stealer before, but this game was a bit closer, I would say, until the end game. They had a pretty farmed Madman and Soul Stealer, so.
Yeah, very well put. Very well put.
Gucci, I have another question regarding the items.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. First of all, to VC, what went through your mind when you had a demonic on Infora?
I mean, to be honest,
he asked if he should just rush it, and we said yes. So
somehow Max got tricky at minute 19. I was like, how he got this money? Just steal farm from a course, and Vulka was crying about it. And
that's fair.
That was fun though. Rushing demoniac first item.
Yeah, and then I have a follow-up question for what you got. Why did you guys decide to go for the soul burst build on the soul stealer instead of the on-hit build? Since you first early and mid game you were not going on the Moa as a second carry. You started out on the Thundercrown very late, in my opinion, for him to really be able to become a hyper carry.
Well, the idea behind this was, I think, pretty straightforward. The Soul Stealer was kind of our like mid-game carry presence with the burst from the upgraded ultimate, and then also he's the only hero in our team who can staff Moa, which we wanted to staff on Moa, we just didn't get to that point. Mostly because Moa didn't hit his timing where we wanted it to be. He got the shrunken pretty late, so we couldn't take effective team fights, I would say.
Yeah.
But if we got to the staff on the Moa is a pretty strong late game hero, and Soul Stealer would be more of our like initiator follow up to blow up some of their heroes if possible. Which I think we did that once or maybe twice in this game, but it still was not enough in the end.
Yeah, I understand. I kind of had the same idea before asking my question about it. As we saw on the bottom there, one fight we were absolutely really saved and stalled out for the Soul Stave to blow up and turn that tide on that fight was really good. And then we saw another one in your jungle. But we also saw after that kill on the Soul Burst that you guys ran out of the juice. And once Janko on the Soul Stealer bought back and teleported with Madman going full ham with 3 items, it was just you guys didn't have a fight after that, which is maybe what you mean with the timing on Moa not being strong enough to deal with the Madman. That's all for my questions, Gucci.
Sure, yeah. Great questions. Do you guys have any questions for each other?
I do. I guess I'll ask to Sigma. Did Mex upgrade from a 1600 support yesterday back to his true glory today, where he actually played like a human being on support?
Mex was. I feel like he was kind of rusty, to be honest. I'm not joking, but he's doing pretty.
Yesterday
pretty well.
he was trolling a bit. Not gonna lie.
When I see demonic on Nymph, I know it's Mex is back. That's all I need to see. So.
That way he was. Mex is always trolling, anyways. Doesn't matter what you do. He's trolling, but he's nice at listening calls. He's good player, obviously.
And okay, if you're done with that one, also you guys picked Volca Blacksmith twice today, which I had no clue you guys would even do this.
He didn't want to play it.
Was he okay? So he didn't want to play Blacksmith. What was like you just wanted like a roaming hero or something?
Well, he said, just give me something with the stun. And
okay.
I said Blacksmith could be good, but he didn't want it for some reason. But we made him play it anyway, so he can frenzy us all the time.
Okay, because Dwarf is usually my hero, even though I can't win on it for some reason. But Vulcan plays a better Dwarf than me, apparently. I'm sad.
Any other questions for each other, guys? Okay, any shout outs that you want to give? Now would be a good time.
From my part, shout out to VC Tracks, one of the best greedy player you can meet in the game. Shout out to him, yeah. And shout out to my team as well.
And to Puppet Soul, our coach from Twitch.
And yeah,
he was.
Was there any particular reason he didn't play this morning, or?
He's studying.
Oh, okay.
He cannot play.
Gotcha. I guess
maybe next tournament.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah.
I asked Puppet Soul what we should have done different after yesterday's games, and immediately he asked me if we muted Gianco during picking phase. So for today, we changed something.
Who was in charge of strategy and picks yesterday?
Kinda everybody.
Okay.
I'm joking. Nobody got killed.
Nobody, man.
Okay, I guess yeah, shout out to my teammates there. Obviously I didn't play with TGT as we kind of disbanded, but I played last cycle with most of the same people. These guys are fun to play with, so even though we lost today, it was a lot of fun playing with them this weekend. And I hope even though we lost, we brought some entertainment with picking some different off meta heroes. That was kind of one of our goals as well, just to hopefully provide some entertainment and still try to win. But yeah, my teammates, you guys are awesome.
You guys
Awesome,
are
guys.
pretty good as well, to be honest. The rotation were.
Was,
I mean,
was,
your
was a
rotation, especially weak, are kinda weird. You rotate really early, and yeah, you surprised me a lot this series.
I was thinking to bring out the War Beast this cycle, but I held it back. Maybe next time. Be prepared for the War Beast, okay?
I will not ban it actually.
Beeper won't be happy about the Warbist. He wants the jungle
Oh,
for
he was
himself.
ready. He was ready. He told me bring it out, and I say, not yet, not yet.
Okay.
All right. Well, I just want to give a shout out to my co-caster Jonas. Did an awesome job for his first time casting. Shout out to all the viewers here watching today. And then a huge extra shout out to Paradise, who's been hosting these tournaments every freaking weekend, whether it's the HoN Pro tournaments, the Midwars tournaments, or the Star League tournaments. Huge shout out to Paradise League. I'm going to pass it back to him now. Thanks, you guys, for joining us. And wonderful job on the tournament. Congrats, VC Tracks again.
All right, that was the interview, and that was what you got from Team Post Haste Gaming and Sigma, and I believe it was Mate from Team VC Tracks. And thank you for the incredible cast from Gucci Donut and Jonas, and it was Fa. What you got as well, who's also playing incredible, man, I'm sure, and Doze, who also played and casted. So thank you both so much. It's a lot of effort you guys put into it. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for watching, and usually this is where I would tell you to tune in next time for a tournament, but currently I'm not really quite certain what's going to happen, but there is the Force of Kaldavar tournament that might happen next week, but as it seems so far, there aren't enough teams in it to actually start the tournament. So currently, we might actually delay that. So for now, I'm not gonna be announcing anything, but if you go to the Discord server and the Paradise League Discord server and the Project Kungur Discord server, most likely it will be announced there if there are any delays or anything that's going to happen to that tournament. So until it is guaranteed, I am not going to be announcing the actual date for it. But anywho's, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. We will see you in the next time. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.